righty. Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch listen main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second week of May. We're going to have a lot to deal with. Again, you got CPI and a bunch of other data, but let's take a look at where we are at to open up Monday. It doesn't look like much. However, the regional banks and bank stocks, it's continuing what happened on Friday. No bad news over the weekend. Even though Western Alliance did slash their dividend, the stock is up. It's even up another 16% today. It was up 40% on Friday. However, here's the best part. It is still down 20% from the beginning of last week. So a lot of eyes are on the bank stocks right now. Everybody's going back and forth. We're going off of the data or getting ready for the data as well as getting off of what we got with Powell last week. Again, people are talking about rate hike odds. July rate cuts have calmed down a little bit, but we'll see how that plays out. Then there was some news in crypto and everything else, but really everybody's looking at the data both domestically and overseas. We're watching the bank stocks and then getting ready for the middle or getting ready for summer, Chad. So it's going to be wild, but guess what? You're here. We're going to watch how it plays out. It's a beauty to see you in the morning. So good morning. How are you, Chad? What's going on? Oh, what's up, Lori? Good morning. Good morning. I hope you're feeling good. I hope you guys are ready for it all. What's up, Carissa? What's up, Gunnar? Tim Whitman, baby. Good morning, Nick. Ashley Howard. Zoraz Laker. Jay. Oh, good morning. Candy Upton. Oh, Danny. Oh, we missed Danny's birthday. Danny, happy birthday. We got Nepal's birthday, too, right around the corner. Good morning. Oh, what's up, Benny? What's up, Joe's Trey? Caesar Ray, baby. Oh, tasty. Randy Denardi. Inverse King, baby. Open face sandwich. Oh, good morning, baby. What's up, Uncle Phil? What's up, Lateral Drift, baby? Jake Delaney. Jack Delaney, not Jake. Oh, Tony Garlinger. Caleb, Wavy Gravy. Lee Marshall. Data Junkie. Victor, Red. Good morning. That's what I'm talking about. What's up, El Jefe? What's up, Lions Heart? Happy Monday. Lost one. Oh, Jerry Woods came to play. Oh, Jerry came to play. Robert Woods. We got Jerry Woods and Robert Woods. We got Tiger. Where's Tiger at? Rodcast, baby. Good morning. Trev Park. Road Tie. Christian's Collection. YouTube Strong. Is a Rage. John Theo. Stafford. Good morning. What's up, Nathan Evans? What's up? What's up, Phoenix? How you living? Justin, 50K Torch. I just want the list. Oh, Diego De La Cruz. Good morning. That's what I'm talking about. Vincent Ciro, the chosen one. That's what I'm talking about. Shane McBride. What's up, baby? How you living? Oh, what's up, Twitch? I know you guys are bright and early. Tagger Woods, yeah. Charlie Tree. Charlie in the tree, yeah. Oh, good morning. Payday Devil, Blue and Yellow, Bobby, Fed Chair Peach, Robo Handtech, Destroyer, Mr. Regard, Picky Audi, good morning. Oh, what's up, Slizzin? Biotech Music, good morning. I call it Biotech Music. It's Biotech Muscle Lab. I don't know why I call him Biotech Music Lab, man. Good morning, baby. Chattadonia, I love to see it on Monday. I love it. You guys got the energy for Monday? Are you guys ready for a nice Monday? Are we going to have some fun? Are you ready for a little bit of a regional bank stock recovery, flip out, getting ready for CPI? Y'all ready for that? Y'all ready for this? Bow now, bow, 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 bow now, bow, bow. Everybody chat now. Bow, bow, bow. Okay, I'm sorry. But anyways, let's have a good morning. Before we get into the news, let's do the random comment generator. So shout out to you if you participated. It really does mean a lot. Let's see. I already queued it up. Let me see I don't know if anybody added any more comments. Oh, wait, where'd it go? Damn it. Never mind. Everybody dance now. Bow, 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 bow. That's a weird song to have stuck in your head on May 8th in the morning. Okay, 1 + 2 = 3. Get YouTube comments. Lord bless it. Let's get a good play. Oh, why am I banned from the chat? I don't know, man. I don't know. Don't snitch yourself out, though, man. Tim Whitman, say it with me now. Strong, resilient. Stay strong and resilient. Silence. Oh, my gosh. Good morning. Good morning. That's what I'm talking about, Tim. Strong and resilient. Strong and resilient. It is strong. Come on, man. Let's go. Come on. Let's get a good play. I'm waiting for the play, man. Come on. Oh, I love you guys. Thankful for it. God bless you, Joey P. I'm Joey B. Nice to meet you. That's what I'm talking about. God bless you, man. Oh, I love to see it. Oh, Cavius, finger to the sky, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Come on. Let me get one more. Let me get a good play in here. Oh, wait, WU 1215. Pretty good earnings, consolidation. All right, we'll consolidate it. Let it consolidate. I'm down to consolidate. What was that, Western Union? Huh? We'll take it. $15 cost for December. It's a lot amount of time. I like it. Oh, yeah, I should have kept that up there. All right, we'll take it, Chad. So that's your play of the day. Western Union, I believe. Western Union. And now let us get into the news. Airbnb. Again, Airbnb has earnings tomorrow. So that's why it's running up a little bit. ER is tomorrow. But let us get into the news. Regional lenders, including Western Alliance and Zion Bancorp, rallied pre-market. PacWest led the way, rising 35% after cutting their dividend and saying business is sound. Still, the S&P Financial Index is on the verge of falling below its pre-Great Financial Crisis peak. For the first time in more than 2 years, a dip below that line would add pressure on banks to conserve capital and tightening lending, adding to recession risk. Futures floundered, struggling to build on Friday's rebound. Treasuries also lack strong direction as bond traders await the 3, 10, and 30-year auctions over the next few days. The dollar declined versus most G10 peers. Oil and gold advanced. Apple will dive into the U.S. blue chip bond market today. The $5 billion deal is expected to come in 5 parts. The longest position, a 30-year bond, may yield 135 basis points over treasuries. The deal will be very well received because there's been quite a lot of demand for high-quality fixed income, said Rob Waldner, chief fixed income strategist at Invesco. Crunch time, the Fed Senior Loan Officer Opinion Survey, a barometer of economic health, may show lending standards tighten last quarter, suggesting more woe in the second half. The Fed has jacked up rates from a near 0 to above 5 in recent history. The number of times that policy didn't lead to recession is 0. A credit crunch, debt ceiling, deadlock, and a climate wildcard from El Nino add up to stagflation, as the big take explains. Janet Yellen said Congress has no good options other than to lift debt ceiling to prevent an economic and constitutional crisis, a day after 43 GOP senators reiterated opposition to doing so without budget cuts. Yellen told ABC she doesn't want to consider emergency options such as Joe Biden taking unilateral action. The president meets with congressional leaders tomorrow. Family offices are set to unleash a stockpile of cash in the public and private markets. Almost half of the investment firms responding to Goldman's survey plan to increase exposure risk to public equities, with 41% looking to raise allocations to private equity. Family offices, for the most part, are really risk-on for the next 12 months, said Mina Flynn, co-head of Global Private Wealth Management. KKR earnings fell 26% in the first quarter year-on-year in a deal-making drought. AUM grew to $510 billion. Berkshire Hathaway continued to trim their holding in EV China maker BYD, taking its stake to below 10%. Tyson fell after cutting their outlook for meat sales this year between $53 billion and $54 billion from 55 to 57. And then Bain Capital is looking to raise $4 billion for a new global speculation or situation fund, Reuters reported. Binance resumed withdrawals of Bitcoin after citing congestion on the token's blockchain for halts of more than 2 hours in Asia today and about 90 minutes yesterday. Higher fees were applied to pending transactions, so they got picked up by Bitcoin miners. The cryptocurrency was trading around their 50-day moving average at about 28,000. China curtailed access by overseas firms to their data sources, in part because of reports from the U.S. research institutions that alarmed officials. The Wall Street Journal reported the EU will mull sanctions on 7 Chinese companies accused of selling equipment that could be used by Russia and weapons, the Financial Times reported. And then wildfires are cutting oil and gas output and disrupting pipeline systems in Alberta, the province that accounts for most of Canada's hydrocarbon exports. Some 100 blazes were burning yesterday, with 30 out of control, forcing evacuations of some energy facilities and almost 30,000 residents. The worst hit areas are in the west, including Clearwater, Montney, and Duvernay, the energy plays. 10 a.m. today, U.S. March wholesale inventories. 10 a.m. ECB Lane is speaking. 11:30, $57 billion of 13-week bonds and $48 billion of 26-week bills. 2 p.m. Fed releases quarterly survey on bank lending practices. 4 p.m. Fed releases May financial stability report. And 4:45, Fed Kashkari is speaking. Earnings include McKesson, Palantir, PayPal, Skyworks, Western Digital, Devon Energy, and Lucid Automotive. Biden's approval rating fell to a career low of 36%, and it also showed him lagging Donald Trump in earlier preferences. An ABC and Washington Post poll shows almost 70% said he's too old for another term, compared with 44% for Trump. Chile's political right won 33 seats as a constitutional council in charge of drafting a new charter, a crushing blow to President Gabriel Boric's progressive agenda. Local assets are expected to rally. Biden administration tamps down talks of U.S.-China decoupling. German industrial production sank the most in a year, raising the risk that the economy experienced a winter recession. Output fell to 3.4 in March versus a consensus of a 1.5 decline. It may result in a downward revision of first quarter GDP, meaning a contraction between October and March. The ECB needs to continue raising rates. Klaus Knott told Butenhof TV he didn't expect the bank to reach their inflation goal until 2025, though the biggest impact of hikes so far remains on the pipeline. Euro area investor confidence fell to negative 13.1 in May from 8.7. Consensus was for a gain to negative 7.5. Ukraine, Russia accelerated civilian evacuations in occupied regions ahead of expected Ukrainian counteroffensive. It committed about 500,000 troops to the war, the Washington Post report. Ukraine said it shot down all 35 Iranian-made drones that targeted Kyiv overnight. Iran and its proxies enable attacks on U.S. troops in Syria through secret weapon shipments hidden in humanitarian aid, the Washington Post reported. The Arab League moved to reinstate Syria to the bloc. Chinese bank shares surged, with some posting their biggest one-day gain since 2015. The CSI 300 financials jumped for a fifth straight session, adding almost $166 billion in market value. The gauge was poised to hit its highest level since April 2022. China banks rallying? They just had another real estate default. But I guess that's what happens here anyways, too. China's foreign ministry met U.S. Ambassador Nicholas Burns, signaling more potential senior-level discussions. The top priority is to stabilize Sino-U.S. relations, avoid a downward spiral, and prevent accidents. Qin Yuang saying China has rebuffed recent U.S. attempts to establish more dialogue. The leaders of South Korea and Japan agreed to step up cooperation on security of semiconductors. China will extend their Belt and Road Initiative to Afghanistan, and Pakistan said they won't restore bilateral ties with India until the country reviews its revocation of Kashmir's autonomy. Goldman reiterated their bullish view on oil, betting that rising emerging market demand will drive the majority of the swing from a first quarter surplus to a deficit about 1.5 million barrels a day in the second half. CICC raised their forecast of China crude demand to 900,000 barrels a day from 800. Iraq set the Barshav heavy oil selling price of Asia at a discount to $3.30 a barrel for June. Oil jumped as investors assessed the demand outlook. Crude remains exposed to volatility, partly driven by extreme and regular positioning changes as funds struggle to find the right direction. Saxo Bank said base metals and gold advanced. Dubai's commodities hub is drawing traders from London. Many who deal in Russia raw materials are setting up there as sanctions complicate business at home. The pool of counterparties and low rate of taxes are also a factor. Hartree and Freepoint commodities are moving staff, People Familiar said. Europe's natural gas buying is slower than this usual time of the year, even after a recent price drop, as some buyers bet on a further slump. Reduced usage means supplies cover demand for now, but traders warn a delayed and uncertain rebound in consumption may disrupt a fragile market balance. A busy Monday for credit, with Apple, Merck, and Ford kicking things off. About 15 borrowers are looking to sell new U.S. IG bonds today, underwriters said. Syndicate desks expect volume of 30 to 35 billion this week. U.S. credit ratings deteriorated last week as the main ratings companies issued 37 downgrades and 26 upgrades. The Chinese owners of Birmingham City Football Club agreed to sell their shares to U.S. hedge fund manager Tom Wagner, which will own about 45% after the deal. Brookfield is considering the sale of a minority stake of their telecom tower business in India, People Familiar said. Berkshire cuts BYD shares to 9.87% stake. Qualcomm to buy semiconductor firm Autotalks, no price disclosed. UBS plans to unveil leadership team in the next week and likely keep a few Credit Suisse executives. Baidu is adding a phone to their portfolio of smart gadgets. Its Xido unit, similar to Amazon's Alexa, will unveil its first smartphone product next week as they build out a hardware ecosystem to complement their internet services. Berkshire Hathaway reported a 13% gain in operating margins, but Warren Buffett said the U.S. economy's incredible period is coming to an end. The EPA is putting the final touches on proposal to slash emissions from the power sector. Flight respite. Biden plans to announce new draft rules that may require airlines to provide meals, hotels, and additional compensation to travelers on canceled or severely delayed flights, but the practical impact of the effort may be muted given changes airlines have already made. Art Deco murals that disappeared decades ago from the Empire State Building will return to public view on May 12th at the Art Fair in Manhattan. The New York Times reported Bernard Goldberg Fine Arts is selling 2 oval pictures of damsels engulfed in blossoms and foliage. They were painted by German boy Winold Rice in 1938 for a restaurant at the skyscraper's base and may fetch in the low 7 figures. All-seeing butterflies. Scientists named a new genus of butterflies after Sauron from Lord of the Rings due to the black rings on the orange wings that are reminiscent of the all-seeing eye, PA reported. Saurona is one of the several new groups described by researchers. The Natural History Museum in London said the name may help draw attention and prompt new research. Good vibrations. Scientists plan to make rock music by letting seismic activity at Yellowstone National Park headline in a live flute performance. The Guardian reported Domenico Vicinazza of the UK's Anglia Ruskin University will use a computer program to turn real-time data recorded by seismograph into a musical score, which will be put on a screen as it appears and will be played live on stage. That's crazy. That's it. We got a band now. That's some AI shit right there. Riesling rescue. A 48-year-old woman survived 5 days in the bush in Victoria, Australia on a single bottle of wine and lollipops, the BBC reported. Lillian Ip, who said that the wine was meant to be a gift, said she'd taken a wrong turn, got stuck in the mud, and was found days later by emergency services who flown overhead as part of a search. Thank God for the policewoman who had a cigarette, she said. Wow, there you go. And then on this day in history, Chatadonia, the Beatles released Let It Be in 1970. Their 12th album would be their last before the band's breakup. Most songs had been recorded more than a year earlier, but were assembled to come out at the same time as the documentary on the same name. Abbey Road, the 11th title, was released in 1969, but was recorded after Let It Be, making their actual last studio project. Wow, the Beatles, bro. The Beatles. The Beatles. And if you notice, we are doing very, very good on time. We've already ran through a lot. Again, it seems like we're waiting for the data to come out. You got a couple of bond activities, but clearly, I mean, the attitude from this morning right now, nothing went crazy overseas. We're just looking at regional banks and this baby little rally or relief that we've gotten. But got a couple of pre-market movers. Catalent CTLT dropped 25% after the inhaler said it expects to significantly reduce fiscal 23rd revenue. DraftKings jumps 0.3 after the sports betting company raised their revenue and full-year guidance, with analysts positive on the stock. Lyft slumped 0.5 after the company forecasted revenue for the second quarter that trailed. New CEO David Risher faces several challenges. PacWest shares are surging 34% after the bank lowered their dividend to 1 cent per common share and said business is still fundamentally sound, in a move that analysts said makes sense and shouldn't come as a surprise to investors. Six Flags shares gained 15% after the amusement park operator reported first quarter results that beat expectations. Analysts said attendance was better than expected. Trupanion shares slumped 6.3 after the pet health issuer reported a first quarter loss that was more than twice the average analyst estimate. And then Tyson shares plunged 10% after they cut sales guidance for the full year. The updated guidance also missed the average analyst estimate for the period. Wow. So there's your pre-market movers. I got a couple of plays. Again, we still got a lot of time. So I'm going to go to the potty. I will be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. We already got the random play in too, so I hope you get your plays ready and get ready. Bank stocks seem to be the focus, my friend. Seem to be the focus. So I will be right back. God bless you and good morning.
The economy's head. At the end of the day, at some point, there would likely need to be a negotiation. And that is why everyone is looking at tomorrow's meeting. Biden will be sitting down with congressional leadership, most notably Speaker McCarthy.
The issue that we all have is that what we're witnessing is a lot of political maneuvering going into the election next year. So let's talk about that. You get one of these every now and then. The president not exactly riding high. A bruising poll from ABC Washington Post. That poll released over the weekend. The percentage of those approving of Biden's performance has fallen to 36%, 6 points lower than in February, a point off his previous low in early 22. The detail here, AMH, 56% disapproved of his performance. 68% regarded Biden at 80 as too old for another term, and he does not have the lead over the former president, Donald Trump.
That's certainly what's in the poll, Jonathan, from ABC Washington Post. It is a bruising one, you called it, a career low in terms of his approval rating. When it comes to the economy, they think the former president did a better job. And then, of course, his age. This is something that continues to haunt this president. He tried to make a joke about it. You were there with me at the White House Correspondents' Dinner saying they say I'm too old, I say I'm wise. But this is obviously something that is going to continue to dog him throughout this race. What is notable in this poll, very different from some of the others we've seen, is that he is lagging former President Donald Trump if there were to be a 2024 rematch of these two individuals. And the numbers here, Jonathan, are quite stark. When asked who they support in 2024, 44% said they would definitely or probably vote for Trump. More than the 38% who say they're willing to give Biden another 4 years.
Just amazing. AMH, thank you. Amazing that we face the prospect of round two of this face-off between these two individuals, and we're talking.
I feel like we're not allowed to talk about this. They're coming out swinging this morning. They're coming out swinging this morning. So Chad, we got our daily post here. I asked a pretty crazy question that I think is like ironically funny. So the poll that I asked the Chads here, out of 141 votes, I asked the Chads, do you think that another bank will fail this week? So, I mean, again, it's been like every week or every other week. So 68% say yes. So we're going to find out. 32 said no. But let's see what other plays you got. Lunar at lows will be adding to lower my average cost going to earnings in 3 days. Watching GLD and the dollar to see if we get a move together. I think that stocks are overvalued right now, and the dollar or gold is the best place to be. And I keep investing in the broader market to keep pace. That's my retirement account. My individual put in new deposits in the bill. Kenview, again, I forgot about that one. Honestly, should keep a watch on it. Let's go. Thinking SPY, SPX upside 4,300, downside 39 to the end of May. Looking to sell covered calls on Apple, Amazon, and Google. Collect that premium. Is it possible a bank crashes this week? But I don't think so. FRC had to report earnings. Investors heard it and sold it and ran for the hills. I wonder how much longer we would have if they didn't have to report earnings. But you never know. At an open bank, CLD said they could. They are eyeing a strategic options, and the next one could begin. Anyways, love you, Chad. Amen. Open face. Good morning. EYEN and PLX. Those hype plays. Take a look at those. Team Nikki 2024, BP and XOM established. Team Nikki and Nikki Haley. Estimate dates with good dividends. Original earning, origin earnings. May 10th, TSM for the long term. Also 3+ dividend. Be ready to swim. Still long on Zim. Earnings in the middle of the month. SJT, ACHR, huge buy. RKLB. Watching SAI and Palantir. I think banks are going to squeeze massively this week, then come crashing back down. If you have the appetite for risk, play DPST. Directional regional banks bull shares. Be quick, be nimble, cash out, take the money and run. Interest, DPST. All right, if you got the appetite, Baba calls, QQQ covered calls, never get off the boat. Not even for mangoes. PayPal calls for earnings and SPY calls, baby. I love it. I love it. We're making great time here, Chad. Oh, I guess they don't. The post. Oh, there it goes. I didn't want to leave. It didn't want to leave, baby. So, Chadadonia, what do you got for me? You got to hear from a couple of the Chads. Let's see what everybody has here right now. You're live in the chat. You're live. You're listening to me live. You hear my voice. Tell me the first play of the day, Chadadonia. What do you got? Welcome again. Bank rallies. Bank rallies. That's what's bringing everybody up here. What do we got? Placements, TQQ, MSI shares, KRE calls, Palantir, taking profits, Par Along, QQQ, SHW, Schwab put, NVIDIA puts, calls, Apple puts for June, Airbnb, Amazon shares, Coffee and Robes, ChargePoint, SPX, Short Euro, Apple puts, DraftKings 24, Tesla, watching Tesla, KRE, XOM, Suave, YOLO for earnings, Yellen calls, selling Lucid put, Josh calls, Google, Tesla, Riot puts, ES short at 41.90 if we get there, Sell Boyle at the top, MRO, MPW, SPY, all calls on God, Pack W, Tesla calls above 175, wall calls, covered spreads, Origin, earnings, May 10th, XR8, Jasper, BNTX, IMPP, short AMD, Meta puts, Microsoft puts on Meta, DraftKings short, Abivai calls, might play TLT, all the side after the bell, SPY puts, calls on Pack W out for a few weeks, then some puts, have a nice feeling on Para, front run the PayPal, Airbnb earnings call, Apple calls, waiting for Square, Amazon, Disney to go on sale, Snow calls, Coin put, SAI, Big Tesla, depending on how this bounce goes, SPY puts, SPY calls, my Costco bill was cheap this month, Palantir shares, PayPal calls, AADP, short Carvana, short the Fed, GG, nice feeling on Para again, shorting Redfin, good morning, Chadadonia, DWAC calls, put call, Kenview, Wayfair in the final play, long bonds all day, and then Wells Fargo. Let's go. I like it. Yeah, UWM CEO, he got punked by Jokic yesterday. It's good though. You know, I like both of them now because now we're even. I think Jokic gave him an elbow for all of the declines in 2021. So now we're even. Now I like Matt after he took a Jokic elbow to the face. It's good. It's fair. You know what I'm saying? That's how I am. I'm a man about justice. So that's it. Now it's fair. Me and Matt are good now. So good for him. I can't believe the Suns beat the Denvers, bro. I was low-key talking some smack, so I can't believe The Suns came back there for 2 games. That was amazing. But don't let me get ahead of myself. I got a couple plays. Going to be watching AMD and Microsoft, like we said on the watch list yesterday. That's going to be key. Again, XLF, KRE, just in general too, where the big banks are at. That is going to be very, very important. So watch out for them. Then Square and PayPal. Again, we have the Square play from Friday. PayPal has earnings after the bell, so we'll see. Again, Palantir as well. They got earnings, and that one's been a hype play, so I think that'll be key. And then Redfin, depending on what happens with both bonds, real estate plays, the pause narrative, and all of the changes Redfin made, I want to watch that. Then Zscaler, they're up like 19% on earnings. It was a fat run up there, so we've seen that play move. Then Tyson, they dropped 10% on earnings. And then bonds, we are up on them, but we'll see how the correlation ends up playing today. We will see how it plays out today. Something true about short selling ban rumors. Well, we have 2 minutes to answer questions. I think that's a good place to start. So that rumor came up on Friday or like Thursday. I think the government said or the SEC said they are not considering that at the time. But the reason it could be possible, just pretty much back in the day, 2008, they did ban short selling on banks. So we had the idea floated around last week, but no updates on it. I don't think you're going to hear from it. Again, especially with bank stocks kind of recovering until we hit a low, I doubt they would consider that. But then again, this week, let's see what happens with the debt ceiling and CPI and how that affects everything. So we will see. But Chattadonia, we got about a couple minutes. We got like 2 minutes here, maybe like a solid minute. Is there any other questions? Good morning, Abraham Lincoln. Good morning, my friend. Good morning, Daniel Garcia. How y'all feel? Happy Monday, man. Happy Monday. I hope y'all had a good weekend. I hope you're good to be back. I hope you're ready, man. It's May. It's May the 8th to be with you. I can't even believe it's already May 8th. My weekend was good, man. I'm excited to be back. Oh, man, we're going to see what happens with the market. It was good. It was good. Good morning from the Netherlands. Went to church. I felt the message. There you go, baby. I hope you got a relaxing week because, again, last week was already crazy. And this week, I mean, we still got CPI and all that good stuff. So I hope you had a relaxing weekend because you may need it, my friend. You may need it. CPI forecast, yeah, it's a headline supposed to come in at 5, and then core is supposed to come in at 5.4. Some people are still on 5.5. We talked about it on the watch list yesterday, but that will be the main key with all of it. So let's have that conversation today. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it, Chattadonia. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I hope you're ready for Monday. I hope you're ready for another exciting, maybe frustrating week in the stock market. Who knows? But before we do anything here, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has sacrificed and given us more than most of us ever have and ever will, and that is the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, we want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even their families as well. Thank you for your sacrifice and thank you for giving back to people, even if they never said thank you. So thank you, and I encourage all of you to show that love and appreciation to all the veterans out there. And big shout out if you're helping out your local community. Another big shout out to the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, doctors, the garbage men, the police officers, the janitors, the people with the nonprofits. You know what I'm saying? If you giving back, God bless you. And I hope you know you're appreciated as well too, baby. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senator Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or nah, let's go. Oh, it's game time. Good morning. Happy Monday. Are you ready? Are you ready? I know, I do get crazy. Hey, guess what, though? I said it on the post, though. Like, if you voted on today, I hope you liked the video and good morning. But I'm just saying, if you voted on the thing today, I gave you the warning to mute your speakers at 3:57 p.m. Okay? Okay, that's it. I'll tell you when I'll get crazy. That's it, man. This is just the morning, though. So we got to get ready. Yeah, God bless. There's data today. There's wholesale inventories at 10 a.m. It's not going to be that important. If anything, I think the bond auctions and the fact that Apple is trying to raise money here on the investment grade market, that'll have a bigger effect. But realistically, there's no big data today. So wholesale inventories come out at 10. The senior loan officer opinion, that comes out at 2 p.m. So that will actually, that could affect the bank stocks and everything else. Yeah, so other than that, I would say there's no other data. But 2 p.m. could actually end up being bigger. Oh, I do have the FDA catalyst list too. Again, May has a lot of them. But Chad, get ready. We got about 1 minute left. So make sure you like the video. Call out any plays. You got any questions, let me know. Let's get some news and see what happens. Again, remember last week we got a lot of different headline plays, and you had a lot of things moving off of headlines. So get ready for it. You tuned 30 today? Looking for strategic options for my strong and resilient hairline. God bless you for the cold and all you do. Josh Weber, bro, happy birthday, baby. And all the birthdays. I know we missed some over the weekend, so 20 seconds till the bell. Horna. Happy birthday. That's how we're going to start today. I'm down. That got me almost as hype as the peach, bro. That's it. We got a potential peach, God willing, on the way. So let's see what happens. But you got 10 seconds, Chad. So get ready, post any plays, call it out, and let's have a good one. Keep it clean. Okay, play clean, play fair, and get ready. Remember, there's still a couple of earnings. Round 1. Fight. Okay. Yeah, Airbnb is getting off again. Wall and Pack W, those are the ones moving. Zscaler, they had their earnings. They're still up. Tyson is down 6.5 still. Damn, Airbnb is killing it actually today. Good for you, BNB. Yeah, your Airbnb options went up 50% now. So, again, you could hold that for the earnings or you could flip out of that, but that one comes in tomorrow. ETAI, that's on the high. NTVI as well. Dish, wow, high ticker's running. So NASDAQ is, believe it or not, in the red by 0.07. S&P is up by 0.10. And then the Dow Jones by 0.25. Energy and financials are number 1 and 2. Staples and real estate are the worst on the day. MPW, oh, they were just up. They just sold off. Dash is on the high. Forgot they had earnings. Again, so did Lyft. We'll see where Redfin's at. And then again, AMD. Lyft is still down. Dizzle. Where are you? Dizzle. And then SPY 412. Dang, we are high still, man. Again, bonds are down almost 0.5%. Yeah, you're at 41.38. So this is another level, believe it or not. So again, we're going to do that 41.30 to 41.50. I believe that was the range from Friday. Zoom Scaler, Zscaler still going up. Again, AMD's 1% in the green. Airbnb play, I think I might sell out before earnings, but I want to let it get its run. So it's almost up 100% now. That play sucked. It wasn't moving. And then now on this run up, it's kind of juiced up there. But I think I'm going to hold my just OG shares. But I don't think I'm going to hold that option coming into it. There's NVIDIA. Again, bond's still coming lower. We're up on the short too for ZN. You should have like $600-700 on the bond short now. Oh, shit, I still got that MES from Friday, too. That baby one. And then McRib was up. They came down. No, I sold out as Zion. That's it. I'm closing only on banks. I'm over it. It's probably going to rally, though. That's what we said on the watch list yesterday. If there's no bad news, if there's no negative update this week, the lack of news is what's going to get everybody excited. Netflix kind of running. We need that thing back up to 330, though. Airbnb pumping because of the interview. What interview? I think it's just because earnings is tomorrow. Again, it was weird. All the travel demand has been hot, but then like none of the companies did that good, believe it or not. So a couple of hotels and airlines, but it's weird because travel demand was very, very hot this quarter. However, you didn't get the best reports out of any of the other ones. So, I mean, they're already up 5. Yeah, I'm out of it. Okay. I sold out of the Airbnb for 410. So almost just under 100%. I'm out of the Airbnb contract. So then I just gave you guys like an extra 5% if it runs. Shorting bonds means you believe the Fed futures are incorrect. Yes, because right now the Fed futures are still pricing in. They calmed down a little bit over the weekend, but there's about a 30% chance of a rate cut in July. So pretty much the bonds, the bond market is saying that we are going to cut a way sooner than Powell is letting on. Yeah, so Netflix, SPY's been coming down here again. First couple of candles have been straight down. Tesla came down a little bit. There was the Airbnb. I just put that money into Bill, huh? Tesla dumping, Pac W. Again, Pac W is the one that cut dividend, but they did good. Again, Wall is the funniest. All of them, if you even look at the bank stocks, the irony is that in the last 2 days, like Friday was a 30% up day for like Pac W and Wall, and today they're both up like 17% or so, but they're still down 20% from Tuesday. It's actually phenomenal when you look at those. Oh, Team, I forgot about that one. They're still going up there. AMD's at the bottom there. Is AMD at the news price of the Microsoft thing? 80? No. They're still high. Wall is on the low. Yeah, Disney is looking really good. They were running all day. Again, Disney and Netflix. So the companies that report, like even Airbnb, I mean, these companies' names just woke up today. So they're getting ready. Meta going green. Eva. And Viva 17% just straight up and moving. $10 stock. Again, Tesla's at the low right now, 171.30. Meta is trying to climb back up. Oh, Redfin. Yeah, Meta might go green. Again, tech right now is actually the second worst on the day, down 0.4. So NASDAQ is down and S&P and Dow are up. But there's your VWAP bounce, or a little bit bounce up to VWAP. First one on the day. Bonds are still down. 41.37. Again, you bounced off of 41.35, 41.33 to pretty much 41.38. Those are the two levels. And then from yesterday, remember, 41.48 leads in 41.50 to 41.80. So Viva C. WWW on the high. There's 30M. Let's see. Yeah, oh my gosh, Redfin's almost at $10 again. I think this is the high, or where was it? It was like $9 or no, 10.60. So watch there, but you're close to $10 on Redfin. Again, they were a little bit weaker there, but they just started picking up. Cold on the high. W. Where's Boeing? Boeing still below 200. XLF 0.67. Not bad. Not bad. Disney keeps going. That's another one on the high. SPY getting above VWAP. NASDAQ still down. SPY and Dow up. Energy is the best on the day, 1.3. Financials, 0.7. Materials, 0.5. Industrials, 0.4. And then discretionaries are barely up. And then utilities just went green. Apple, hell, I forgot Apple earnings too. Apple's just holding. Microsoft's the one that's like, I think they're up like 10%. McRib dumped, really? Oh, they were in the green earlier. I think all the biotechs, see if biotechs get active, but again, May does have a pretty active calendar. Google and Netflix on the high right now. Those are starting to run. And then SPY is getting right back up to opening candle again, and opening candle is like right at the level. The 30-year bonds, a lot of the bond yield curve today yield started going up. One, it has to do with the pause thing, but what I think is happening right now with bonds, we kind of got lucky, just like it screwed us over last week. But essentially, you have a lot of bond issuance this week. So again, Apple is announcing a lot of bonds. A lot of companies are. It's like $35 billion. So that's going to add pressures to all the bond deals, especially the longer dated ones. Uber put Six Flags did good. 22. They were up like 10. Uber's going up. We sold out of Uber, not in the long term, but in my swing shares. But there you go. It's popping at 38 now. You just went 20 cents above 38. SMCI is on the high. Where's TSM? Where's Berkshire? Oh, Berkshire. You ended up doing good, Habibi. Uber's breaking out now all of a sudden. Airbnb's on the low. Tap puts. MPW's trying to come up. Where's Mr. Jokic? Domino's. Where are the food plays? Again, McDonald's, Chipotle. They're kind of not doing much today. I think they're waiting to move with the market. IMPP 27%. We've seen that one a couple of times. Tyson says some indication cattle liquidation is slowing. Again, Tyson, they're giving their earnings update right now. Again, they're down 12. Where's ZI? ZI's there. Why so slow? Deal talks between Boston. Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. Oh, it breaks down? So remember, we got that news not too long ago. My thing's not loading. Okay, I sold out of 30 bill on the big account. I'm going to do it on the small account. I'm going to get ready to buy something. That's why. Hold on. It's really slow. I'm waiting. There it is. Okay, so we're getting ready. No, Bill's not flopping. I want to buy something for the long term. And then Spy's just holding up there for now. Uncle Take his son. No, they're there. You have to search it. They mixed up the channel stuff. It's very, very weird. Bro, everything's too slow. ZS and net. Yeah, I grabbed Walgreens. I looked at it. Ex-dividend is in a couple of days here, about a week. And then the fact that, what's it called? We're down to like 13 or 14% on it in the long term. So I figured it'd be a good average down there, and it's still paying above 6. So I grabbed for the long term, don't trade it, not a recommendation. I grabbed like 88 shares for the big one of Walgreens on the long term, and then like 8 shares on the small account. Origin shares for earnings. Not for me for the long term. You know what I'm looking for. I'll watch the earnings, though. I think it'll be exciting. Walgreens is WBA. I think it could still go a little bit lower there. It's at that 31, 32. So pretty much, I mean, you're 10 days out of ex-dividend. So it's either going to have people both buying and selling there, but after ex-dividend, it'll do its things. It's not like their earnings were good. Again, we've just held this name for like 3-4 years. Good opportunity to add to it once again, get like a 6% yield and call it a day. Palantir. Wait, no, Planet Fitness. Never mind. And then SPY coming down. Dollar pop. Dollar was down earlier. But yeah, SPY's coming. You had that little rally there, and now it's coming out. I just bought Walgreens for the long term. And then Zoom info again. Watch any of the other earnings. ATLX, I think they had something. Airbnb coming down. Bonds did start to climb there. So again, bonds got off to a pretty whack start here. And then they just started moving up. Again, watch out for the inverse. Anytime bonds have caught a bid, we kind of start going down. But so far, bonds are already down much, much more than stocks. If anything, NASDAQ's kind of playing alongside. Long-term alert, yes, sir. I added Walgreens. Again, I mean, we haven't... Last time I bought Walgreens was... to give you context, last time we bought Walgreens was September 2020. So all of this was just dividends that we collected. And then now, after being down after like almost 3 years, I figured it could be good ahead of dividend. And then we're getting 15% off. It's like pretty much you got 15% from your dividends. So practically break even, but that's why I think it could be worth it. Did you have... No, I sold some bill for it. You reckon it hits 30? I think that's the next level it goes to. So if it ends up falling, I mean any more than it already has, I think $30 will be the next test. I believe that's its all-time or like 10-year low or something. And then SPY is dumping and bonds are catching a bid right now. 41.33 again. So this is the level. And then we start dealing again, 41.27 all the way down to like 41.16, but we'll see. I do not have Vici, no. 60-month car loan up 2%. Damn. KRE is giving it up. Let's see where Wall. Wall's only up 5%. Again, Pack W cut dividends still up 20%. All right. So bonds are breaking out now. Here's the funny part. Because, again, bonds were lower. NASDAQ was lower in the morning. Everything else was doing good. But ever since we started dropping here now, intraday, bonds are coming back to near where we opened. Again, so we're still up on our bond play, but now you're watching buy bonds as we sell. Does the U.S. have a credit crunch? Question of the day. Where's Apple? Apple still near the high, down a quarter. Microsoft down 0.48. Nvidia down 1%. They're near their low of the day. Tesla. The small account for the long term, it's $13,000 that we've built up. It's about $200 a month. TRVN halted. All right, little bounce off the top. Watch what the bonds do here. Again, look for any leaders as well. It just seems energy and financials are the ones that are going up, but now financials are giving up. Apple's on the high ticker, though, and then WDC is trying to go up there. That's another earnings for after hours. Said Boeing coming down. Yeah, 198, barely down for now, 0.9. Yeah, I think Apple's still in the red, but it is leading. Like, there's a couple names, like Netflix is in the green, Tesla's in the green, but they're not really moving much. I think Google is too, Google and Meta. So Apple looks good, but it's actually not in the red. Meta actually went red too. LT alert, shout out from Tokyo. Oh, Qualcomm on the low. Mr. Tokyo. Qualcomm down 1.6. Okay, we got Airbnb there. Let's switch. Oh, I forgot about Square. They're not doing good. Buy dip on Qual. Yeah, even PayPal sold off. Square's down another 1.5. Netflix is going up. Coinbase too. I forgot about that earnings. And then Redfin is up 0.53. By 3 or 8. I think I bought 8. Did I put 3? Oh, shit. I meant to do 8. I forgot I sold 3 Bill, but bought 8 Walgreens. Confused me. And then SPY taking another candle. Again, Netflix was just Microsoft in the middle. That's very weird. Then bonds have they're still down 0.5 here, but again, a little bit more active. S&P down 0.15, NASDAQ 0.3. Zion sub 25 again. Please hold. Where are you? 41.29. So this is a level. If we break down below here, I mean, we could go back to the 41.20s. It could be another 10 points of downside, or we bounce from here and then we hold the 41.30. So very interesting move already. We could go both ways. Considering, again, sentiment seemed good. It was good in the morning, got a little bit better, then now we're starting to fall off. And then Friday was just insane. Which banks? Right, they're all green, but now they're just starting to give up their strong open. So again, PACW, every single, I don't even know if any of them are in the red. So like Zion, they're still up 4%. I think all of them are actually doing great. Netflix is running now, 328. You're $2 from there. The small account, Walgreens. So on the big account now, we have a total of 199 shares. And then on the small account, we have a total of 10 shares. MCB, green to red. Oh, McRib or MCB, the bank. Oh, yeah, they went red. That's actually okay. I thought they were all in the green. I think right now, financials, you have 90, or I guess 91%. That's energy. Oh, no, 69%. Can you remind people not to sell covered calls on divvy stocks? Well, if it goes in the money on your dividend stock and you get assigned, you have to pay the dividend. That's about the only risk. So as long as your covered call is like far out the money, then you have zero dividend risk. But if you sell a covered call, they take your dividend. Again, watch Netflix here. I've been waiting for that 3:30 for like 2 weeks now. Fubo had earnings on Friday. Oh, and speaking of, yeah, Fubo's going crazy. That's the second 20% day. It was up 30% on Friday. DraftKings, too. That's what was reminding me of Fubo. So they're doing pretty good. Again, SPY trying to bounce there. Bonds starting to come down. but SPY still near the lows, and we are near a level. I don't think something's going on here. It's just, again, it's a long day. Let's see where we end up. But so far, the attitude was, okay, bank stocks are good, but then the bank stocks started selling off right at the cash open. So we're going to have to see how that plays out. But that logic of banks and lack of bank news or more bank news probably going to be the driver here today till 2 p.m. Again, the senior loan officer opinion on bank lending, that comes out at 2 p.m. That'll probably be the big one. BSX is on the high. I think it's because they're backing out of the Suave deal. That was the news here, and I think Suave's down 6, BSX up 2.5, 2.8, BTZ on the high, Merck is on the high, ENVX, Pepsi, a couple of value plays. It's weird. You got some high ticker names, but the low ticker is probably twice as active. Tesla pop, Shopify, I forgot about that on Friday. NYCB. So NYCB is the only bank that's up. So if they actually drop, that'll be phenomenal. But they are the only bank out of any of the regionals. They're still up 10% on the year. I never understood why you have to pay the dividend. I thought the company pays it. Well, yeah, because you have the right to, if you own the shares, you have a right to the shares, or you have a right to the dividend. That is your money that you are entitled to. So if you sell your right, whoever bought your right, they get all your entitlements. So if you short your right, you short a contract and say, I agree to sell you my stock. If you give me premium, you're agreeing to sell it to them and with everything included. So if it goes in the money or it's ex-dividend and it's in the money and they decide to exercise it, the company pays the dividend. It just goes to the person you sold that right to. So you don't pay them, but that dividend goes there. So, but then that's what you got to think of, because that's what you're going to be owing essentially. So in a weird way, you're out of that dividend and you have to give it to the next person, and that's included in the premium you sold the right for. NNOX, I have not looked into it, and that sounds very familiar. NYCB, people just brought it up because, again, this morning, it seems like regional bank stocks calming down. That's where we're at with it. And NYCB, this one has gone red when there's been a lot of green names in regionals today. Granted, it's only like half of the index, but the ones that are green are really green. So Chad was just calling out anything else that was red is in terms of banks. SPY double bottom, maybe. Again, this is a big level. This is like right near 4130 or right off of 4130. So we were talking about this on Friday getting up here. This is again, you could see it. This is when Powell was speaking. So right now we're right back to the Powell statement from the Fed meeting last Wednesday. On Friday, we barely went above it. Qualid, NASDAQ 100 cover call. I think JEPI is better. But even then, you do run the equity risk with any of those names. That's the only thing I'm worried about. All right, kind of bouncing a little bit. It's weird because bonds are coming up into the high. Again, we still have we lost half of the gain on the bonds. We're up 500, but we were up like 750 not too long ago. The short from Friday is down $73, the MES. So we're still in that one. OKYO is on the high. What's this? Looks like a small cap runner. Yeah, OKYO Pharma up 70%. Okyo. First patient from dry eye disease trial. I think they just had positive data. They do an eye drug. OKYO. Shopify 52-week high. Microsoft with cheat glaze. I agree with the title of the watch list. I think the CPI's potential to have a big fake out depending on the lead up. Yeah. I just think it's going to mess with people. Again, the rate hike odds are weird right now. Just looking at it, and then everybody is like waiting for the next move after Powell. But the real point I'm saying is that the CPI on Tuesday or Wednesday, don't get it twisted. It's big, and we will get a reaction, but it's not important. Just because when in the grand scope of things, you have one more CPI ahead of Powell in June. So I think even then, whatever reaction we get off of CPI, I think it's going to be very short-lived. So that's where I think a lot of people they're gonna react to it. They'll be like, oh, well, what about this, and then bonds and pause, and they're gonna digest it for a little bit, but then before you know it, I think people will get over it. But the beauty is these next couple of weeks, you got about like wherever we end by the end of this week, that will set the trend coming in towards the Powell meeting, and then right as we get to Powell, everybody will stop moving. Oh, Cigna price target lowered to 287 from 333 at RBC. And then Boston Scientific backing out of a potential deal. They are on the high right now at like 53.28. Yeah, Baxter to divest Pharma Solutions for 4.25. What's Baxter? Is it BX? Or no, I thought it was BXT. Oh, just Bax. Oh, they're still halted. There's B, and then Boston Scientific is just killing it. SPY's holding again. Bonds hit another high. SPY is just barely hanging on right above 41.30 right now. And then high ticker is averaging, or it's balancing out now with the low ticker. Again, there's a lot of names there. But let's see where this takes us. Regionals are negative now. So again, you're still up from Friday, but that's what I was saying earlier today. I'm like, even if you did the math, even if we recovered 40% in the last 2 days, you're down considerably. You're down 10% on the whole index from Tuesday. But regionals went negative, so you had your pop up. This is what happened after SVB. You guys remember? It'd just be like flush, couple of pops, and then it just like it holds this weird level here. That sucks though. Regionals have gone negative already. Again, tech is the worst on the day now too. You're down 0.59 on tech as an industry. Zscaler's on the high. That's the earnings that did good. Nasdaq down 0.3, and then SPY 0.09, Dow 0.11, and then even Russell. A little pop here though. DoorDash is still going. Again, they were kind of beaten up on Friday. So that's a decent recovery. PayPal's trying to move. Same thing with Square. Unity's on the high. Doesn't Roblox have earnings tomorrow morning? I think Roblo's in the morning tomorrow or Wednesday morning, but they have it. DoorDash keeps going. Airbnb trying to come up here. High ticker starting to take over on the short term. Data pop. Are you saying, oh, we got the data? Wholesale inventories came in negative 2.1 month over month. So that's kind of good for inflation, but it's bad news. So wholesale inventories, 0, but wholesale inventories dropped 2.1. That's a big drop in wholesale inventories. Estimate was 0.3. They came in negative 2.1 month over month, and then inventories came in line. Oh, that was wholesale trade sales, not inventories. Excuse me. Roblo pre-market on Wednesday. Thank you. So a little bit. Duolingo on the high. So is NetEase, Baba still down. Baidu, they're still down. They were up a lot in the morning. Tesla's starting to run up. They're up 1.93. Again, Apple looked like it had a good shape on the day, but they were still negative. Yeah, Apple's still down a quarter, I think. Same thing with Microsoft. Google's doing good. OKYO, that biotech with the eye data, they're still moving up there on the high ticker. Make read. Amazon's starting to go now. So Amazon's still red, but they're about to go green at 105.60-ish. A little bit below or a little bit above that. Yeah, OKYO resumed trading. SoFi. SoFi's running up 3.2. That looks like the best performance for anything financial related. PacWest, yeah, they've lowered their dividend to 1 cent a share, so they didn't get rid of it completely, but they lowered it. And then are you ready for the irony? Analysts loved it, and they said that most people should have expected that. So their dividend cut was not received as negative. I don't know how, but that's just, I mean, again, we are selling off kind of after the opening, but I think PACW is still up. Bro, Netflix is doing it now. So Netflix has been on fire all day. They're getting back to that 330 again. This level is important because then we start getting to the highs of earnings. I think it's like 333 or 336, but ever since earnings, you haven't got higher than 336. Tesla, Sava was wild on Friday. I like Sava. I want to play Sava because the volatility, but they just issued another, like, they had a mixed offering, or what's it, a shelf, the securities arrangement, so that they could sell anything in the future. That's the only thing I don't like with them. They're just very volatile. Netflix, again, 329, and then SPY's right up at VWAP now. Let's check volume on SPY. 7.6 million in 30 minutes. Kind of slow. If you keep this pace for the rest of the day, it'll be decent, but it's actually kind of chill. And we're at 41.34 again. You're right above 41.33 level. We've been chilling here for like the last 15 minutes or so. Yeah, Zoom Scalar's been on fire all day. Again, they're at 22%, 109.70, 74. There it is. Bonds chilling out. SPY back to VWAP. Oh, Microsoft with the Chicle, though, into the bottom. Interesting. So just as we're starting to get ready, Microsoft hits a new low. Tesla. Coinbase is doing it again. And then again, Duolingo. Weird. Coinbase, again, I think all the crypto plays are down because Bitcoin's down. Coinbase is starting to run up a little bit. DraftKings was trying, but still down 0.7. NVIDIA, Novartis, NVS. They're on the high. I think Novo. They were up too. Redfin's second leg, down or up? He's chilling for now. Again, even with the bond rates kind of went up today too. So anything that the bond rates on the second degree have been helping real estate stocks. SMX, yo, this thing's running. SMX, SEC Matters, PLC. What the hell is this? SMX up 80% and popping. What's Security Matters? There's zero news on this. They provide guidance and best practices to prevent stock loans to short sellers. That was their news on April 5th. Yeah, Walgreens is for the dividend, and we've held it for 3 years, and now this stock, I mean, it was surprisingly lower, so I figured might as well. Just again, I've been subtly, some of these plays they don't move too crazy, but I've legitimately just been subtly just adding to the dividends, just little by little. So I thought it'd be a good one. Again, now we're just slightly under 10% cash, but if it's sell in May and go away, whatever we have to deal with over the next couple of months, I think, assuming the range doesn't move too much, I'd rather at least get the dividend. Oh shit, I didn't buy the random play. I forgot. What was the random play? I closed out the thing on accident. I forgot. What was it? Opens up 14. That's good. Oh, yeah, it was Western Union. Thank you. I think it was a Western Union December. Let's see. I think we'll just go for the one right here. 85 cents. Okay. Perfect. Now I'm trying to get the dividends. So now after Walgreens, nice, we doubled up. So pretty much Walgreens and 3M. These are our value dividend plays, but now there's like decent size between them and then catching a little bit more. But like I'm saying, even with Bill, we're raising our dividend pretty nice here. Again, we've worked our way up to about $4,600 a year in dividends now on the big one. So very, very good. And then it's about like 200 or just under $300 a year for the small account. Ethereum pushing the low. 0 days are still pricing in a $2 move today. That's a lot. Is Shy the same thing as Bill? No. Well, it is. It's an ETF that holds bonds, but it's not. I don't think it's meant to pay out the same way. Where Bill is like cash management, pays a dividend yield monthly. I think Shy pays a dividend, maybe, but it might be quarterly. Yeah, you still get a dividend on it, but I don't think it's monthly. And then Citi, they were in the green, but they're on the low right now. Again, you had that whatever SMX was. Oscar on the high, and then IBRX, SDAO. SPY's coming down again. Without the bonds near the high, again, they started tweaking out here, but you're coming right back down, 41.12. Meta starting to plummet. They were trying to go green. Again, 41.30 now. If we break below 41.30 and then you go to like 41.27, that's it. That could kill a decent amount of momentum. Today's random. I think we're just giving back the last couple of days, or at least even Friday. Just remember, it's weird because this just looks like a regional bank chart, sadly. So I think that's kind of, again, when I just showed you KRE, the S&P just looks like a less aggressive regional index. So we'll see, but don't forget, Friday was a big move. Right off the bottom, fat gap up, coming off of Apple earnings and everything else. So we moved up a lot on Friday. I think this is kind of just setting the stage. Apple is on the high now, so I think Apple might be going green there. Apple is going green on this candle right here. EVH is still on the high. Again, it looks like Microsoft down, Apple up, and then Netflix, Amazon, and Google are the only other big tech in the green right now. It's weird, but tech is still the worst on the day. Energy's number one. I think if energy flips by the end of the day, then today just looks slowly ugly. But we'll see. Yeah, the banks are the story. Otherwise, if the banks didn't recover and there wasn't any updates, we would have no news this morning. All the news was about bank stocks, regional banks, the little mini recovery, and then seeing they look good in the morning, but then it's already sold off and gone negative. So that's where we're at now. But you could still go. Regional bank stocks are down 0.5 right now. They were up a decent amount earlier, but it just really depends. But they're not too far off from green, but we'll see. Fubo, it's up like 50% in 2 days. So I think you had a better risk to reward before that, but quite frankly, I like Fubo, but I wouldn't buy it after 50% run up. And then new low on the SPY. Wow. So again, these little pops, they look decent, but now you're hitting lower, 41.28. Like I'm saying, like 41.27-ish. That should be the level. And then watch how it plays here. Either you get a dancing queen or we get a flush. Because again, now I think you're like 10 more points, 41.17 to the next level if this doesn't hold. UVXY is coming up. VIX at 1780. IONM on the high. Again, a lot of random biotechs, I feel like. Assure Holdings, IONM, up 34%. Looks like they'll probably get halted. SPY going lower. Bonds trying to go up. Funco on the low. And then again, a couple of banks are selling off earlier, like Citi. Yeah, big banks are like right at the cusp of going red right now. Again, XLF is only up a quarter. You're still not receiving alerts. I made sure to enable short codes. Could have been something else. Did you fill out the form? If you filled out the form properly and seriously, because that's the only thing I'm thinking is if, like, because, we have some people who don't fill out the form completely and we just ignore it. So, and they never get added. So that'd be the only other thing. But usually if you get the short codes and then you're in America and it's not like a foreign number, then there shouldn't be any problems. Gold is moving up. Yeah, gold had a bad Friday too, I remember. So we'll see. Man, gold has been talked about a lot. It's crazy how much you're hearing gold. So again, barely a little bit lower. That wick alone is like 5 points. Again, 41.28 now to 40. That's, I guess, 3 points. Still a little smaller. But you just wicked into a new low, bouncing. Bonds are doing the exact same thing. Any hope for long-term alerts by email? Oh, we could. I could just even start posting them on the member thing, too. Let's try it. I'll just post it on the membership thing. So if you're on, like, the channel, like on the members for YouTube, and then I'll get you guys, what's it called? I think I could get you a picture of the portfolio, too. Okay, yalla. There you go. Problem solved. Problem solved. Just remind me every time I make a trade on it. Because, sometimes I do forget. You know what I'm saying? That's all you got to do. You just got to hit me with it. Oh, what the hell? It says image exceeds aspect ratio. Why? They hate you. They hate you. Kind of aspect. I never aspect ratio. You know what I'm saying? And then SPY still at the low again. Watch the bonds here. See what happens with this. Okay, let me read. Okay, hopefully this works. And then you're hitting that new low there. Again, watch out if we go below 41.27. We still haven't broken that yet, even as we are discussing this. $41.29. Okay, please hold. $41, double A on the low. Alcoa, Wall. Again, watch if the regionals take one more drop here. Oh. Baxter shares jump on session high. They resumed. Again, Baxter is the one they sold off like a $4 billion unit or something like that. All right. I posted it on the member section. Tell me how it looks. So if you go to the channel side, we'll see. I could add these, the long-term alerts. I could just put them on here. Again, it should show up. Or if you just go to the channel and then just go to the community tab, you'll see it. And then I have a picture of the long-term too, since I know y'all looking for that one. And then you could just see everything that's being held. I think the picture's a little weird, but, you know, blame the aspect ratio. But there you go. Hopefully that holds y'all over in the meantime. And shout out to the long-term, baby. Yeah, Baxter's still up there. Man, SPY just bouncing off of that too. Today kind of weak. It's a weird day. It's definitely a weird day. Just because, again, it's like we're pretty much trading like the regionals, but we're not. Started off good, and now it's not, but then it's not moving too crazy. Volume is like on the cusp of being a very active day, but also if the next 30 minutes slow down, we're going to get nothing. Rum and Apple on the high, and then NNOX. Chad was bringing that one up earlier. PayPal, I think PayPal could do good. What did you buy? I got a Walgreens. So if you're a member, just go on the membership tab and you should be able to see it. I'll try to give you guys those updates. And at the very least, it has pictures of all of our other holdings so you could see what we recently added. And then Baxter's coming down. Google's at the high now, 106. So Google and Netflix, those have been the runners here. I guess a little bit of Apple too. Netflix is tanking. No, Netflix is one out of like 3 names on big tech that is like killing it. So Google, and then where's Apple? Big pop on the NASDAQ. Yeah, even bonds are coming down. Hot dog. Welcome. 4132 again. 4133 is a baby level. Then 4137, 4136, and then 4148. We're going to go 10 points at a time. Raymond Perez. Oh, I told you it was on the way. Peach Nation, get your ass up. Bradley Frizzle and the Peach has arrived. Horn, that's what I'm talking about. Happy Monday. Look at that. We get the long term up. We get the, oh my gosh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. We love it. That's beautiful. Oh man, good morning. That's what I'm talking about. The Peach reversal. I don't know. The Peach could bring a lot, but God bless you, Bradley Frizzle. Thank you. Thank y'all. Amen. Amen. How y'all? That's Monday right there. We're already getting hyped. We even got a long-term purchase and everything, and now we get that. That's beautiful. It's beautiful. Peach number 2. Stuck in traffic, but I stood up. Amen. I was in a lot of traffic this weekend. It was crazy. I feel like there was just so many people outside. I think it was because the weather was good. Oh, another Peach. The backup Peach. What's up, Frank? Good morning. Let's go. First month in the books. Let's go, futures. Let's go, Fonz. And welcome. Welcome, Mr. Raymond Perez. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Why is it firm up 6? Is it because of PayPal or who else? Remember, what's the name? Was it not Western Union? One of those little payment processors got bought out the other day. PACW and Wall new low. Yeah, PACW and Wall, again, still got big gains. Wall's actually negative now, but PACW is giving up like 20% almost. And then Netflix is still going to the high again. Netflix above 330 now. That's your first level. If it gets above 333, I think Netflix, that's it. It could have its earnings finally. I caught 4 best downs. What's that? that tennis or baseball? Or is that rugby? Eli Lilly on the high. Yeah, Shopify's killing it. Remember, Shopify, their earnings weren't bad. They said they're cutting another 20% of their staff. So it was really, really good. Oh, beat downs. Oh, yeah, in sports, it happens, man. It happens. But didn't you say you had to do like 3 games in a row? That shit must have been, I mean, I am not played 3. Man, you give me one LA Fitness basketball game and I'm worked. I tell you, the last time I played basketball at LA Fitness is when I realized I was old. 1, I took the game too seriously. And 2, after like 3 up and downs the court, I was like, can we lower this to rookie mode? Why y'all taking this so seriously? Yeah, VS, whatever that thing was, that was moving. Shopify's hitting another 52-week high. Netflix hit the high. Google was already at the highs. Amazon woke up, but they're still in the red. Again, Apple just went red on that candle. So, again, these little bounces aren't helping. What's weird is that we're stair-stepping down and, like, we're still low. But, like, I mean, last time we were at this low, bonds were a little bit higher. So, right now, it's like it's a very, very weird effect. That's the Virgo. Man, Ken, you really... It's been like 3 years. Ken is like fully committed that I am a Virgo. I'm not a Virgo, but I'll take it. You know what I'm saying? I'll take it. I'd like to be welcomed to the family. But like, aren't Virgos crazy? I don't know. I haven't. I've been in a relationship for like two years now, so I don't know my. I've lost my edge on the horoscopes. But all I know is that I don't know. Like, don't Virgos go crazy or something? Yeah, I'm worried about vertigo. That's what messes me up. Yes, and you are crazy. Okay, you're right. Okay, makes sense. Spy doesn't like this Monday. It's just weird. It's like a I guess there's the difference between projectile vomit and like non-projectile vomit. Today is not projectile vomit. This is a medical lesson because you know that too. If your vomit is like projectile or not, that tells you about the sickness that you're dealing with. So I don't know. Today is just like it's dribbling lower because this is a tiny ass move. Again, in the morning, everybody was saying we were looking for direction. And then what happened? It just started to like, we had this little gap up, then you got a little bit of a pop there, and then we just started like selling off here. So it's very minor, but it's just weird because of the bank stocks. And again, that recovery fake rally that they had, or again, the lack of news, it's causing this weird effect. Yeah, KRE down 3.5. That's what I'm saying. That's the weird part on the day. Because even when it all happened, banks were up 4% in the morning, but tech was still down. Tesla's going down. They're still in the green, but they were up like 1.6 earlier. If Tesla's about to go red now. Even Netflix taking a candle. Now the bonds are coming up. So again, I thought this was going to last for a little bit where stocks and bonds go down, but it's trying to play the inverse. Carry down 1. This is that queasiness that either fades or turns into projectile vomit. I agree 100%. Because, again, Friday, we were coming off a lot. Then Friday just took us out of it. So we're feeling a little weird now. It's either it's going to turn into that or, we go up from there. We have 2,700 votes on the poll, but only 898 likes. I see why you have to sell tin so hard. It's rough out here, bro. The recession, the economy, everybody's willing to vote, but nobody wants to like the video. Imagine that. That's like 3,000 people. They come through the Costco sample stand, but they, you know what I'm saying? Just like the video. If you took a sample, that's it. Just, you know what I'm saying? Just like the video. I don't know if I have any tin for you though today. I don't know. 10:30 turnaround. Yeah, it's been about an hour. That's actually crazy. So let's see the volume. Like I was saying, it could have been a big volume day, but Now it's not. Now it's only 10 million in hour number 1. So the pace really, really did slow from the morning. So the lack of projectile is definitely there. I don't like you are late on the numbers. Well, I don't like you don't have a membership badge. So how are we going to now look at that? See? That's it. Don't forget, Josh is sensitive. Josh is sensitive. So I just gave you it was a simulation. I didn't ban you, but I simulated what a ban would look like. So it's called a timeout. So you could go through AI and like simulate what it would feel like. You know what I'm saying? That's it, man. If you ain't got nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all. That's what my mama didn't teach me because we didn't have that in the Middle East. The white people in kindergarten taught me that one. My mom would just beat us. So it's a little different. But you know, I respected that kindergarten lesson. I said, that's facts. That's facts. It's giving Virgo. My weekend was great, bro. I had a very chill weekend. I got a tan. I didn't get burned. I tricked my girlfriend into driving me around while I did my video. I got to go get a bunch of food. So it was chill. It was chill. Got to do a little bit of real estate also. Oh, bonds at the high, SPY at the low now. So everything's moving how it should. I don't know if that's the best way to explain it. Like everything is moving how it should. Ad sloth. I like it. Thumbs up, baby. God bless you, Spartan. We all love you. I love all of you. You know, even the negativity. I got love for everybody, baby. I've been feeling very hippie lately. You know, I've been unlocking a lot of love. So I hope you enjoy the beauty of life, my friends. Amen. Amen. I hope you do. I hope you do. MQ, Mark. Is that Marquetta? Bomb play still up? Yeah. It was up 700 in the morning. We had a bag on it this morning. Now we're up like $500. So you lost half of the gains. It doesn't feel like it, but again, they were up. But we'll see once we get updates from the bond auctions and all the supply. So remember how Monday last week Facebook came in and screwed us? You know what I'm saying? With the bond auction, like the bond offerings. This time it's going to be in our favor. So we'll see though. But then again, it also by CPI. All of the bond plays can move. 331 on Netflix. Do you think something is going on behind the scenes with Binance and stablecoins? Ever since FTX, I thought they were sketchy. Again, you know, I have a very interesting history with Binance, believe it or not. But it's just a lot of people like Binance and a lot of people hate it. The last 2 days with these little like haltings, people have been getting weird, but they're blaming it on other things. So we'll see. Love that chat 1 year, baby. Bobby Coach. Hey, man, looking good, bro. Looking good, too. Looking good. I need to get me a beanie, but it's summer. You know what I'm saying? But you looking good, bro. Good morning. Fubo's killing it, man. Can we explain that, how it's in our favor? Yeah, because, well, if you're short on the bonds right now, like if you're short on a 10-year bond and then like 5 big companies out of nowhere enter the corporate bond market, what ends up, they start to sell bonds. So they add the supply of available fixed income securities. And then usually in the world of Bondlandia, it's like if Apple is offering you a bond, especially right now with the impending doom of the debt ceiling, if Apple is offering, 5%, 6% on a bond, most people are going to go and they're going to rush to buy the Apple. And then now the rest of the demand that would have been on the 10-year, it's not there. So simply when companies, the more higher grade credit that gets issued, the more bond supply, the higher the yields. So unless people want to scoop it up, like, right, if banks fail and people want to start, that's what happened on Friday. We opened up the week with Monday, Meta issuing bonds, the yield shot up, but then by the middle of the week, banks were failing, FRC, and then the other stuff, people started buying the bonds. So even though there was a lot of supply, the demand started to come in. So remember at the beginning of last week, we were long on the bonds, so we got clapped when all the issuance came in. This time around, we're short on them. We wake up this morning, Apple wants to sell $5 billion of bonds, and there it is. You could buy company bonds. You don't have to. It's like right now, if you could buy a short-term corporate bond, I would take a 1-month corporate bond over a 1-month treasury right now. That's it. But then again, too, we only have a couple of weeks to. We'll find out if that changes. Again, it all depends on the. It just all depends on the debt ceiling stuff. Sadly, not sadly. But in assuming the debt ceiling wasn't an issue, then buying corporate or treasuries, that's just a personal decision based on what it gets offered or not. But some companies, like, an Apple bond is borderline just as good, if not better, than a government bond. Like, that's the thing. That's why, like, the real high grade investment grade corporate bonds, those are very, very, like, it says a lot. It's very comparative. Again, Apple compared to a treasury, like, I would take Apple over it just because they have a lot of cash. If it pays a similar rate to the treasury or more, you're better off buying that than not. If you're wondering why YouTube pauses the video after the ad, it's because they're low on bandwidth and they're trying every trick to get you to stop streaming the feed. Don't let them scam you. Hit play. Wow. I love it. I love some of your tinfoil. I didn't, like, y'all be getting me tinfoil with your tinfoil about the stream. Like, somebody, like, came in, I think it was Rob, or he was just like, bro, the tinfoil is that your stalkers are all of the financial competition just trying to get you out. I was like, what? He's like, they're not even real stalkers. They're just trying to get you to create a worse experience. I was like, dang, I didn't even think a tin about my own shit like y'all. I was like, that's facts. I said, wow, that's crazy. I was saying, well, either way, I mean, I'm just vibing, dog. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. I'm just there. Well, let's see what happens. Well, Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. I'll see you there. Apple dumping, even NVIDIA, even Netflix too. They're holding up. Again, Tesla was a leader. You also had Google and Amazon, but now Tesla's red. SPY's low. Bonds are near the highs. Google's still up. That's good. Meta sold off earlier. Pel came down. Tesla, yeah, all of your leaders now. NASDAQ is down 0.41, SPY a quarter, Dow 0.29, and Russell 0.47. Bless you, Chad the Downia. I love you. God bless you, Miami boy. Let's go. Miami. SPY new low. There it is. Boop. And then yen is starting to move up. So that means bonds we still haven't broken 41.27. Again, you bounced right above it. So we'll see. It's very slow. Very, very slow. Again, volume is considerably dropped from the morning. We're only at 10 million after hour number 1, which is pretty wild. 12 million first app. Yeah, it's pretty sad. It was looking good in the morning. And then Airbnb still up 3 again. Airbnb's tomorrow after hours. Redfin's up. Zoom Scaler was another runner. Fubo as well. Fubo's been killing it. They're up 17%. And they did the same move as Redfin on Friday. Anil, welcome, my friend. Euroclose could wake us up. Cigna's running, and they got a fat downgrade. 1 year ago, Luna collapsed today. Really? Wow, that was a year ago. That's crazy. And then that MES short is down $50, the one from Friday. Cigna keeps running. They're into the high. The VIX is at 1780. I'm glad, though. I think the bonds will give us a good signal here. Again, the way bonds and stocks have been moving, it's been normal. No, I sold the Airbnb play 100%. I figured, well, a lot of the we've hit some options lately, but again, I've just been seeing you have a window of a day, and then because even that Airbnb option, we made 30%, then we were down 50%, then it shoots up 100%. I'm like, get me out, and then we'll hold our shares. Expedia. Why not add Shop? I like it, but I think Shopify is very expensive. I remember Shopify at $20, $40 pre-split. So I think Shopify is a great company. I think it's going to be around, but I also think it has a tremendous amount of premium. I'm still in the Square play from Friday, yeah. That one wasn't good. Again, we have PayPal today after hours, too. Whoa, what was that? Was that Signal on the high? Netflix is running now, and Google. Yeah, Square. A lot of people are bringing up the, the Hindenburg thing, and bringing up how it's still, lower than that level. First link in the description. Redfin makes no sense at all. It doesn't. It just again, that's what we started looking up on Friday. It seems like Netflix or Redfin doesn't make sense, but I mean, they lowered their debt by 30%, and then they cut pretty much all of their exposure to real estate besides services. So they're doing real estate services now instead of selling, these homes. So it was crazy. Again, just from the time we bought Redfin till today. Would I buy it at $10? No, fuck out of here. Okay, I should have started with that. Again, I love Redfin. We have it in the port. Would I buy it at $10 right now? You gotta be smoking something. But then again, that's your prerogative. But they definitely made a change from the time we bought it till now. The debt has almost been cut in half. So there's just way more equity in the stock. They have, almost $700 million less exposure to real estate. They're doing decent. And then again, just some of the real estate trends right now, both with what's happened to start this year, as well as now what happens after the, decent pop here. Couple of finance names, SPY going up here to VWAP. But then also just with real estate, if there really is going to be a Fed pause, that is going to help out anything for real estate. So we actually had a lot of talks on real estate on Friday. And I think that's where you got to we're going to come back to that discussion, because are you guys aware of what happened with real estate this year? So far right now it's May 2023. Are you aware of what is happening with real estate right now? That's the question I'd have for you. Because if you are, then Redfin and a couple of other, again, even UWMC, all of these shitty real estate plays, it makes sense why they're doing what they did. So if you haven't realized it, what happened in the stock market? We came into December, market was pretty bad, everybody was worried, right? And then what happened? All of a sudden, as the magic of the calendar, we started running up. Your S&P was up 10% faster than you could say 10%. Right? And then the bond yields and all that, then the market came down and then went up. And then this whole time, bond yields have started to go lower and lower and lower and lower and lower. Right? So what's been happening? The stock market rebounded, but guess what else did the same exact thing? It was real estate. So again, as the rates got lower, that was the weird part. That's what even Redfin was saying. If you go look at the inventories now to start the year, sales have been hot. Even in the last quarter, You're watching less days on the market. Inventory is still tight. And then now people thinking there's going to be a pause. Now, even if real estate is expensive, if the pause does in fact happen, you're going to have a whole army of real estate buyers that are not thinking about rates going up anymore when the last 12 months they were. So just like stocks rebounding, so is real estate. So that's all part of the Redfin story, and just even real estate stocks in general. I wouldn't even just boil it down to Redfin. Redfin, I think the number one key is they lowered that debt there. He's talking about residential real estate. I've graduated into commercial. That's good, but commercial is shitted on. So it doesn't apply at all. But you're right. But good luck with commercial right now. Real estate. You slowed it down for 12 months. You slowed real estate down borderline 16 months, 18 months. So it's not like it's you got your slowdown. It wasn't what people were expecting. It's like the stock market, right? It's literally, I hate to break it to us all, it's exactly what happened with stocks. Take a look at the 1-year chart. Stock market went from 480 all the way down to 350. That's a big drop. That's a huge drop. But the point is, it was still the high levels of 2021. That's exactly what happened with real estate. It came down a lot. And when we just like the stock market, but it wasn't enough. Everybody was like, it has to go lower. It's going to, and it just didn't go lower. Same thing with stocks and real estate. And then now we're here until we get the next piece of the pie or the next stage in the cycle. I think commercial real estate will come back. I do too. I think all real estate is good. I've been a focus on residential, but I mean, like we said, I think there's going to be very big winners and losers in commercial real estate. McDonald's, $4, $5 from the highs. Is that a 1-minute candle on Redfin? And the MQ's been on the high all day. Bill. Sava getting into gear. So do you think real estate prices are the norm? I don't think they're going to fluctuate, but it depends on everybody as a whole. It's a weird paradox. So it's the paradox of credit and tightening credit. Because then it's like, okay, like if you bought something expensive right now and you want to sell it, you're like, okay, I got it at a good price. I could sell it for more money. But the problem is like, even if you get it before credit tightens and then the rest of the credit starts tightening and then everybody else has tighter credit, even if you got a good deal on something, if no one could buy it from you because of credit, you kind of have a problem. So I hope you get kind of what I'm saying with this, where it's like, right now, as long as everybody's doing good, the prices are the norm. But if everybody else's situation changes, that could affect the prices. So again, we could go off of history. We talked about that on Friday. Real estate has a lot of stuff, but again, I think I can make it very simple for a lot of you. Real estate and stocks are moving very similar to each other with like a little bit of spread and variance. But for the most part, it's exactly the same. It's what I even remember in the beginning of the year when stocks started dropping. I was telling you how real estate didn't come down, and then eventually real estate came down. But just like look at the chart of the stocks, it looks exactly like real estate. The way you could analyze real estate, like what's going to happen to people, just look at the stock market. Because again, you are getting a very similar. There's like like I'm saying, a couple of months delay between them. Maybe sometimes it's faster. Sometimes there's a little bit of a spread between how they're under and outperforming, but borderline, the chart of real estate looks just like the stock market. You're getting very similar movements. They both went down. They didn't go down enough. You get these little rallies. It's like, how are people still buying it? It's the same exact thing. And then Sava is moving. Bonds are hitting a high now. Interesting. So now We had this rebound to VWAP. We did this a couple of times all day today, actually. We've done 3 VWAP bounces and have sold it off every single time. Now the bonds are hitting a new high. Again, that's been kind of negative today. So let's see. Yeah, Uber 38.43. That's killer. AMD is working its way up. They weren't. NVIDIA too, though. I feel like chipmakers started off good, then did nothing, and now they're waking up again. And then XLF staying kind of stable. Regionals down 0.9. They were up like 3.5 at one point. Googly's killing it, actually. 1%. Still at the high. Tesla gave it up. Where's Netflix? Dollar straight up. Netflix still holding. Bonds are going straight up too. So Google's on the high again. Uber, NVIDIA. High-low ticker is balanced out. And then you got a couple of retail. Macy and Nordstrom's on the low. And then you're right at 41.33. This is, again, one of those baby levels. You're up like, 5-6 points from the low. Uber, 52-week high. NVIDIA now keeps going. What was that? Visa and AXP, they started bouncing with the rally. Starbucks on the low. Man, Google. It's a tug of war right now. MasterCard, new high. Again, Visa, AXP, they're all on the highs for the day. There you go. SPY bouncing off that. It looks like it could have been a blow-off top for bonds. Google's going. This is the highest the SPY has been in a solid hour. So, again, you got to get past 41.37. Spotify's back on the high. Google's leading. NVIDIA just went green. AMD's been green for a little bit. Now even Amazon as well, too. And then Apple's still in the red. Microsoft's still in the red. So is Tesla. And then Netflix at the high. And then tech is still down 0.43, but now utilities and real estate, they are the worst on the day. Oh, 3M jumped. PW. European stocks bask in U.S.-style optimism. Uber. There's the third. All right, man, 38.50 on Uber. I'm out of the swing shares, but this is a big level for Uber, and it's actually held 5 days of gains. That doesn't really happen after earnings. You hold like 3 days tops. This one was like 3 or 4 days. So very, very big level here because, again, now you're above 38.50. That's it now. $40 is the next target. So it could come down and like hold up at this level and dance, but if Uber keeps going, it could be good. Uber. And then watch the bonds. Is this higher than 7 o'clock? Oh, you're about to be. Again, we topped out at like right below 41.36. Again, 41.37. That is the next level. MMM litigation should be settled in the next 2 years. I think they have cases going on right now, or some of the that's what we got last week. I'd have to check the court calendar. Let me see. The reason for buying 3M or Walgreens, it was very low. I looked at the long term this morning. I mean, we were still sitting on 10% cash. Again, we're coming into the June issue, but I noticed that our Walgreens was down about like 12 to 15%. So I figured I would throw a deposit that we just got the deposit a couple days ago. So I just figured it would be a good time. And I wanted to keep, I'm still on a mission to increase my dividends. Like I told you that even from last year. And we've executed very well. So even since the last time I've told you we want to get our dividends up, we've increased it about 50% on the year. So at the end of this year, we are going to make 50% more in dividends than last year. So that's kind of why I added it. It's a 7% yield. I mean, we were down like 12% on it, but that's how much we've gotten over the last 3 years. I haven't bought in any of it in the last 3 years. So I figure it would be good for the dividends, 6.9% with a little bit of upside, and call it a day. Bonds are coming back. This is weird. So again, another high on the bonds. This is saying we should be dumping, but it is stopped since right here. So last 10, 15 minutes or so has been weird. We're probably going to get a little bit more of a gap coming into Euro close. Is buying dividends the same as buying shares? Yes, we're buying shares in companies that pay dividends. So not every company pays dividends. So we got some cool names. Like we got Redfin, Meta, you got Netflix. Though we got them at very cheap prices and they went up a lot, but they don't pay dividends. So there's another set of names that offer dividends. And we've been talking about this ever since we've entered a stagflationary environment. We've said we want to buy more dividends just in case, because if we have to deal with the volatility, then there you go. Like, let me even ask you this. Has the stock market felt a little boring to anybody? Have you had to deal with, like, I don't know, has it felt boring or weird to you? Or whatever, I don't know what type of adjective you could use. But would you say been boring, weird, kind of like just not the same? Right? I feel like this is an infomercial. Yeah. Well, great. You know why? Have you opened up a 1-year chart? We've done nothing. This is a new era. Dude, this is a 1-year chart right now. Look at this. That is a 1-year chart. So this is like 2014, 2015, where after we made them, and like, you're doing nothing. To spend 12 months doing this, like, it should feel different. So that's why I'm like, well, shit, dividends are the best move in this environment. That's why we like them a lot. But I just like, no matter what happens, if we get back and forth, we want a little bit of both. And even then, just looking at how the market has been, it has been a nice little nothing for 12 months. PayPal's on the high now. PayPal was in the red earlier. So Square's still down. PayPal's running again. Earnings after the bell. Imagine a decade range. Well, either way, we'll get the what's it called? Either way, we'll get our dividend, I think we'll be good no matter what. And then like we said, if anything happens in the meantime where, everybody gets really bullish and growth returns, or maybe things aren't that bad, hopefully the other portion of your portfolio carries the weight. DraftKings is running. They're running in near $25 right now. Change your perspective, see the upside in it. Well, I see both. I mean, again, I'm not really, that's it. I've put myself in a win-win scenario, I feel like, no matter what. So, like, whether stocks end up rallying or stocks have a gigantic decline, I think our long-term will be ready to go, even if stocks do nothing. So, again, even if the stocks do nothing, we have a lost decade, we'll get all of our money back and be set up with a fat equity position. Can I turn 2,400 into 100K with normal stock, or should I do options? Normal stock, unless you're trading biotechs, it's gonna be harder. But then I think it's easier to do it with options. But then again, at a starting level, that's already quite the task on both, no matter what vehicle you use. Yeah, maybe use futures, but again, you could lose more than you put in. But it does sound like this is a scary plan. Just usually starting out, maybe what's the reason you need the 100K? I would set a lower goal, maybe $2,000 into 20. And then if you hit that, then you do it to 40. You know what I'm saying? Rita. Yeah, Rita was a good one. You could, again, with options, you get better leverage. Shares, you lies. 20% cash too much? I think so. I mean, if you think about it, I've been, we've held at most 20% cash, and that was a lot. And that's why I started throwing money at everything. But even then, I've been staying at like 10% and below. So right now, I'm below 10% cash because I bought Walgreens. So I think 20% is a lot of money. Because even then, if the market drops, 20% now may seem like a little bit. But if the market drops like it did, that 20% may buy you 40%. I'm way too cash heavy. And this is what I've been saying. This is why I hate the timing of it. And like everything is just a scam. And like they scam emotions so hard because I know there's people who've been cash heavy since the beginning of the year and prior. So I hope they've been getting yield and you could throw some money here and there, but it's just like, it's wild to think that it's been 5 months since the beginning of the year. So it's like if you were already cash heavy, like even then we put some money out. All we did was generate dividends off of it. It's not like any of those stocks rallied too crazy, but it's just like, dude, it's been 5 months. Almost six once we finish this one up. I like 3M for dividends, and it does have upside if things get better. But then it also has risk too. So again, a lot of the value, sadly, a lot of our dividend plays are just value plays. They pay a good dividend. They have a history. So like Walgreens and 3M are dividend aristocrats. Though both of those names technically suck really bad because they're trading at very lows. The only reason we like them, they're two household names, and they've both paid dividends for over 60 years in a row and increased their dividends. So the dividend is a big part about those, but then it's also kind of the quality. But those are 3M and Walgreens are the higher yielding value plays. Cash is still a divvy yielding 4.5. Yeah, as long as you put it to work, that's the thing. So hopefully, we gave you a lot of warnings on it, but hopefully, even if you are 20% cash or more, 70%, hopefully you didn't not get a return on that in the meantime. Because if you did, then there you go. You're welcome to the party. And SPY is still working its way up. Bonds came back to normal. I guess last time the bonds were here, we were just a little bit lower, but things are recovering a little bit. There's NVIDIA. Again, Netflix was already on the high. Amazon and the other ones were going crazy. Yeah, NVIDIA's like really running. And then I need to run to the bathroom. Okay, so I'm going to run to the bathroom. Chattadonia, follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. We love you. God bless you. I hope your day's going good. You have a good day? I hope it's a good day. And, yeah. Oh, New York Fed inflation came in at 4.4 versus 4.7. You have 1 year New York Fed inflation expectations. And then Boeing names Joe Benson president of Boeing Business Jets. HII gets $94 million government contract. Okay. Viva C. But follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I will be right back. God bless you, Chattadonia. Good morning. Several hours remaining.
The countdown to the close starts right now.
The countdown is on in Europe. This is Bloomberg Markets European Close with Guy Johnson and Alex Steele.
30 minutes ago until the end of cash equity trading here in Europe. I'm Danny Berger in for Guy Johnson. It is, of course, a UK holiday. Alex Steele is in New York, and that UK holiday also means that volumes are extremely light today. So, yeah, we are higher, up about 1/3% on Europe stocks, but it is not the most decisive move, shall we say, without the participation of FTSE 100 and mid-cap stocks in the UK. Now, we did end much higher on Friday, so some of that is carrying through. A lot of that is due to energy stocks having a good day, considering that the oil patch is finally gaining. Euro not having such a good day. It had been a story of euro strength, perhaps hopes, maybe even expectations that at some point we could break 110, given that that dollar smile is looking more like a smirk or just a meh, whatever at the moment. The dollar can't gain, but the euro isn't doing much. We did have really weak Germany industrial production data. We'll get to that in a bit. That taking some of the wind out of its sails. German two-year yield, though, that continues to climb. We did have Klaus Knot saying today that they need more hikes. They're not done. They won't get inflation down to 2% until 2025. So some of that hawkishness just playing out in the bond market, Alex.
Hey, Danny, before you get to what's happening in U.S. markets, just some breaking news for you. This is data from the New York Fed on consumer sentiment, and a couple really interesting facts here. Inflation expectations on a one-year horizon have now fallen to about 4.45% in April versus the previous month, which is 4.75%. So that's something. Also taking a look at, say, spending. Spending growth expectations also falling. They're now at the lowest level since September of 2021. You can make an argument that this is kind of what the Fed wants to see. Spending coming down a little bit, inflation expectations in the short run coming down a little bit as well. Over 3 years, though, it's still kind of staying stickier at about 2.9%. Those rising a little bit from month-on-month basis. All right, in the market, pretty much going nowhere fast. You got S&P flat. NASDAQ 100 off a little bit. That's kind of Apple after coming in with this big, solid $5 billion bond auction. We can get check in here on the markets. Within the S&P.
Going nowhere fast. So we're right actually at open. We're right below it. Again, you've had 3 little VWAP tests and fail. This one, we were able to get back above it. NASDAQ is down a quarter. SPY is right at break even. And then Dow Jones is down 0.13. Goolsbee said Fed must be data dependent, watch credit conditions. Chicago's Goolsbee interviewed on Yahoo Finance. Oh, no way. Should we get some Goolsbee, or is he done? We have Kashkari today. That's at nighttime. That's after the bell. He was interviewed. I think it's over now. Not bad. Bought some Redfin stock. Why not? Better late than never. So you didn't hear that whole thing of like, I would never touch it at 10, I feel. Good luck, though. I mean, that's it. That's the one thing we said this year with like any of the long-term plays is like, just buy them when they're down. You know what I'm saying? Like, just don't, we learned it from Snapchat. Like, last thing you want to do is chase something that's ran multiple 100%. What's a Goolsbee? Goolsbee is a Fed member. Austin Goolsbee, the Chicago Fed, he is a voting member here in 2023. He was recently added to the Federal Reserve Board, but he is just one of the voting Fed members. European stocks bask in U.S. style optimism. We already got that headline. NVIDIA is moving up still all day. Netflix kind of chilled out. Google was on fire. They calmed down. What do you feel about Origin? I like the general idea. I just think it's still too early with Origin. Like, I want to have them perform pretty much. If Origin could confirm that they're going to accomplish everything and they become as good as they could potentially be, I would buy them. But until they, I see it as like a college basketball player. I'm not willing to throw my first round pick on it until I see some, gameplay. So I want to see how they do in the pros, but I'm waiting on that one, because I don't have energy exposure. So I think they offer a unique mix of energy and technology. But again, I just don't like that it's a SPAC, and just when you look at it there, it's still, we're in the early days of that industry, if anything. I like Amazon for the long. I was gonna buy it at $88, but I think like $88 to $60. But I don't know if we'll get there again. Do you think we could have another lost decade? Yeah, where this is the closest we've been to it. I mean, the fact is we haven't moved in a year. All of the things remain. It's the same discussion I had last Friday. It's just like we look like the 70s. There's no way around it. That's it. Like when I first said this thing, it looked, people were like, yeah, it's different, Josh. You got this. It's not there's all of this stuff. We didn't have this and this and that. But it's like, no, it's been 2.5 years now. And look, it looks just like the 70s. So yeah, if that's what happened in the 70s, I think the same thing could happen right now. We've already had a solid year and a half with S&P equities doing the same exact thing. So for that to happen 9 more times, I wouldn't be surprised. But it would take a lot. That's why we just have a lot of time until then. So it's very early to make any of those judgments. But is it possible? Yes. So if it looks like the 70s, when's the Volcker moment? Great question. 1988. So in about 5 more years from now, you'd actually get the real Volcker. So in the beginning of the 70s, Volcker never did anything because Volcker wasn't around. Volcker didn't come until the latter half. And then again, the stock market ripped after Volcker. Everybody ignores that. Everyone's like, oh, Powell wants to channel Volcker. No, well, the stock market did very good after Volcker. The stock market actually entered into a 10-year boom cycle after Volcker did what he did. Lula to nominate Gabriel Galapolo, central bank director. There's a lot of things we didn't have in the 70s. Internet, for example. 100%. The world was completely different. But how inflation played out has not been. I think that's what makes it more funny or ironic and paradoxical at the same time, is that the world really, like, again, you didn't have cars that had blind spot detectors. You didn't have the internet. You didn't have easy messaging. You barely even you didn't even have a cell phone, I don't think. Like, there was a lot of things that were missing in the 70s. Again, the way the wages moved and all of it. But the irony is that how the money has moved is exactly the same. And again, and even the logic behind it. I think the number one thing from the 70s that really sticks out to me is how people blamed what happened in the 70s. It was the same reasoning we give today with internet. which I think is so fascinating. It's mind-blowing, like, legitimately, that the same things we blame inflation on today was exactly what they blamed it on in the 70s. Again, speculators, they blamed the energy markets, they blamed the politicians, they blamed all these different organizations, but it was another period where government spending had breached a level not seen before. And a lot of money was spent on social services, which allowed that to pretty much made people feel good about it. But then it ultimately never, it led into entrenched inflation for that period. Yeah, and then the timing, 100%, how slow it is, the speed of which it's moving, how central banks are responding, all of it is similar. Again, even Japan, to the degree, and what we're watching in Japan is, I think, a whole nother setup with all of that. So that's, I don't know, but my as of late, my 70s argument, I stand by it, and I think it has played out very, very good. Why you have AMC blocked? Just because we would try to have like normal conversations in here at earlier times in the past, talking about things important like the Fed, interest rates, the macro economy, the data coming out, and people would keep spamming it, and it would get really, really distracting. So we banned a lot of the meme stocks here from the chat. I mean, you could talk about, again, I'll bring up AMC every now and then, but it kind of got out of hand, and I think it was time to move on from that era. Again, we bought AMC at around $2 to $5, and we sold out around $40 with an additional 25,000 on covered calls. So, but after we got over that, it just turned into some weird shit. too many shorts in NVIDIA. It's not going to stop it. Yeah, that was 2 years, almost 3 years ago. No. We bought AMC almost 3 years ago. We bought it in 2020. So everybody else bought it in 2021. We bought AMC in 2020. How much were you paid to say that? None. If you haven't noticed, we don't even sell anything on here. I mean, the stream alerts is still free as long as you're paying attention. Sadly, because of Google's poor ad revenue, they have forced you to watch ads on our channel. But everything's for free. I don't do anything. I've never taken a sponsorship. I think out of any financial YouTuber with the amount of subscribers, I've probably generated the least amount of money, if any at all, from affiliates or anything of that nature. Everything I've given to you from E-Trade to TD Ameritrade is all because I use it and I put my own money behind it. In every trade you see me do, I take my own financial risk for it, and I let you know you shouldn't do it, and it's not a recommendation. So I did not get paid anything. I did not get paid to buy AMC at $3, $2, $5. I did not get paid to tell you to sell covered calls. I did not get paid to tell you to sell it out at $40. So, yeah. Next question. What you got, baby? What you got for me, man? You know, I'll keep it real with y'all. I got to keep it real with y'all. I did pay myself 10%. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, baby. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. What's up with the Bloomberg? We're banned from Bloomberg. They don't like me anymore. But it's cool because I might have something new for you. It's actually going to be mind-blowing, but I hope I could get it in the right time. But we do have a crazy alternative. But God willing, we'll see what happens. Fed Goolsby says we should be extra attuned to issues in the bond market related to debt. And then SPY out of nowhere, and if you'll notice, bonds didn't move. So that little weird movement we got, they're probably going to match up right now. So that was all for nothing. And then 15 minutes till Euro close. Earnings on PayPal and WDC. We'll get that by the end of the day. Still very early. We haven't even had Euro close. So I think middle of the day, we'll go over the earnings previews. There's surprisingly a couple of earnings here. They're not the biggest ones, but I'm sure some of you may want to play them. Yield curve steepening to extend as key chart resistance snaps. The U.S. 5 to 10-year yield curve is forming a steepening pattern trading above 23.6 Fibonacci. This analysis has proven useful. Widening in 2019 was preceded by a breakout above the ceiling. The Bitcoin mining fees is getting crazy. That's why Coinbase got shut down. Not Coinbase, Binance. Isn't that why they shut it down for a little bit? What are you going to put as the background when you go to the bathroom now without Bloomberg? I'm going to put on Bloomberg if I still like them. Because you're allowed to put out this information. That's the whole point. That's why they waited 2.5 years. It's all, again, especially for educational purposes and the way that you're allowed to play it. It's not like you're not allowed to. They reserve the right to renew any subscriptions. So that's it. That's the reason. That's why they don't like me. We showed a little bit about what's possible with that info. What if someone bought it for it? I'm telling you, just wait to see what we do with it. Just like, you know what I'm saying? Hey, just wait. I might have something way better. I honestly, I think it's a blessing and a curse because I think we got to benefit from it, and we got to do a lot. But it's I have something that could be way better. Actually, no, it's not. No. You'll see. It's actually it's crazy. AMD still going. Whatever happened to no news is good news. It is for now. I mean, we're only down. The SPY is break even. Bank stocks are up 0.5%. I'm working with HR to get you reinstated. They're asking me your name. I'm like, yeah, well, it's not. It's not my name. Email me and tell them we'll hook them up. Because I even saw it, bro. Just tell them that their YouTube account's whack too. Like, come on, we need to just make my life easier. But then again, too, if we, that's it. If we have a couple, I got a couple days, I'm gonna figure out my other thing. And if once I go that step, though, I don't want to go back. So I'm very excited. I don't think I made any plays today, did we? We just grabbed Walgreens for the long term, and that's it. That's it. And then riding the bond play. You could take profits if you want. If that bond play was making you nauseous, you got a good bag on it today, and then you could just get out and then not think about it till CPI. Butterflies seem like the best risk to reward to play debt ceiling 375. I like the 360 level. I really think that the 360 level is very, very good. Again, one, it hit last time, and then two, it's like if we really go that low, that's going to be a resistance point. So it just all depends, because like we could go higher or lower than that. But I do like the butterflies. I'm waiting a little bit more. Our original butterfly already went up, believe it or not. So now it was up at $15. So then it went up to like 2 cents or something. But I do like them. The taxes on option, just normal capital gains tax. Just, again, it's either short or long duration. Just depends on how long you hold it for. And then where's Netflix? And then AMD has been on a tear. For June or July on what? Oh, for the butterfly, that one's till June, honestly, and I don't think that's enough time, to be honest with you. So I think maybe if we get the butterfly, we might have to push it till July or August like last time. It just depends. Again, these next 2 weeks will give us the trend. Will bond plays go down? Well, yeah, initially, yeah. If there's a default, the bond yields are going to shoot up, and then it'll shoot down in response to the response. But quite frankly, though, it will be a shit show. I mean, that's not an easy question to answer. It's getting weird. We're going to find out after tomorrow, but we shouldn't be having this talk. That's the scary part, because now we're 3 weeks away from it, and it's just getting dangerously close to it. But theoretically, the yield should skyrocket, and then depending on how they try to solve the situation, the yield should come down. But I say that tentatively because I don't think I could tell you exactly how bonds are going to move in an event that's only happened once in history. And that was 2011, and it was already a nightmare. So we have one instance that we could look back on, and I believe it was very similar in 2011. Where was it? Let me see the date. It was July 31st. Yeah, so see, like bonds were coming up. The bonds dropped, and then they shot up. Let me see if I could zoom in more for you so you could see it. It was July 31st. So it actually dropped the weeks leading into it. Then it came back up a little bit, and then actually it ran up after the debt ceiling. So bonds actually went straight up. But the period of drop happened a month or to 3 weeks ahead of it. So AKA right now. And that's on the 10-year. I don't know what happened. I would also look at SHI too, because the 2-year may have its own little. Two-year didn't do shit, actually. Yeah, the 2-year went up, but then 2 months later it came down and then did nothing. So it's going to be hard to say, because then now too, though, we have just all these other issues. But look, I think you're going to get a little bit of downside, but then on the back end, it'll go, the yield should come lower, AKA go up, or bonds go up. But it's still, I think it's going to be a very difficult task. Even right now, we have a very difficult task of how do we set up ahead of the event. So again, following tomorrow in the meeting, maybe even next week, whatever we get from there, that's going to say a lot, because then we're going to find out really where everybody's at with everything. We're going to see if it's, are we 2 weeks away from a debt ceiling issue or not? And then just everybody's freaking me out. Again, the fact that last time we did have an issue, Biden was in office. In 2011, Biden was vice president. That's the thing that freaks me out, because it's not like everybody. Last time this happened, you have the same cast. Janet Yellen, Joe Biden. It's all the same people the last time this shit went down. And then again, it's just like if the rhetoric is not changing 3 weeks ahead, we're starting to get a problem. And again, even yesterday, they did this. The funny part is I'm pretty sure Donald Trump suggested the same thing at one point. They're talking about using the 14th Amendment to unilaterally raise the debt limit. So it's starting to get concerning. That's how you know it's getting to that point. But the effect, besides total catastrophe, in a weird way, like if there was a debt ceiling issue, I wouldn't even play the bonds. I mean, I eventually would, but just short the market. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's what I said on that original video last week when I said I'll give you an update on what to play when we get closer to it. But it's a very, like, you don't need to like be a genius to figure out that play. You know what I'm saying? It's simple. If we run into that issue, buy puts on everything, buy short on everything, and that's it. You don't even need to think. It's that's why it's such a stupid issue, because it's like, why would anybody want to create such a economic issue that's so avoidable for themselves, where it's just immediate downside, so hopefully they avoid it, but that is the easy answer. Republicans are crazy for this move. If they pull it off, it'll go down in history. Well, I would love to talk about it with you guys, but if you're a little softy, this conversation gets difficult. You know what I'm saying? So if your political ideology is too tied into this, you're going to miss both sides. Because the thing about it, the Republicans, they want to raise the debt ceiling. That is a misinterpretation that I think people have. The Republicans are trying to raise it, but guess what? You are spot on. You know why? Because in 2011, it was the fucking Republicans. They didn't like Obama. They hated Obama, and they wanted to fucking make his life hell, and they wanted to go about it. So that's the paradox here. Is it the Republicans did it last time? They are the one pushing the issue, but the irony this time around, the Republicans are coming to the table trying to give the Democrats what they want by saying, we want to raise it. We want to spend money. We want to actually increase it, but they're attaching it to too many things. So they are trying to get the raise, and that's where the problem is. And that's why I'm saying I wouldn't get too political, because sadly this does look like 2011 just now with a way, way more deteriorated economy, give or take. Again, 2011 was about 3 years off of the crisis. We're about 3 years off of the other crisis. So granted, you got to ask yourself which one is worse, but I think most would take the GFC. So that's where it's gonna get very, very interesting. But both sides have a history, and both sides are playing a game of chicken. That's why we're gonna see what happens. Have you tallied how often the chat is correct? I think it's 50-50, Habibi. 50-50. You know, sometimes chat very good, sometimes very far. 50-50. Spread shorts as well. If you in the result, I mean, quite frankly, let's get through this week. Depending on the results of the May 9th meeting that they're going to have, we'll have a general idea, but give it 2 more weeks. So by like May 20th, if this shit is not sold out or if this isn't figured out, we have a problem. Disney says Guardians 3 Sunday results stronger than expected. Guardians 3 post 118 million domestic weekend box office. And then, bro, we are just selling right now. Did y'all notice this? Again, bonds stayed quiet. Like we were saying, bond highs were saying we should be going lower. All of a sudden now, 1 minute till Euro close, you have dumped leading into the Euro close, my friend. So 41.31 back below 41.33 Euro close here in about 20 seconds. Even some Republicans acknowledge invoking the 14th. The 14th Amendment's crazy to do that, but again, I'm like 85% sure Donald Trump tried to do the same thing when negotiations got to this level. So they all do. It's the same setup. It's the same story every single time with the debt limit. The question is just like legitimately how many days away from the date you run out of money is everybody going to play this game? And then just quite frankly, the similarities of 2011, we just have too many today. And that's where everyone's kind of like doubting it a little bit. So we'll find out. But as of now, you shouldn't freak out. We still have time to not freak out. But the point is, it's getting closer. Like, you know, it's like having a test due or like a big assignment for class. And you know how you postpone it and you wait and you wait. Well, now we're like 3 weeks away. Nobody has started on the project and we're still kind of like, we'll do it next week. Let's just see. Let's meet up. Let's just meet up at Starbucks. And that's what they're doing tomorrow. They're going to have a meetup at Starbucks, and then hopefully they get the project done. But there's a good chance they're going to meet at Starbucks, sit there, have drinks, talk for 5 hours, and then leave, and then they're only going to have their name on the project. And then that's it. And then they're going to leave. And so that's where it's like, okay, we don't have to worry yet. We have 3 weeks until the due date. But it's like if you look at this group project, we are not making any progress. And that's where it gets worrisome. Because if we wake up and we show up to class on assignment day and nobody did anything, we're all going to fail. Who is the smart kid that will take it home and do it himself? It should be Jerome Powell, but that's why Jerome's like, yo, man, I'm not even in your class this year. I can't do it. That's it. Jerome's like, listen, man, there's nothing the Fed could do. Even Janet Yellen, like, she's like supposed to be like the TA kind of, and like she can't even help out because even she's like, listen, Biden, I've supported you blindly on everything, but even you can't use the 14th Amendment, dog. Like, that's wild if you really think about it. So we don't, nobody could, everybody has, you got to do something. Some sort of presentation needs to happen, and everybody needs to do it. Both Republican and Democrat, all of Congress, they need to agree on something, and none of your parachutes can work, essentially. Again, Jerome, you can't use Jerome Powell. There's nothing the Fed can do. AMD, bro. That's it. Every day, just open low and then go up. Ever since that news and earnings has been nuts. Three-month auction bills cover ratio 2.66 versus 2.44. 3-month bills 5.1. Red candle. We're at the lows now. Again, you still have things running. Like NASDAQ and Dow are kind of matched up a little bit. Like S&P is actually doing pretty good. And then I think big banks stopped dying per se, but they're near the lows. Where's regionals? Yeah, Open Door has been ripping all day. Out of any of the real estate stocks, they're the winner. Like Redfin's still doing good, but Open Door is like a big bag. Nvidia.com. Did I see the Hugh Hendry tweet? I did not. I don't know what tweet. I feel bad. I haven't used Twitter a lot, man. You know, right when like Elon bought it, like we got really into it, and then I didn't. Literally all I use is Twitter. That's good. I saw Matt Ashiba get hit. Lending Tip sent it to me. At 3M, I could think it could go to $98 or like $100. And then after that, I think worst case scenario, it goes down to $80. But at $80, you load that boat. At least I will. Mounting evidence for costly housing adds to pressure on Fed. Another sign of strength in the housing market came in the New York Fed's latest survey of consumer expectation. Home price growth expectations rose to 2.5 in April from March's 1.8, reaching the highest level since July. Costly housing bolsters the view that inflation will stay stickier than most investors anticipate, complicating the Fed's fight to cool prices and signaling bond and equities may be overplaying the risk of recession. Healthy consumers and labor markets also add to the sense that the Fed may stay hawkish for longer. Earlier, Goldman rate strategists, those at Barclays, and advising customers to position for the erosion in confidence that the Fed will cut interest rates substantially this year. S&P slipped later in the morning while the KBW index shed more than 2%. No cuts. It chilled out today, but I posted that little video. It was funny. But like legitimately, as of Friday or Thursday, we had like a 50% chance of a rate cut for July. It's very weird because everybody is getting this whole idea of the Fed is going to cut. It's strong. It's a fat bet. I think I have an article for you, actually. It's crazy. It's historical. Like you guys, it actually is historical right now. So it cooled down a little bit today, but do you realize that it's like it's historical that the market is pricing in a pivot by July or even August? It's crazy. Why? Because there's been no other Fed tightening situation that ended and led to a cut that fast. So the history behind it is that the market right now is betting that the Fed is going to raise rates higher and faster than ever and then cut faster than ever, because that doesn't really occur. So here, I actually got one for you. Would you guys like a bond article? It's why bond traders are betting on the biggest Fed shift in decades on credit risk. Are you interested? I could give it to you for like 50 likes, maybe. That's a good price. All right, you guys said likes were lacking today. Come on, enjoy your Monday. You're back. It's the market. Hit that like button. You know what I'm saying? Y'all there. Oh wow, y'all did 100 likes. I'll take it. Amen. So here's this. Frenzied wagers on July rate cut are followed by this week's hike. Gauges that have been safely ignored for years are getting attention. Fresh fears over a recession-inducing credit crunch are spurring bond bulls to ramp up bets that the Federal Reserve will embark on the most abrupt shift in policy in almost 40 years. Just minutes after Wednesday's minutes, traders intensified their long-standing wagers on imminent cuts as renewed turmoil in regional banking sent shivers across Wall Street. At their most anxious, markets priced in policy about face as soon as in July. U.S. employment data released Friday tempered that view. The next week inflation report are showed to show scant progress on the Fed's 2% target, yet barometers of economic health, which traders have largely ignored for years, are causes for concern. The Fed's quarterly senior loan officer survey is one. Others include a gauge of small business sentiment and the use of central bank emergency facilities. So while the headline data suggests the U.S. cycle is proving more resilient than expected, keeping inflation hot and pressuring bond yields, the financial outlook may be darkening. If the credit tightening trend continues, it's going to be difficult to sustain strong economic growth. Eventually, lower rates are going to be needed, said Kathy Jones, chief fixed income strategist at Charles Schwab. How soon is the question? A rate cut just 2 months after a hike would be the first time since October 1987, when the Fed chair Alan Greenspan slashed borrowing cuts in the aftermath of Black Monday. This time around, the Fed faces a particularly tough balancing act with still a resilient labor market, elevated inflation, and increasing financial risk. Announcing last week's decision to raise the range to 5 to 5.25, policymakers said further increases were possible, but for the first time, they didn't say that they were anticipated. So did you guys just hear what that said? That means if we do cut within 2 months of the last hike, that would be the fastest pivot since 1987. And the only time we pivoted was because we had a Black Monday 15% flash crash. Ta-da! So while emphasizing the policy trajectory depends on incoming data, the Fed does recognize there is clearly significant stress within the banking sector, said Roger Hallam, global head of rates at Vanguard. Although a systemic crisis has been avoided, challenges are still to be resolved. For bond investors, it spells volatile markets, particularly in the 5-year sector of the Treasury, which is guided by expectations for Fed policy rate in the longer term. By the end of the week, while bets on a July rate cut had been mostly washed out, rate derivatives continued to anticipate a quarter-point cut by September, a total of 3 by year end. The 5-year Treasury moved up or down 15 basis points in a day, 3 times this week, falling to 3.2, the lowest level in a year, and ending the week at around 3.4, displacing the 10-year as the lowest yielding Treasury security. Gauges of bond market volatility increased without approaching the multi-year record high in March. The extremes you're seeing are intense, said Rich Ryder, chief investment of global fixed income at BlackRock. The only way I've found fruitful has been to fade the extreme. Ryder said he sold the 2-year Treasuries in recent days after the rally, betting that a deep recession is unlikely. Meanwhile, the highest policy rate since 2007 is creating opportunities in short-dated obligations outside the Treasury market, which aren't at risk of the debt ceiling brinkmanship, and helped inflate bill yields this week. Ryder said he'd bought commercial paper, short-term corporate debt, and yields near 6, a rare opportunity over the course of his career. All fixed-rate Treasury yields ended the week more than a percentage point below the Fed's threshold. And now the 10-year and 30-year bonds, the auctions will dictate a lot. This will put investor conviction as the economic slowdown comes to the test. Ta-da. But yeah, so pretty much the bond market, what it's pricing in would be the biggest shift in 40 years, or the fastest rate cut. Tyson gets in the long term. I think it's low, maybe. I've never bought a chicken company, but I think they're low and they offer a nice yield. But 2016 levels isn't too bad, honestly. It's low. They had that little run up there from 2014, 2015. Maybe. Walgreens is, we've held it for 3 years without buying, and then it was just into that new low, and then their ex-dividend is in 10 days. So just kind of with what I'm expecting here from the market, I think we're going to stay within a range here, and I think it'd be a good time to finally make an average down on everything else. Poultry. Well, we got to watch again. If depending on what happens with inflation, that's the next level. I mean, food prices are going to be interesting. This is Walgreens before ex-dividend, so it could go lower. I think a lot of people are looking for $30 flat on Walgreens, but it's like it's paying just under 7% right now. It just had their earnings. We've already gotten back 12%. I mean, here's the crazy part. When you look at our Walgreens position, where is that shit? So, like, we only bought it one time, September 2020. We bought 100 shares, and before adding this 88, so technically, we've only bought in 188 shares, but I have 199. So I've gotten 20 shares back. Out of the 100 shares we bought, we've gotten 20 shares back almost from dividends. So after finally 3 years, I figured might as well bring it up a little bit, add to the dividends. Again, another high yielder here. It's just we're slowly, little by little, just increasing our dividends, putting the cash to work while still keeping a little bit. And like I said, we are finally down on it. So I thought it would be a good time to actually get into it. And then SPY, Etsy's on the high. Remember, they had earnings on Friday. I think they sold off on Friday, though. Yeah. So now Etsy's back up to the high of the earnings. Yeah, AMD's going crazy. I think Tyson is a good name. It's definitely compelling. That earnings isn't going to be good. I think there could be some downside, but I don't think it's too bad. Outlook for the remainder of the year. Do you think we trade sideways? It's very hard to say. I'm still more or less agnostic, but like I was saying on the watch list yesterday, it's crazy because if you were calling for a recession second half of this year, we're almost there. We're about a month or two away, and then before we know it, it might be into 2024. So depending on what happens with the data, the general market, I think we might have to push things to early 2024 for the crazy action, but I'm pretty agnostic. I don't really have a expectation either way until we get more data, but realistically, all of my expectations are just built on, where this really ends. Again, more so, it's just a very broad expectation of, do we watch a flush out or do we actually, mount the wall of worry with real evidence? And then let's see the launch again. I don't know how much the Walgreens divvy raised us. I don't know. They gave us $200 because I guess we doubled up the position. So we added $200 a year with that purchase, which is not too bad. But this amount was way lower. So we've taken risks though to build up the dividends. Again, 3M, MP, all of our purchases this year have increased our dividends actually. So hopefully it pays out, but now we're getting just under $400 a month. I think that's going to be kind of the goal that we're looking to get to. So we need $15 more a month in dividends, and then we'll be good. Zoltan Pozar has left Credit Suisse. Wow. I'm going to offer him a job. I'll be like, Zoltan, what did they pay you? I'll double it. Yeah, managing director at Credit Suisse. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Zoltan, that's great. He's the guy who was always saying like commodity. Like he's the guy who talked about the commodity wave and how like higher rates are going to lead to commodities, and that he's the guy who talked about the BRICS a lot and how the real value is whoever could create energy. Mm-hmm. AMD 94. Caterpillar's great too. I mean, last week they did pretty bad, but if this could get to like yearly lows, you could pick this up pretty good. But again, I would want Caterpillar at like 2018 levels. So they still got a little bit more, but that's a great name. I don't know about buying it too high, though. I love the Walgreens buy. One of my bigger I know a lot of you guys that were buying it, and that's why I was looking at it over the weekend, and I was like, damn, I didn't know we were, because I thought our position, last time I checked on it, we were like break even, and then I saw dividend was right around the corner. I was like, we're down 15, 16% or whatever it was. I was like, might as well take some. And then we just got the deposit, so we're 3 weeks away from another one that will put us back at 10%, but I was like, it's not bad. Walgreens closed in Brooklyn. Yeah, even in San Francisco too. But again, it's paradoxical, right? It's like sometimes the closures are not a good sign, but then other times it's like we've seen the market respond very, very well, depending on how they could cut costs in this environment. So again, Walgreens, I think it has its risks and it could still go lower, but Walgreens is just simply dividend aristocrat, nice history. And again, I mean, we held Walgreens for 3 years and we broke even. Because again, even being down the 10, 12% or whatever, or 15, like we made most of that back in the dividends. Redfin's starting to break out now. Where is it? Let me see. Walgreens. Yeah, 47 years. So 47 years. I guess when did they? What happened in 2015? Did they raise it from there? But 47 years of dividend increase, but it looks crazy from but why does it? That doesn't make any sense. This chart from before 2018 shows nothing. We added a Walgreens. Yeah, you could. I mean, I don't think you need to take Walgreens. Like, it just, for me, when I'm looking at the portfolio, I was looking at the downside of where it was at. We had the cash, and then even just looking at where the markets are. If we spend another 3 to 6 months, bouncing around, I'd rather get a lower position and then a higher yield. But pretty much the same logic with Walgreens. It's, for the whole time we've held it. So it's like there's nothing new going on with Walgreens. It just came down to a lower price. The yield is higher and dividend is right around the corner. Long call on WBA in the money. You can, but I'm buying it for the dividend. So if you have a call, you don't get to receive the dividend unless you exercise it. Nvidia. BILL is on the high. Bill's brother. And Zoltan has left Credit Suisse. It's very interesting, bro. Zoltan he was at the top of his game. I don't know where he's going. That's coming out as breaking news. Yeah, 3 hours. We've done a little. We're at the lower end. But it's definitely been what do they say? A fast move nowhere today. Again, regionals, they slipped up a lot. Everything's kind of holding. At least energy's holding 1%. If that goes down by the end of the day, we'll have a problem, but we'll see how everything else goes in line. Oh, team dropped. Airbnb pop in. New highs, yeah. Again, we sold that option today. We had like the 120 somethings. Oh, no, I had the 130s. Yeah, they're at the same price. But this option was crazy. Again, we bought it at like 240, went up a little bit, then it dropped 50%, and then now it's back up. Yeah, so we sold at 410 in the morning. Same price now. Airbnb. I think did Marriott have earnings on Friday or Thursday? Coin. I mean, SPY's trying to fight, but bond yields are here. I'm not considering an Uber short. No. I mean, it's holding this. I think Uber's going to 40. I'm kind of mad I sold my swing shares. But Uber looks great. Like I said, the last couple of weeks there, it's been almost like, what, a week and a half now? Or a week since earnings. It usually doesn't hold up 6 days in a row. So it's like, and now it's breaking out at the breakout point. So it's either it dies tomorrow or it's going to really, really run. But I'm leaning towards the run now. But I have no position in it except for my long term. Again, that's all we have. And now our covered calls are down 17%. But then we have 20% on the shares now, which is still, that's a pretty good return though. 20% on equity, can't complain. Yeah, Mar did well. Make it 44, Habibi. Make it 44. Again, SPY's right at break even now. The banks have down. I mean, the banks are just bouncing at lows. Again, they're still down 20% from last week, or 10% at least. There it is. Your little pop. Little bit. You're not next to the other high. The bonds are coming down, so that's good. If we actually rally and bonds drop, you may get hooked up a little bit. I think that's what you need. But 41.37, it's a little bit higher. Again, 41.38-ish. This is like this. It's like a 2-point range in between here, but this is pretty much a level right where we closed at. And then 41.48 if it holds to the upside, or back down to 41.20. Biden to host University of Connecticut and LSU basketball teams at the White House this month. Hot dog. That's crazy. They're doing it. They're doing it. They're inviting both the winning team and the losing team to the White House. Never happened before. That's history right there. Yeah, that's beef, bro. UConn and LSU. Oh, it's the men and women. Oh, okay. I forgot. I'm not up to date on who the women played. No. Yeah, they played Iowa. No, so they're good. There you go. Never mind. Yeah, University of Connecticut beat San Diego State. Then LSU beat Iowa. The invite to LSU became a source of controversy as the First Lady said in a speech that the defeated Iowa team should also come to the White House because they played such a good game. In recent decades, the White House has usually only hosted only champions. LSU star Angel Reese tweeted a link saying, "That's a joke." I remember she was going crazy. And then later, Reese said to the ESPN that she would do whatever is best for the team. Thoughts on Redfin $8 puts? I don't know. Say some more controversial stuff. Jesus Christ died on the cross for your sins. Amen. But I don't know about $8 Redfin puts. Again, I think if the market comes down and people want to get risk off, I think those could hit. Redfin's very volatile, but I am very bullish. I'm bullish on the updates from Redfin, but I'm not bullish enough to buy them at this price, if that makes sense. Amen. Y'all wanted controversy. I gave you controversy. I gave it to you. I like Oxy still. I've been holding that slowly collecting some dividends on a swing trade, but I think Buffett was strategically ambiguous towards the Oxy questions. Uber looks fire. Whoa, bonds. Hold up. Dang. Wait, is the 10-year coming out? I think we have 3.7 10-year today. But again, pop on the bonds there. Might come back down, but this is what we need because like I was saying, we were going up. Bonds started to drop. That could have supported a rally, but I don't think we're going to get I don't think we'll get a move until the bonds kind of bless it. Mexico's AMLO says he'll have a call with Biden on Tuesday. Can I buy some tin with my like? I think I already gave the tin. I don't know. I don't know if I have any more tin for today. Fiverr's on the high. Did they have earnings recently? Fiverr's running up. They're up 5.7. Lucid, I don't know. I saw Lucid yesterday driving, but again, I think their delivery numbers have been weird, but I feel like there's more upside than downside on Lucid. I'm not going to play it, but it's like you can make 50% if it drops to $3. But then I think you just have more upside if people want to, Lucid, yeah. It's only pricing in about $1, which is still not bad. That's over 10%. That's like 15% priced in. And then that bond breakout did not happen. Just a wick. SPY still holding here. Yeah, you guys keep mentioning the dollar. Dollar went green. It was red most of the day from earlier. But even then, the dollar's back down, and it has stayed nicely pinned. And then, ironically enough, the dollar is like right at May levels. That's actually crazy. So dollar's at the same price as it was last year. That's actually very stable. Besides the intraday volatility, if you told me last year that the dollar would be at the same price from a year ago, I would have said you're high. But yeah, it's there. It's there. I like the video. I like the video for you, Kate. Look at that. Teamwork. Teamwork make the dream work, baby. Amen. PayPal. Yeah, PayPal can move a lot. Remember we had that last earnings play on it last quarter? Bro, NVIDIA has just been running nonstop. I know AMD has too. Then Netflix is at the high. Fitch ratings, economic recovery slow across U.S. Tax revenue growth stalls in California and New York. Nextera jumps as pipe sale eliminates need for new equity, NEE. That was a couple of minutes ago. And then low ticker and high ticker are kind of moving the same pace. Intuit on the high. Remember last Friday we saw the same run up on Intuit. It was like out of nowhere. Intuit just started popping up, if you guys remember that. Yeah, that was on Friday. So it's doing it again here after gapping down. NASDAQ turns positive. Wow. Yeah, it's at 0.04 now. SPY is barely in the green. Dow and the Russell are the only things down now. ICANN issues open letter to Illumina shareholders. You've seen reactions to this before, so keep watch on it. Troy may have got that early. I'm not seeing a reaction. Illumina, ILMN. Again, go look up the history on it the last couple of weeks. You've gotten back and forth with the ICANN drama. Bill Divvy was fire. Yeah, we got our Bill Divvy. That was out earlier. Very small reaction. We'll see, though. Again, I think we've been getting a lot of news headlines, so just be on the watch for them because it might go a little bit crazy. The reactions are weird, but no play on it now. AMD's hitting a high. Datadog going for high. It's getting up there. It's up 1.1 near the highs. Coinbase are breaking out now. They're still red by 1.7, but they're moving up there. Where's Tessie? Tessie's back to 1%. NVIDIA's been leading the way. Google up and Meta. Yeah, AMD is crazy. Red degree. It did that 2 days in a row. Airbnb is good. If you had those pre-earnings run-up plays, you should be up about 100% right now, maybe more. Or maybe less. No, I think a little less, but it did good. Is that bullish? Well, it depends. Sometimes, what's his name giving an update, it has been bullish. Sometimes it's been bearish. It just kind of depends how the market takes it. But I think majority of them have been bullish in terms of ICANN with Illumina. I know I can be what I want to be what I want to be. W. Red Fund, $10, man. Anyone get an email regarding Ameritrade switching? I feel like we get those every 3 months and then nothing happens. So I think they've made this switch, but like, I don't think if you already have a TD Ameritrade account, I don't think it's going to like change. If I work hard at it, I'll be what I want to be. I'll be where I want to be. Be boys and girls, listen up. You could buy any stock in the world, and God we trust. A long-term, a short-term, maybe an option. But nothing comes easy. It takes much practice. Like, I met this trader. He's becoming a star. He was very beautiful, leaving people in awe. Making trades at the bump. See, dog, we could remix it, man. We could remix. I like that. That's one of my favorite songs. I read that we'll need to create new accounts with Schwab. That's what they said, but then I remember I messaged them before, and they're like, nah, it should transfer over, but we'll see. I hope they don't, because if you make it where everybody needs to make a new account, there's no better way to lose clients than making them have to do something. That's going to be so annoying. You mean if I have to make a whole new account and get all my approvals and I'm going to be like, man. Later this year, TDA will be coming to Schwab. No action. Yeah, that's what I was under the impression of, that no action is necessary. I think you just chill. And then again, that bond, that little baby bond bid is trying to come up here, so watch out for that one. And then SPY just back to V. We're doing the dance, man. This is like a weird waltz. It's like the Dancing Queen, but it's like a bigger two-step. You know, you're going 2 down, 2 up, 2 down, 2 up. It's a Dancing Queen, just a lot wider. Facts. We had a site design from one shopping cart to shop, and it made everyone have to do new accounts. It was so much drama. I'm sure we lost business. I mean, yeah, if they make it where you have to get a new, like, make a whole new account, just don't underestimate the consumers, myself included. We're like, man, I don't want to make a new account. Just put my money in E-Trade. Thank you. That's it. I can't even close a Robinhood account, man. I don't like these guys. Just come on. Dude, AMD again and Coinbase. Crowd is on the high. Crowd, damn. I don't think cybersecurity was even doing that good today. I brought up Palo Alto earlier, I guess. Yeah, they're up 3%. It's insured. They just gapped up. Yeah, AMD, that's it. We talked about it yesterday. I really wanted to get into it. I just thought I would get it lower. Just today, it gapped down a little bit again, but it's holding that Microsoft rumor. And then again, post earnings, their earnings weren't that good. It was really the Microsoft rumor that led them, that got them up. Grab 92 is yellow. I forgot the random play account. We have a NVIDIA that expired. I forgot the random play account went up. I forgot last week we didn't sell out the NVIDIA one, but that gave us a gain. The random trade account needs it. You guys know he's been dying. I feel sad. He's been going, dude, the random trade, man, you got to the TTD is up on the random, and then the NVIDIA, we have a May 19th 310 call. That's up 20% now. Dish chairman will pause some network capex in new markets. Coin still moving up on the high. SPY kind of tweaking out here. Dish kind of reacting. They're already up 3. Chipotle's going high. That's his first couple of highs on the day. You got to make better random decisions. I don't know. It's a weird set of plays. So we have a lot of them are calls. That's actually what I've noticed is that in the last 5-6 months, everybody just got calls. I think 90% of the random trades were calls of some nature. So EBS, that was a biotech. That one didn't play out. This Ford one, remember we had this a couple of times. Remember the Chad from end of last year? They were loving the Ford leaps. Those got clapped. Lucid calls. Again, that was during the beginning of the year when Lucid had the run up with everything. Again, people were feeling Lucid. Same thing with Neo. This NVIDIA call was recently. This one was up a little bit more. We should have sold it. But that one's still in the green. Origin, shout out to J Alt, baby. We got the leap there. SKM, I have no idea what this one is. That one went up for a little bit and then came down. I think it has just come on. Had a widespread. Then the bond play is still holding. And then TTD, we had a weekly. That one's up. And then any of the dollar puts, they held their value, but you didn't really get anything. And then Western Union is what we grabbed today. But it's been it's been a fight. It's been a fight. You had that little run up there in August, because the account had some puts, but from the beginning of the year, long term has outperformed random plays. Fastly on the high, Google. Can you seek out opportunity, or does it come to you and you seize it? I think you attract it, and then it's a mix of both. That's it. You could attract it by being ready to seize it and by going for it. So both. That's it. You can't have, I guess you could have opportunity without it too sometimes, but it just all depends. Long-term is crazy this year. If you log in, dude, if you just see the long-term account, how it's moved from January 1st, it's stupid. I'm not complaining, but it's wild, just everything we've already gone through. And then we have Airbnb tomorrow. Uber's came back for us. Redfin is ripping faces now. So we'll see. Is Meta come down today? AMD, again, I think it's the Microsoft stuff. And Dish, again, they just made that statement there to cut some CapEx. They're moving up. Carvana, remember Carvana's up 18 too. I think Redfin is moving the least. Carvana, Fubo, Redfin, those all move 30% on Friday. And then Fubo and Carvana are back up 18% again. So remember, Carvana did very, very good on Friday. They talked about getting close to profitable EBITDA. Rumble on the high, 973. They've been pretty active all day. China and Pakistan and Afghanistan agree to expand cooperation. I love you, John. I love you. God bless you, man. Amen. I attracted AMD to you. Long-term diversification, only way, in my honest opinion. Only gamble when you have an edge. Otherwise, expect to lose it all eventually. Amen. The long term, and then we'll see. I mean, I hope by this year, depending on the volatility we get, hopefully that reveals our edge. But in the meantime, I mean, the long term is beautiful. And I agree. NASDAQ going up. I mean, tech has been decent, but tech has recovered like 3/4 of its loss from the morning. I thought Oxy already reported. But we have to go over Palantir and PayPal earnings preview. What time is it? 9:13? Let's do it at like 10. Or we'll do it after 10. Oh, you're back from the honeymoon. Did I miss anything the last 2 weeks? Sadly, another bank failed and another one got close to it. You had another rate hike, which people interpreted as the final rate hike of this cycle. And then now we're waiting for data this week and still kind of in a weird spot between, okay, if the Fed is pausing and the banks are crashing but not crashing anymore, do we go up or do we wait for data and then it's sell in May and go away? I listen to I'm Me by Wheezy. I forgot. Oh, I listen to that every day. I'm telling you, my gym playlist is just all old school Lil Wayne. You want me to give you another one? I don't know if you want, only the real ones know this one. Lil Wayne, the song is called Burn This City. Has anybody ever heard that Lil Wayne song? It's like a 15-year-old song on Lil Wayne. Mm-hmm. Anybody hear that? Oh, I love that one if you've heard it. Burn this city, burn this. Stop playing with me, cannon in my hand, and I'll be damned if any man disrespect me on my land. No, that was, dude, it's a classic. Classic. I love it. I love that one. I could lift 15 pounds heavier, or I could do an extra 10 reps. I love it. I love it. It's a good song. It's a good song. Oh, stunting like my daddy. That's a good one. Sicker than the bird flu. I am the Birdman Jr. You just barfold. I love it. It's either eat or get ate, and you look like steak. Oh, man. They don't know. They don't know. Great song, though. Oh, BMJR, I could literally recite that song word for word. Every single verse, like legitimately. It's actually crazy. I love that song. But yeah, if you haven't incorporated like 15-year-old Lil Wayne into your workout playlist, you're missing out. That's the moral of the story. Okay, we're coming down now. Bonds are trying to climb. At least they're not moving yet, but it looks like by the time we hit a low, bonds might break out. But again, we spent the first half hitting VWAP, selling off. Second half, hitting the resistance and selling off. So it's going to get interesting here. But the bonds are trying to creep. Man, when is this stuff happening, man? Like, when are we going to get these, like, investment grade auctions? Because I feel like that needs to weigh a little bit. But bonds are still down 0.5. G7 plans to outline plan for addressing bank runs and statement. Bro, you know the song. I'm very impressed. Thank God, Chad. I love you. I thought you guys weren't going to know that. I'm very proud of you. I'm a proud Chad today. You know, I'm looking at all the Chads knowing all these old school Lil Wayne songs. Amen. Because remember, it was just the other day we said truffle butter, and there was just one guy. He was like Lil Wayne, Josh? Because that's the only reference of Lil Wayne he knew. Filet with the truffle butter. That's all he knew. So that's very refreshing that you guys knew that. Mm-hmm. I'm an island boy. That was a fun month of Island Boy. Filet with the truffle butter. Bars, son, bars. Yeah, yes. That was that song, yes. So me and my homie from high school, like this guy every 5 years, he'll just text me out of nowhere. Because that was the first song we had on CD in my Honda Prelude. And then I had my ghetto subwoofers. So that song bumps. Like, yeah, ride through the city on that. Yeah, it's great song. Great. I mumble it to explain my information on the song. Yeah, I love it. I love that song. No, a lot of people don't know that one. I told you, it bumped in my Honda. That's when I had to do the ghetto subwoofer. I told you that story. I cut the subwoofer box in half because it wouldn't fit in my trunk. I got two 12-inch subwoofers in a box, and it wouldn't fit into the Honda. So I had a great idea. I did it myself. I was surprised because I don't really have handy abilities. I borrowed a saw from my neighbor, and I sawed the subwoofer in half. I straight took a saw down the middle of it. I cut this subwoofer in half. So now I only have one 12-inch sub, and then I didn't understand sound physics at that time because if it's not in the box, it doesn't bump. So, like, the box helps it bump. So by me cutting it in half, I effectively eliminated all subwoofer ability, right? So then some other guy, I don't even know who this white guy was, bro. It was just a white guy who worked on cars. Like, you know, like he looked like a mechanic, just oil everywhere. I forgot who this dude was, honestly, now that I'm thinking about it. I don't know where he came into my life, but he came up with the solution. He said, oh, yeah, all you got to do is stop the air from getting out. So then I just stuck two towels in the hole of the box, and then it worked again. And then the ghetto subwoofer was invented that day. So, yeah. I sawed my brand new car when I was so you did it too? Thank you. I thought I was just psycho. Wow. I'm again another proud moment. Amen. Amen. Wait, you say woofer? Am I not? What do I say? Woofer? Like, how do you say it? Subwoofer. Woofer. What do you mean? I like subwoofers. That's it. Why are we chopping all day? Because it's weird. We had no news over the weekend. I mean, honestly, if the bank stocks didn't recover and there was no news of PacWest cutting dividend, it wouldn't have been like today would have been nothing. So I think we just started off with like relaxing from the banks, and then by the time that faded, regionals went from green to red. We're kind of just now in this weird spot holding yesterday's gains. Because remember, Friday was a big gain, but we're still below. We were still weekly negative. So, and then really we're holding the Powell level. So we'll see where it ends. We'll see where, because whether you're below or above Powell, then you have one day, and then tomorrow will be the final move, and then CPI in the morning on Wednesday. I built everyone's stereos and amps and oh, dude, you were the plug back then. That's how people used to make. I remember that. It was like 2000 and what? Like 6? It was like 2005 and 6. The side hustle was installing subwoofers for people. I remember that. You would make bank because everybody wanted it. There was a time in like car culture where everybody wanted a subwoofer. So it was the coolest thing ever. And then the demand to like install everybody's, bro, it was so high. Like I remember we had to find someone to do it. I paid somebody like $75 or $95 because I did it ghetto. He wanted like $200. I was like, damn, son. The HIDs were expensive, bro. I told you, I just bought ghetto blue light bulbs, and I had poor visibility for a couple of years. That was sad. Because, like, I wanted those HIDs, you know, so it could look like I had the blue lights in my 1997 Honda. But I ain't have $190 plus installation for that. So I bought a $9 light bulb off of eBay. It was just a blue car light bulb that fit my Prelude. and then I put it in. And then now for the next, like, 2 years, my visibility decreased by, like, 90%. It was bad. Laser, GALT, ETNB, They're all running right now on the high, and then SPY getting a Chicle. Bonds are working their way up. You're back to negative on everything. Again, it was like 25 minutes ago. NASDAQ briefly hit green on the day. Awesome throwback. Back to the good old days. The demand hasn't stopped yet for subwoofers. Every team. Really? I haven't bought a subwoofer in 10 years. Like, honestly, I thought that was going to be the habit that was hard to drop. But realistically, I haven't bought a subwoofer in years. That's crazy. The rumor they're going to bring back the Prelude as an EV. That sounds like a waste. But I did not hear that. I'm not. Any car that comes back as an EV, I'm not buying it. That's it. Especially with Hondas and Acura. Did you see the new Integra? They fucked up with that. They could have made a nice Integra. They could have made it look like a retro Integra. Instead, they made it look like just a random new car. So, I don't know. You can't drive without subs? Man. Young enough to buy the right car, old enough to not put rims on it. Yeah, pretty much. I feel like Honda died. If they came back and they made retro, imagine if there was an Integra that looked like the old Integra but modified, kind of like the G-Wagon, where it's like a retro modification, that would have been the best-selling car in America. I would have bought one. I would have been driving that around every day. But Honda hasn't. I mean, Honda's sales too. I think Toyota has been outperforming them very, very well. And then again, Tesla in the United States. Prelude was my first dream car at 16. Never owned one. I'd love it. I was able to finesse one. I got scammed on it, but when I was 16, and that was it. I love that car. Still looks good to this day. If you ever see a 1997 Honda Prelude, that shit is styled like a Benz. Even the little rear tail lights and everything. Stop playing with me, bro. It's a good car. I had a 1997. I had the S2K the Prelude fifth generation. Elon, we're purging accounts that had no activity for several years. You will probably see your follower account drop. I don't think you could finesse and get scammed in the same transaction, sir. It's kind of what happened. Does that mean new usernames are going to be available? Yeah. You had a 1994 Pontiac Formula. That sounds fire. You know what I really wanted? I wanted a Fox body Camaro. That was really decked out. I was trying to trade my car for that one time. And then my dad was like, "You're an idiot." He wouldn't let me. Because I got some guy who wanted the Prelude. He was going to trade me a 700 horsepower Fox body. Or no. Is it a Mustang? No. What's the one? Is it F-Type then? What's the Camaro? The old Camaro, what's it called? It looks like a Fox. What is it? F-body Camaro. I guess they call it F-body. Oh, I'm going to call it a Fox body, but that is a Mustang. No, the F-body. Yeah. You guys, you've seen the car. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, one of these. Dude, life is weird, man. Life is weird. Cars look so much crazier now. The Catfish. It's good, bro. It's a good car. Netflix coming down. Amazonian, Walgreens still down from today. 101 on Young 3M. Bonds are still near the high. I'm grinding, editing videos. You're going to start clipping the philos and make edits? All right, man. Email me them too, bro. Let's go. Let's see, what time is it now? It's 9:30. We got a little bit of time. Any Supras? I wanted the Supra, but when I was into all of those cars, the Supra was like the Ferrari. Like, that shit was so expensive. It's like $37,000. I'm like, whoa. Hondas are $4,000. I bought my Honda for $3,000. So, like, you had to, like, Supra was big bag money back then. Like, that wasn't like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Supra was like you really had dough, bro. Like, you were balling if you had a Supra. Even nowadays, I think if you have the old Supra, it's still balling. The old ones are now like, really? 200? Damn. Yeah, but that car was insane. That, man, this is how you know. It's 9:30. We talking about cars and stories and shit, man. This is crazy. This has been a slow day. That's how we got off to. I'm excited, though, for Monday. I think, again, this is CPI week. We got so much. We still need, honestly, though, don't get confused. 10, 11, 12, 1. Because, again, 2 p.m. we get that senior loan survey. So, yeah, the senior loan officer survey is at 2 p.m. So that will give us some moves. But till then, we might not do anything. Oh, Marcus Hanlon, baby. On the daily. Members checking in, too. Oh, yes. Heard. Mr. Hanlon. All day, every day, baby. God bless you, Mr. Hanlon. Our famous sound and Chad. Always showing love. He did on Friday, too. He's like, I got to show some love to the Chaz. Amen. Amen. Consumer sentiment could be big. I mean, that's the last one on the list. Because, again, I think it goes CPI, PPI, then consumer sentiment. So Wednesday, CPI will be the most important. And then Thursday, PPI will be the next most important. And then Friday, consumer sentiment. Assuming it moves, like a big surprise like last time, that'll be the next one. Another one, baby. Mr. Wendra. Looking good, too, Mr. Nate. Look at you. Look at you with the headshot. Where are you, on the beach, or is that like a desert behind you? Where is that scenery? Happy Monday, Chad. Amen. Amen. Will it keep climbing? I don't know. I sold out of my play 100%, but then it just depends on earnings. We could go over Airbnb today, so let's actually let me go to the potty real quick. I'm gonna go pee, so you can follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Peach Gang, baby. Whew. I will BRB. I love you all. Follow me on Instagram. Shout out to the chats. Shout out to the chats. Let's go. Time keeps on slipping. Let's go. Don't make me get sentimental. You know that, Chad? Do you guys know how sentimental I got last week? Did you know how sentimental I was? I was just in the middle of the day just telling y'all thank you, bro. That's it. I'm telling you, I love the vibes of the Chad. The fact that God is good, bro. Finger to the sky. You know that we got enough history where we could pop up and share it with each other and be. Just let me go pee, man. I'm saying y'all ain't want me to get sentimental out here. You know what I'm saying? I get sentimental. I'll make it weird for some people. Come on, why won't this load? Mm-hmm. There it is. All right,
but that has had an impact. We're below 28,000 US dollars per token. Some individual movers that are interesting. Zscaler really outperforming and actually carrying a number of cybersecurity stocks with it. It posted prelim results far ahead of expectations, kind of puts to rest this idea that spending on cybersecurity was under question. Alphabet, as I pointed out, an AI-related name, up 1.5%. And then to the downside, you see Microsoft and Meta actually has pared some of its losses, but those were two big points drags on the major indices.
And let's dig into one of them. I mean, points drags lower, we've got volumes thin, but there is a lot of news to digest when it comes to Meta at the moment. In particular, let's talk about it here in the United States, as the company really fights back, saying it's going to oppose an FTC plan to look at banning it from profiting off of children's data. For more, we want to bring in Bloomberg's Emily Birnbaum. And the backstory to this is what the FTC is really analyzing some mistakes made in the messenger part of the offering to children, but trying to sort of read that across to a broader implication for how they make money from children more broadly.
Yeah, so the FTC is looking back to an agreement that they came to with Meta in 2020. So alongside a $5 billion civil penalty, which is record-breaking in the agency's history, they had Meta agree to a series of privacy pledges. And they say that Facebook has not adhered to the promises that it made, and that gives them the right to go back, revise that agreement that they came to with Facebook in 2020, and put all these new standards and these new processes in place for ensuring that they are actually protecting the privacy of U.S. users.
Emily, what's Meta's arguments in all of this?
Meta says that the agency is vastly overstepping on its authorities, that they are trying to take a mechanism that the agency does have, which is revising old agreements, and they are going too far in, banning them from monetizing children's data, putting all these new restrictions that would force them to submit to privacy reviews before they launch any new products. They say this is too sweeping. They intend to fight it in court, and that it shows the FTC is biased against Meta.
All right, Bloomberg's Emily Birnbaum out in D.C. Thank you. Let's stick with this story for more Meta and bring in Diana Moss, President and CEO of the American Antitrust Institute. Diane, how much does this test the boundaries of the FTC's ability to shape privacy policy, but through enforcement?
I think that's a great question. I think we're seeing right now a real tension between the FTC's mandate to promote consumer protection, but also to promote competition. They've had a bit of a rough go on some of the competition cases involving big tech. And of course, now we see the moves on privacy. But I think the important thing to remember here is that user data is the fuel, the gasoline that powers.
I forgot about that. So you guys remember it was what? That was like Thursday. We had the Meta lawsuit thing. I totally forgot. That was the big news we hit. Or that was on Wednesday. I forgot. I love the Peach, but I want the Lexus at 36, baby. We took it to the vote, man. We took it to the vote. But hey, good news is when we get to 48 months, we'll have another badge. We will have another badge. Meta, I remember it was on last Wednesday. The FTC said that they are, what's it called? That they're going to try to limit Meta from making new products because they did not like the children's data. They monetized it somehow. So they were challenging what they already went through. My B-days today. Wouldn't want to be anywhere else with this, except for here with the community. Nothing but love for you all. Oh, yes, baby. Horna. Let's go. That's another birthday. We love it. It's crazy how many birthdays there are. Again, we missed some over the weekend. I know we missed Danny's birthday. You got a couple on the way. It's good. If y'all let me know in it, I'm really bad with birthdays too. So you know that. Like, I hope you know. I will never tell you happy birthday unless you tell me it's your birthday. So unless you give me a heads up warning and I know, just don't expect me to know though, because I'm very surprised. I'm even remembering some. I was always the worst at that. July 12th is coming. Yeah, all the mods are born in September. That's a Virgo thing, right? You know, since I'm a Virgo, I have to know. How would you know? I don't know. It's because we've had like multiple birthdays in here. So that's how I would know, but I'm very, very bad at it. Oh, May 28th, Nikki B. Let's go. September 11th, yeah. As a Middle Eastern, I'm not allowed to celebrate your birthday. Sorry. But I'll remember. May 28th. Birthday's Friday. I'm all out of 20s. I'm rolling into the 30s. Oh, wow. Happy B-Day. I'm like, Josh don't want nobody to know. I mean, I have a birthday eventually. So it's cool. I'm getting old now. But I'll take the happy birthdays if I were me. May is the month. April was supposed to be our bullish month. That's the thing that I think everybody forgot way too quickly. You guys don't remember after March 31st, and then we started moving up here. Like, do you realize, like, April is statistically, that should have been, like, our best month. Yeah, decent pop on Boeing. That's like $1. $1, then it came back down. And then Dish is giving, CEO's giving more comments, too, right now. But after March, like, we were supposed to run in April. Like, you guys realize, seasonally speaking, you had, like, the advantage to, like, almost like 1.5%. So usually April is, like, seasonally the bullish time. And then this time around, I mean, it just didn't really happen. So we'll see. But May is kind of like sell in May and go away, but we'll see. Damn, we got another May 28th birthday? Damn, we got like 3 different Chads with a May 28th birthday. That's crazy. On IBM, it has the brand name and it's been around for a while. They've actually exhibited some decent recovery elements, but I like 3M way better. I'm not the biggest fan of IBM. It reminds me of 3M, just they're not trading at their decade low. Nvidia one more time. All right, little Chicle, but this time the bonds are coming down. Very weird. Let's see what happens. Does Walgreens 5-year chart worry you at all? Yeah. I mean, it's on the decline. Like, if you just take a look at anything that I've bought in like, seriously, any of the latest plays we've bought in, I have not bought anything going up. So just keep that in mind. But yeah, again, when we first bought Walgreens, it was the same scenario. So like we bought Walgreens here again, September 2020. That's where I last bought Walgreens, and then it rocketed up. So it took 3 years to come back to the level. We got the dividend, so hoping it does the same thing and then they recover. But you have to think, or if you do take a look at it, all of the trades that we've went about. I mean, my thing I've been focusing on is trying to buy them at not a high. So, unfortunately, every stock we're looking at on a daily, you're going to look at it and it should be going down. I'm not really trying to buy anything going up. Again, even like Netflix, Meta, Redfin, every single one of those was purchased when it was going down. Again, I didn't buy Netflix on the way up for 5 years. We bought it when it went down. Again, even Redfin, even though it's went up a lot, I mean, we bought it right here at the $3. We even waited. None of them were going up. Even then, this stock's still not going up. So that's kind of been the thing, is that just with how the economy's been, everything, we're going one deposit at a time. But I do want to make sure I'm getting value. I want to either make sure I'm getting my dividend, or if I'm buying something equity-wise, even if it's growth or dividend, I do want to make sure I'm not buying at the highest price. AMD 18% in 3 days. I wish we did that for Airbnb. I did too. I mean, and even then though, it's like Airbnb is not too bad in the sense that with what it felt like, right? Like Airbnb, when was the last time that shit went up, right? It feels like it's been awful, but it's 19%. I mean, for 20% in 2 years now off of a growth stock, I'll take it. It could have been a lot worse, but definitely, I still think we could buy Airbnb right now, and we could slash our average by a good percentage. But the reason why I'm not doing it is because we have so much of it already, and I just think that we could get it at a lower price. If not, if it, again, if these earnings hold up, after last earnings, we were very close to going positive on it. But we need them to hold up. But I feel you, definitely. But most plays in the last, about almost 2 years now, we just made sure we bought them when they were going down. Airbnb was the one that we didn't. We just kept buying it. If I didn't buy it, if I had zero Airbnb, I would get some. I mean, that's the different. Like, if I had zero Airbnb at all, it's a different story at this price. Again, just right now, Airbnb is, what's it called? It's literally our second biggest position now. And thankfully, we've built up other stuff. But so that's why I'm like, if we go down, it's not going to, it could still hurt us. But then if it goes up to, it could do a lot of work with us. And then if I am going to average, I want it at the $80 to $90 price. So hopefully by, we'll find out by Tuesday, depending on the earnings. Nah, no pack W for me. I'm done with the banks. I'm on closing only. So I still own some, and I might sell some out. I'm going to wait a little bit, but I'm not going to play any more banks. I'm done. Average price on Airbnb is like 150, I believe, 155. We have some shares at 130, some shares at 170, and then 150, 160. So average is like 155. And I haven't bought in it in a year at least. So last Airbnb purchase was May 9th, 2022. So actually a year ago today, we bought 10 shares at 124. So it's actually the same price as a year ago. I feel like that's why the real estate market is shaky. A bunch of people went out to buy houses, flipping to the Airbnb. What are your thoughts? Not as much anymore. Like, you've kind of already, I don't know. Tell me, do you see it or not? Have you guys not noticed you don't see as many people telling you to do Airbnb arbitrage? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, go look around on even the internet. I feel like I see 10 times as less the amount of people who are like, oh, yeah, buy an Airbnb and rent it out. And then you could do rental arbitrage. Oh, yeah, I took out 18,000 credit cards, and then I took out a loan, and then I did a BRRRRR with it. And then after now I got 18 Airbnbs that I'm running here. All I got to do is just book them out 90%, and I make $15 million a day. You don't see that anymore. Not as much. So I do think there was some effect, but I think a lot of people love to overstate the impact of Airbnb on the real estate market. Some states have put out studies of how it's benefited them and whatnot, but realistically, I think the thing right now with real estate is just straight up inventory plus interest rates mixed in, with it being the primary source of most Americans' wealth. Is there a way to see how many houses the average homeowner owns? No, but I would love to put you on to another data set that we've brought up before, and it's easily accessible, and it's great. Go to tradingeconomics.com, and then go to indicators. All right, okay, we'll just start with countries. Go to United States, then go to consumer. Okay, and then where is it? Should say home ownership percentage. Or is it going to be in housing? Yeah, home ownership rate right here. So boom, home ownership rate is 66%. 66% of Americans own at least one home. So that's it. And again, in July, that's lower than 2020. to give you an idea, about 1.5%, 2% of people of the population sold off their home late 2020. And then as you see, compare it to so again, 2020 was the peak of home ownership. And then everybody sold their houses because of the pandemic. And then now they're like, oh shit, I want another house. Remember, the first 5 months of real estate during 2020, you had people dumping houses. Don't forget that. That's what everybody forgets. Bro, even Lending Tips sold off a house because he was worried. I'm telling you, during 2020, from March 2020 to August 2020, even September, mother effers were selling their houses for cheap because there was no open houses. People were scared. Don't forget that. That's where you see home ownership saw one of its biggest declines out of 2020 than even 2008, if you really look at how quickly it happened. So right now, technically speaking, your home ownership rate compared to the last time the Fed stopped rates, the home ownership rate's about almost 3% lower. Bro, Airbnb still going up. Zillow and BlackRock didn't come in until 2021. It was weird, bro. You had a very nice window for real estate. It was just weird how it all happened. Yeah, people. I mean, we had a nice real estate talk on Friday. I don't know if you guys want to have it again, but like I said, just super, super easy. I mean, everybody is we're looking at real estate like it's some weird thing when it's just simple. Real estate and stocks are moving exactly the same right now. If you get relief in stocks, you're getting relief in real estate. If you're getting pressure in stocks, you're getting pressure in real estate. It's the way it's moving, interest rate sensitivity. Obviously, one is more sensitive than other. One is more liquid than not. Real estate is less liquid than stocks. But for the most part, nothing has diverged too heavily. The only divergence was the beginning of 2021 when or 2022, the stock market started declining and real estate held up for an extra 3 to 6 months. That's it. And then eventually real estate came down. So did stocks. Real estate came down a little lower as stocks started kind of climbing back up. And now they're just matched up. So it's we could go into the details of a lot of things. And I do hope all of the stuff we've covered makes you more educated on it and that you know what's going on. But at the same time, it's let's be real. We don't have to confuse it any more than it is. Just there's a nice relationship with assets. And even stocks and real estate, they're borderline moving exactly the same. And that's where we should start to focus on because, like I said, real estate's going to be sticky. There's a lot of different factors, but is it, it's not the information's right in front of you. You know what I'm saying? And you're watching the same psychology and everything. It's just right in front of us, and we could see a very nice connection between the two. Uber, damn, it's at $38.80. Thoughts on CV? I think it's just a slightly better Walgreens. I think you get similar exposure. I don't know what their dividend is, but I think it's a little better. Just they've performed better, a little bit more stable. AMD and NVIDIA are both insane. Market's coming down, and then the bond's still holding that bid. We're near the low of the day, but not quite there. Almost 10 o'clock, 41.30. Let's check the volume. How do you track real estate? Many ways. So there's borderline data, right, or the general house prices, housing starts, permits, existing home sales, new home sales. That's one way. You could track mortgages, mortgage applications, as well as mortgage rates. And then there's like the thing about real estate too is, and this is where it gets more difficult. It's geographical or geographically based. So that every area, then every segment of the United States, northeast, west, south, those have their own, and then little specific areas, one after the next, they all have their own markets. So there's very broad data. There's data on the financing, and then there's data individually as you get to each geographic area. Boeing, big pop. Yep, $1. Boeing. Check news on that one. And, Boeing names Joe Benson. No, that was earlier. That's the only thing I see. Joe Benson, president of Boeing Jets. That's it. Huge pop, though. Bro, it's like $1.20 easy. Ryanair order, I think. That's what Troy's saying. Be on the lookout. Contracts just went crazy on that candle. I don't think you could snake it anymore. Yeah, 100% gain on the contracts. You're out. I'd wait a little bit. You might be able to do it. The shares, Ryanair close to placing significant new aircraft order with Boeing, says sources. SPY's even catching a little pop off that. Premium's coming down a little bit. Nah, you had like a minute there to snake it, then it went away. Something big is gonna happen. A Biden indictment. Well, I don't think so. You don't want a Biden indictment right now. I don't think it's gonna happen, but that's the last thing you want. SPY's coming down now. UPS on the low too. That was a quick pump fake. But you don't want anything bad to happen in the next 30 days. Does anybody know why? You don't want anything to happen in the next 30 days. Why? Less than 30 days. But I do, though. Yeah, the debt ceiling. Exactly. But I don't see that news, though, Mr. Hunter. I don't see that coming across any wire of mine. I see May 6th, President Biden says his son, Hunter, has done nothing wrong as federal prosecutors weigh seeking charges. And then prosecutors are reportedly close to deciding whether to indict Hunter Biden in connection to his taxes and gun purchases. Why don't we want that? Well, I thought if it's Hunter Biden, it doesn't matter. But if it's on Biden himself, just last thing you want is another set of political problems ahead of the debt ceiling. I mean, pretty much if that becomes another area you have to focus on, I mean, we should be focusing on the debt right now. P&L statements on futures, it probably takes like 24 hours. It updates the next day. So if you close out today, you won't see it till tomorrow. It'll print out a daily statement. Meta. Decent pop, and Google too. Again, Meta was doing good in the morning and then they slipped. If they default, I would say stocks will drop 5% on that day minimum. And then by the end of that week, we could be down anywhere from 10 to 15%. maybe even 20% on the month if there was a debt default. You said, let's do it. No, it would be bad because you guys got to realize it's one thing about, do you realize what that would do to credit though? It would fuck up so many things because you got to realize if the U.S. if they defaulted for some reason, they didn't get the payment, it would lead to an automatic downgrade of United States credit. So now what happens if you have to across the board downgrade every single level of United States credit on the government level, and then what's going to happen to corporate bonds, and then what's going to happen to every other company as well? So do you get it all? Yeah, exactly. Every single piece of debt in the world would become lower quality and become more expensive. So the response, it's not what you want. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's actually like, this is why it's such a black swan, because it shouldn't happen. But the effects are, that's why I hope you understood the numbers that I just said to you. Like, you said, how much do I think it could go down? I said you're going to go down 5% in a day and then 15% in a week. That's a ridiculous amount. So, like, why? Why would that happen is because of what I just told you. Across the board, unanimously, every single credit in the world would be lowered, and then everybody would have to react to that. So now every single trade that's already been put on, any swap, anything, all this money around the world that is tied to a U.S. credit, everything from the 3-month to the 30-year, and then once that changes the corporate bonds. It's literally the worst nightmare you could think of, unless you have a put. But even then, we'll see how long that lasts. North Point Roofing buys Rising Star Roofing. I don't know if it's public. A Wish is on the high. Then there's NVIDIA still. Man, 6% on AMD. Meta's still going. You want them to figure it out. You're moving. Government shutdown will screw me because I won't get paid until we sort all of this out. Yeah, actually. You still got 3 weeks. 3 weeks. Again, that's why everyone's just waiting for the X date. It's weird because Janet Yellen says we might run out before, and then some people are saying we got a little bit after, but pretty much just right around June 1st is where everything happens. And so when are there public roofing I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like roofing there's some big roofing companies. Is why they can't figure out the debt ceiling, but when they get close, they raise it anyways. Because it's a negotiation tactic. That's all. It's in their best interest to raise it. Why this even happens is because they all want stuff. So the Republicans now, they want to raise the debt ceiling. It's not like the Republicans want it to stay the same and say, no, you can't issue more debt. No, they're actually trying to give the Democrats what they want. But the problem is the Republicans are trying to tie it to like 15 other things and saying you got to return COVID money. You can't do this. You can't do that. You can't spend this much on that. You can't do, this much for military. They're trying to add all these stipulations. And then the Democrats are saying, we want to raise it just like you do, but we don't want anything, nothing attached to it. Yeah, Ryanair close to signing for more 737 MAX jets. Reuters close to signing major aircraft order. That's coming in now. It's getting confirmed. So what they do is they push this to the limit because even though everybody knows you're going to go ahead with it because the consequences are so big, the reason why they play it this far in is because this is the only opportunity you get to play political chicken. So this is what they did in 2011. Obama took over, Republicans were mad, and what did they do? They said, well, guess what? Obama and the Democrats control all this. We want this. Y'all ain't get. This is our time to get what we want. So what they do is they hold off because everyone's going to say yes. But if you make this scene and you say no, I'm not going to do it, this is your chance to start getting what you want. Now every Republican and Democrat on each side of the aisle, they're all fucking hustlers right now because they're all going to the net. They're like, I'll give you the vote if you give me this. Okay, we'll vote on this if you give us this. If you want the debts, you give us this and I'll do that. You give me this, I do that. Just politics 101. So the difference, though, or the interesting part is that they did this in 2011. But then in 2011, they again, during Obama, they took it so far. We were right next to the date, but then it was kind of a black swan because before a default occurred, the S&P credit rating downgraded the United States credit. They said you're 3 years off of a great financial crisis. You printed all this money with QE, and the fact that the government cannot agree to a budget right now and do all this, it's making us concerned for credit. And then they downgraded the United States credit the first time in history. Stock market dropped 6%, 10 or 7% that day, and then throughout the week was another 15%. And then they fired the guy at the S&P because he downgraded them before a default ever occurred. And it was a huge drama. But the whole point is they play it to the wire because this is how you can negotiate and get what you want. Because if whoever's willing to hold out to the last second wins. That's it. It's the only time every couple of years it happens. So especially if you've been getting beaten up with your policy or you feel wrong, like this is their chance to try to do it. But again, it is a game of chicken because whatever side blinks or doesn't blink, the consequences are high. But that's why it becomes a real moment to get like political negotiation because the stakes are so high. So it's like in the back of our minds, we know they're all going to bitch out, but the stakes are high enough where the consequences, it's like you got to kind of take it seriously. And especially if someone wants to try to get what they want out of it, let's see how far they'll take it because, again, it's high stakes poker right now. So wouldn't you be playing chicken with having money in Bill or money market accounts? To a degree, but that's why before June, we're going to get rid of all of our money in Bill, and then that's it, because Bill will still go up. We'll get the equity, but then as we get close to it, that's why I said in the next couple of weeks, I'll have more analysis for you as we see how the situation goes. But if that's the case, I mean, you want to stay away from short-term maturities right now, or at least as we get closer to it. Because if they solve it before June, great. You have nothing to worry about. If they don't, if it's like May 29th, I would get out of Bill. Bill is interesting. It is. But even then, like we said, it's gonna get weird because even if there was a default, in 2011, the bonds went down for a little bit and then they shot up as everybody got ready for the response. Again, that's the next part. I think I had it on. I don't know if I have it on this one. I might have put it in my other folder. But what a lot of people the stock market went up after 2011, right? That's the next thing, though. That's where everybody here, let me show you. I will show you what I'm talking about, Habibi. Are you ready, Habibi? Habibi, you may not like this, Habibi. I don't know if you're going to like this, Habibi. And the funny thing is, this was like 10 years ago. So you could laugh at it, but you realize it's always been like this. This is what I'm trying to show you. If you think this shit's frustrating and manipulated, bro, just welcome to history. So take a look. That was the debt ceiling. That was the last time. This is what I'm talking about. So this was July. What is that at? That's at 113. By the beginning of August, SPY was down to 94. So that's like 20% in 3 weeks. This was the debt ceiling. And then again, look at the volatility from July to October. So after this was the 2011 debt ceiling, as you guys could see. This is where the market got clapped, and it dropped a lot. You had a lot of volatility till October, but again, as you got into November and December, you recovered 75% of the drop 4 months later, had another big drop again, but then literally 12 months later, the stock market was higher. And then 6 months later, it was way, way higher, right? And then if you go 18 months, you almost, I mean, you made another 20% off of debt ceiling by the end of 2012. So it was bad. It was bad. It was scary. It was awful. First time in history. Brought the markets down. A crazy outcome nobody expected. Stock market dropped 20% in a month and then still recovered. So, yeah. Very interesting. Again, all of the history we're behind right now is funny because it's like debt ceiling. Oh, my gosh, it could be a big drop. But it also led to a rally. Again, 2006. Oh, my gosh, last Fed pause led to 2 years of running before the biggest crash. So they both, everything is it's a double-sided coin here, double-edged sword on both sides. Well, rates had a little bit of a hiccup, but then the yields ended up dropping as people, again, they thought the Fed, now that destroyed the economy overnight, they assumed that the Fed was going to buy in. So the yields were volatile for a little bit, but it seems like they ended up going lower, aka bonds bullish. But again, you don't have good historical evidence. That's the thing. We've only seen this happen one time, and even then, it was a very weird moment, and there was a lot of other stuff going on there. TRVN, yeah, you guys were talking about that here and there today. Trevenia, 381. Roku's on the high now, too. Meta's still going. But no default actually happened. Yes, it was just a downgrade. That's why in this case, a default would lead to the downgrade. Because this time around, no one's going to downgrade. They all learned their lesson 10 years ago. Nobody will downgrade U.S. credit unless a default event occurs. But so this time around, that's the only difference between now and 2011. You actually need a default to happen because nobody is going to downgrade the credit without that. Again, ever since the S&P guy did it in 2011, they fired his ass, and it was a big deal. People got mad. Again, it was a very, very weird thing. Again, the president of the S&P was forced to resign. I think he got sued, too. But, like, people were just like, no, why would you do that? Everybody was so insanely mad at him. So you're probably never going to witness that again. What about international agency downgrading? They won't. Nobody will. Unless you want to piss off America. Yeah, Reuters headline, August 22nd, S&P replaces President Devin Sharma after U.S. downgrade. Why am I speaking the truth? I'm not. I'm just speaking history and you know, extrapolating from it. I mean, everything I'm telling you about what is going to happen, just understand I could be 1,000,000% wrong. I mean, again, we're talking about an event that hasn't happened, that has never happened, that has came close to happening, but it's still just never occurred. Again, we are in a realm of a lot of unknown, more or less. You also consider getting ready for the next bull leg run up. I think you should put yourself in a win-win no matter what. That's it. You have enough stock to hold you for a bull rally. You have enough cash if nothing happens and if it drops. And then you have enough yield where if it just stays the same, you're going to get paid 5 to 10% doing nothing. But that's my view on it because, like I've said, everything is a double-edged sword from here. Whether it's 2006, whether it's like 2011, whether this is like the 1970s, there is both a lot of downside and a lot of upside that's kind of all packed into this moment. So that's why my view is I read the article earlier. It's like the beauty of the markets, you could always hedge. Anything you believe, you could always hedge that bet. So I think just having the right balance will just that seems to me the most logical, safest way to go about it. Never run too far from the market. Never go all in where you can't respond to anything, and then have a scenario where you could benefit off of nothing, right? It's up or down, right? But there's also nothing, and that's where hopefully we find a good sweet spot. Rug pull Raul. Well, watch the bond. Again, like I said, 2 p.m. though. So we got like an hour, 45 minutes. Things might get a little bit weirder. That's it. That's the next thing. The Fed lending thing. The survey. Yeah, Meta's been running for like 30 minutes now. Coinbase is on the high all day today, though. Oh, ARK is at 37. Coin is already in the green now. I'm bullish. Let's go, Brando. Coin. Again, TRVN is unhalted. 300% hype play. Chads are getting excited on it. The survey was supposed to be released on Friday. Yeah, they delayed it. Now it's today. So we didn't have any bank news. Okay, little popping down. Bonds are lower, though. That's it. If bonds go lower, you're going to unlock upside. If bonds go higher, I don't. Or they stay just like in this range, I don't know if we'll unlock too much until the data. Upside for the ES, I don't know the ES. Just 20, add 20 points to 40, 48. So 40, 68, 40, 70. I would say that's the upside high. That's 40, 48. We haven't even came close to it, though, today. APO and bid to buy Celsius Network. Amazon pop, Google's on the high, TRVN. Amazon's about to go green again, but not on the high. Yeah, hype play TRVN. Again, Chads were calling in the morning, and then it just kept getting halted but running. But then now, too, it's doing round. This is like round 4, but it's up 400%. I'm not in it, but we got to give the attention. Apollo is involved with Nova Wolf to buy bankrupt crypto lender Celsius. Apollo's not really moving. Where's Boeing, too? Again, Boeing had that Ryanair. That one, you're going to get news on that. Trevina halted. But Boeing, you're going to get news on that in a week or two. Once you get confirmation of the Ryanair, it'll give it 2 pops. Dollar is posed to fall to a 1-year low soon. So bonds coming down here now. This is the lowest the bonds have been since like 11:30. And we were a little bit lower. So that's good. If we are going to actually rally up here at 10, you got the bonds playing along now. Dude, yeah, right? Where does Apollo get all this money? They straight up buying everything. The data at 2 is going to be the Senior Loan Officer Survey on bank lending practices. So it's pretty much going to let us know by the contacts to the Fed if credit has really tightened or not. So it's going to be kind of like a banking update. That's why it's actually holds a lot of weight here today, because we're going to find out, okay, has credit actually tightened? Based on this survey, we're going to see, did lenders actually put out money? What are they loaning on? What's the activity looking like? Is money moving around, or is it not? And that's why it holds such a heavy weight right now, because, again, you saw what happened after FRC. They gave an earnings update. Once we get these numbers, we're going to have a better idea. So bonds are going to move, and the overall market should move off of this, and this is going to feed into the whole banks are recovering or not story. I like Lockheed. It's a better price at the 460s, but Lockheed is still running up in terms of like yearly gains. So I like it, but it's just, it's an expensive play. Where's that Airbnb? Damn, those contracts 475 now, because Airbnb keeps running. Mm. 2.2 trillion repo. Let's see. And SPY there. Lemonade's going up. Remember they had earnings on Friday? They're still moving. Airbnb again. You got the bonds could give you enough to test up here is what I'm thinking. PayPal still going. Again, Airbnb again. Travana, whatever, is halted. Meta's doing great. Netflix still at the high. Oh, wow. Meta's really running now. Meta is it's waking up after that FTC thing. Again, remember, they gave up some numbers off of that. TIPS ETFs offers better liquidity than underlying market. Bill Gross. Why Dow Jones? Probably because a lot of the dividend plays went down. I don't know if Tyson's on there, but hasn't been too hot for some of those names, or at least comparative. And then there's also bank exposure too on the Dow. Bop. There it is. It's going up. When can we expect the biotech watch list? Either this week or I might just make a post because you guys tagged me in it. There's other people who already do it. So somebody tagged me on Twitter. There's already a document that's made that does everything. You're just missing my analysis, and I have a different way to go about it. But I could get you the dates very, very easily. But before we do any of that, what's up? What's up, intraday Philo? Oh, yeah. I got a little one. Honestly, I got a little one for you. Good morning. I hope you're doing good. I don't know if you like this moment or not, but I encourage you to just listen in real quick. And I hope I could give you a little thing mentally to focus on that will help you get through this year. And honestly, it's a challenge. My Philo today is it's a simple challenge. I just want you to figure something out. And I want you to know how important it is, okay? So that's all. This one ain't even, is there some religious context? Maybe a little bit, but it goes beyond that. What I want to tell you about today is Copernicus. Do you know who Copernicus is? Nikolai Copernicus. Is that his first name? Are you guys familiar with what Copernicus is? What he did? Why is Copernicus? Anybody? Does anybody know why have you heard that name, right? Copernicus. Sounds very familiar. The father of astronomy. Oh, man, it's crazy. I hope you know Copernicus, honestly. You know that? Your whole life without Copernicus, the irony, your life would be a little different. You wouldn't know as much. Copernicus, back in the day, hundreds of years ago, he came up with a crazy concept. Yes, and they did punish him for it at the time because it did go against some of the religious backdrop at the moment. All Copernicus did was say that everything revolves around the sun. All Copernicus did was tell you what is at the center. Oh, I love it. So, Chad, it was because, again, I was looking at some other Philo stuff. This was last week, and Copernicus's name came up, and I started reading into him a little bit, and I thought it was very, very interesting. And that is my question and my challenge to you today, Chad Adonia. Bro, what do you revolve around? You know? What is at the center of your life? Because do you realize how crazy of a concept? By understanding what was at the center and what we revolved around, it changed the way we think about everything. You don't think that's weird that the world is just like a ball and it revolves around something, and that you were born on this little floating ball, and the whole concept of the ball is that it floats around one thing and revolves around it all day constantly? Great. I think that's a sign. I think there's something to it, and it really had me thinking about what was at the center. And I was thinking about, what do I really revolve around? Where is the center of my focus, and what am I revolving around? And I hope you all think about it, because it's a trippy concept, because then you might, like, seriously, I think sadly, you may come to realize, you're like, well, you can't revolve around 5 different things. Oh, man. And then you start thinking about it. Is it, I was reading something this morning, Proverbs, and it was, if you go and read a lot of different teachings, you'll notice, whether it's Earl Nightingale, Solomon, anywhere else in the Bible, it's always on keeping something at the center and focusing on it. Whether it's wisdom, whether they say focus on wisdom, focus on discipline. You could go down the list of a lot of different things. But the point is, without a center, you're going to be limited on what you know. If you're not revolving around something, you may not define it today, but if you're unaware of it, it doesn't mean you're not revolving around something. So this is just a little start. I got a lot of other philos for you, well, but I think this is a light one to start with. Chad, figure this out. Really ask yourself a couple of times, what is the main focus? And here's the beauty. Whether you have done it or not, you could choose anything today to focus on and pick that as your sun and revolve around it. And that is the key to success all across the board. I don't know if this was supposed to make you happy. I don't know if this philo, it's not supposed to give you faith. We'll talk about that at a different time. But if anything, I think this philo will make you successful, because it goes back to it. A man without goals does not accomplish anything. The man who doesn't think conforms. Where is your center? Where is your goal and focus? Start there. You can pick whatever you want, Chad. So, a very quick one. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you take it to the bank. But that is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. You're on mobile. Press hi chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watch to the main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Amen. Amen. It made you think. I hope so, man. Because I think it just, again, I just thought it. Isn't it crazy? Just by knowing what was at the center, they considered that the greatest the greatest discovery of the world at one point. So just hopefully we don't take it for granted. Like I said, from last week, I was telling you, look around the world, right? I was like, go outside a little bit. Look at what life is actually teaching you. So, I got to bring the sun involved. But just think about it. So, amen. Amen, Chad. Let's go. You got 6 months to find the center. Hopefully you do it soon. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. But now, I need to go potty. So I'm going to go potty now. Oh, Bill Gross, he's talking. All right, I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram. I love you. God bless you. And get ready. 6 months, what happens is 2024, dog. And then you saw what happened this year, right when the calendar changed. Everything changed. It was amazing. All right, I'll be right back.
The problem also is that the Fed is still providing substantial liquidity to the markets. Yes, real interest rates are high, but it's going to be a hard slog to move back down to 2%. I think Powell knows it. They talk it, but I think 3% is an objective goal going forward.
Should 2%, though, still be the goal, regardless of how long it might take to get there? And just looking at the data, looks like it's going to be longer than thought. Should the Fed really be married to this 2% target?
Well, not yet, because we're moving down closer to it. The minute we get to 3 and bounce back up to 4, if that's the hypothetical, then that's when the Fed worries. I think they've got a lot of things going forward for them at the moment. They've got the CRB index, which is down 15% from the peak, as opposed to nearly up 50% in the prior period of time. And so commodities themselves are deflationary. It's wages and labor that present the problem. And to the extent that some of the indexes and indices and Thursday types of numbers in terms of jobs, we're moving back up in a direction which would lower wages, but you've got to get wages, as Powell would probably agree, you got to get wages down to about 3% on average, because productivity, when you take productivity out of wages, at 1 to 1.5% produces that 2% level. But we're far from 3% on wages. We're up at 5.5%, and we're going to have to see some progress there.
So, Bill, I'd like to shift gears a little bit to about a decade ago when you launched Bond. It was really the first big hit active ETF on the market. I think after GLD, it was the fastest to get to $1 billion, had a nice run. It's now over a decade old. Bond managers have survived the passive wave better than stock pickers.
Bill Gross, baby. Why did I get banned? You made another account? It's because you were talking smack about Chattadonia all throughout the day, and I didn't want to make fun of you by calling you out because your page was just like Pokemon videos. So I didn't want to like make fun of you and like make it weird because you were making fun of other people. So if you want another try, use your new account and just stop talking smack about people and talking down on people's views, and you won't get banned. Very simple. You could have your own opposing viewpoint. Just do it respectfully. Call you out. Stop making Pokemon videos before you call somebody weird. I mean, you should look in the mirror. And that's it. That's why I didn't make fun of you. I didn't plan on it. I tried to avoid it. You know what I'm saying? So just like, there you go, man. Everybody likes certain things. We like some things people think is weird. We like other things some people like. We could all get together, and that's it. So why talk down on other people? You know what I'm saying? So amen. Amen. That's all. I roasted. I was not even trying to. You know, that's it. That's why I say if you want to participate, please feel free. But you know what I'm saying? Don't talk down on. You could talk down to me, I guess. That's fine. But other Chads and just making fun of the community, especially if you've been here for a couple of hours, is just kind of, you know, make sure you use the best ability of your time, my friend. God bless you. But I do like Pokemon. I do. I want to be the very best. No one ever was. Boom, boom, boom. To raise rates is my real test. Employment is the cause. I will travel across the curve, searching high and low. Boom, boom, boom. To reinvert the curves, the test. The fall is the cause. Power man, gotta catch 'em and raise the rates. As you do it till something breaks. You raise rates and we buy bonds. Power man. Power man. I'm sorry. You did that to me. Anyways. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's a good one. Super effective. That was good. I liked it. Yeah, we could always. That was a freestyle, bro. Just freestyle remix. Palmon. In theaters everywhere, March 1st or June. I don't know when the next Fed meeting is, but still. On the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You, after dropping over 60% and rebounding 90 to only be down 20%. Bank stocks were still in trouble, but traders had nothing to trade on. I think it's going to recover. I think we should buy all of the regional. It's fine. It's sounding resilient. We think it's going to. We can't use Article 14. They were confused as to why it was at lows. On the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You, airing tomorrow, and CPI on Wednesday morning, 5:30 a.m. Eastern Time, Pacific. Yeah, we think the 14th Amendment, and it's sound and resilient. Thank you. Oh, Jamie Monster want bank. Jamie feed bank, then eat bank. Jamie hungry. Jamie no bank to eat today, but Jamie will find bank to eat, because Jamie Monster hungry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Anyways, now that we got Philo, you got a couple of jokes. You got a couple of jokes, a Philo and a band. There you go. There you go. I love it. You know what I'm saying? There you go. Look at all of this, man. It feels like good old days, huh? You're getting a Philo, a little bit of a band, a couple of jokes, and now let's get into the earnings previews, huh? Who's with me? Let me get a like on that video, baby. What do we start with? Palantir, Airbnb, or PayPal? What do you guys want? Yeah, you're getting the moonshot a little bit. Yeah, like I said, the bonds could support us testing a little bit higher here, but we'll see if that changes throughout. Palantir, Airbnb, I see a lot of Palantes. See Airbnb and PayPal. So you got to like the video and post which one you want. That's it. We're going to do all of them, but which one goes first? Okay, so PayPal's coming in there. PayPal. I think Airbnb might be the leader. Pokemon. All right, Airbnb it is. Airbnb it is. Oh, am I on the wrong one? Hold on. Okay, we'll go Airbnb, then Palantir, then PayPal. I think that's the rankings. All righty. Young BNB, baby. So, Airbnb results focus on strength of travel demand. Airbnb reports first quarter results on Tuesday after the close. Investors will be looking to see the impact of inflation and other economic effects on travel demand after strong results from rivals Booking and Expedia, even though Expedia did awful. The home sharing company is expected to show revenue gain 19%, its slowest pace since 2021. That sounds beautiful. Wow. Executives from Booking and Expedia said people are showing that they're still willing to spend on services such as travel, even as they cut back in other areas like retail. Airbnb Chief Executive Officer Brian Chesky said factors such as expensive airline flights could weigh on the business, and that strong demand he's expecting this summer would be even better if it wasn't for economic concerns. Revenue estimate is $1.79 billion, gross booking value of $20.1 billion, adjusted EBITDA of $259 million, adjusted EPS of 12 cents a share, nights and experience books $122 million, gross bookings value per night $164, and then free cash flow estimate of $898 million. Second quarter guidance is expected to be adjusted EBITDA of $836 million, revenue of $2.4 billion, nights and experiences 123, and gross booking value of 19.4, with a yearly guidance expected to come in with an adjusted EBITDA of $3.3 billion, revenue of $9.58, 467.7 million nights and experiences booked, and then gross booking value of estimates of 72.3. Analyst commentary, Airbnb will likely report another quarter of solid but decelerating growth in quarter one as travel demand has persisted but may be seeing a modest impact from macro headwinds. Analysts led by Maria Ripps at Canaccord Genuity wrote, however, we suspect any slowdown in leisure travel is at least partially offset by an uptick in business travel. Bloomberg says that the fallout of SVB and the regional bank may have dampened travel bookings towards the end of first quarter. Analyst Mandeep Singh wrote, we believe there could be a deceleration in room night growth if the economic slowdown intensifies in second half. Is there any more? I think that's it here. Hold on. That's weird. They're saying SVB impact on travel stocks. That's the first one so far. Yeah, so the fallout of SVB and regional crisis may have dampened travel bookings towards the end of first quarter. Airbnb hasn't had any negative sales revision in the past 6 months and steady demand for consumer travel, yet we believe there could be a deceleration in room night growth if economic slowdown intensifies in the second half. The TSA forecast of U.S. air travel will be comfortably above pre-pandemic levels, which may partially offset any headwinds. China's reopenings has been a bright spot through the boost from average daily rates and the likely fade with the return of hotel room inventory to 2019 levels. Airbnb's supply growth view and contribution from long-term stays will be key determinant of growth past first half amid growing uncertainty. So key points, SVB impact may have dampened travel bookings. Room nights could decelerate. Summer air travel spike could partially offset revenue headwinds. And then China reopening is a bright spot. And then Airbnb, they have 17 buy targets, 20 holds, and 4 sells. Average price target, $139.81, 11% upside from the current price. Implied one-day move following earnings is 4%. EPS has beaten 7 of the last 9 quarters. Shares are down 8% in the last year, while the SPX is up by 0.3. So there you go. Airbnb. again, I mean, everyone expects them to do good, but then slightly worse. It's the same story as every Airbnb earnings. They're like, yeah, they're going to report a record number and do good, but we still think it's going to not grow as much. And then even if it does grow as much, we're worried about the economy. So we'll see. But I don't even think that really gave, again, it just, they have to either blow it out the park or hopefully they sandbag and give us a good comp for next quarter. But realistically, you also have to see it needs to be a report that makes Wall Street stop, acting how they are towards it. So we'll find out. If Airbnb reported first, yeah, right? It might do better, but Airbnb it's in its own little world. Again, it's still stuck in I think it's just because the valuation, and I just think people are stuck on that, but I mean, none of those numbers, I love it. I love it when I see it. Just again, 20 billion in bookings. We're talking free cash flow growth. Not too many quote unquote growth names have done what they've done, but then again, you got to pay for it. So Palantir shares are up 15% year to date. Revenue estimate for Palantir, $500 million. Loss per share, 1 cent. Cash and cash equivalents, $2.6 billion. Adjusted operating, $94.8 million. And then yearly guidance expected to come in at $2.2 billion with an adjusted operating profit of $496 million. So Palantir's, it's not as intensive. There's not that much info on it. So Palantir could see increased revenue and billings pressure as enterprises temper purchase of new software amid increased uncertainty. Commercial segment growth could decelerate by mid to high single digits, while government gains may be weaker in first half due to seasonality. The Fed ramp accreditation and expanded partnerships with Microsoft Azure and Cloudflare could help Palantir's go-to-market versus rivals such as Snowflake. Palantir has so far trailed analytic peers at deploying public software on public clouds, which is a risk to its ability to sustain top-line growth momentum in an environment showing slowing IT spending. So they have three buys, 9 holds, and 6 sells. Average price target is $8.58, 16% upside from current price. Implied one-day move following earnings is 11%. Adjusted EPS has beaten 6 of the last 10 quarters, and shares are down 27% in the last year, while the SPX is up 0.3. I'm still holding MCRB, yeah. And then what's the final one? PayPal. The PayPal. So PayPal, the report results as CEO and e-commerce are in focus. PayPal is scheduled to report on May 8th after the close, when investors will be watching trends in e-commerce revenue, as well as any update on their search for a new chief executive officer. First quarter volume of total payments, $349 billion. Total Venmo volume, $67.4. Net revenue estimate of $6.98 billion on an adjusted EPS of $1.10. Second quarter is expected to be $7.28 billion revenue, $1.17 EPS. Analyst commentary, Dan Perlin outperformed price target 96. Overall, e-commerce volumes were better than expected this quarter. The average 11.5% year over year, and were up 210 basis points sequentially, according to MasterCard Spending Pulse. Management commentary intra-quarter suggests upside and continued cost rationalization, de-risk adjusted EPS for fiscal year 23. Mizuho's Dan Dolev, buy price target $92. Our analysis shows that PayPal has the cost levers in place to navigate potential e-com checkout softness and meet or exceed EPS guidance. Their new CEO announcement is yet another potential catalyst to make it a positive one. However, we believe PayPal should favor a visionary CEO as opposed to an operator. And Bloomberg says first quarter might surprise to the upside on stronger revenue and adjusted operating margin, with e-commerce volume trending better than expected, leaving room for 2023 guidance upgrade. Adjusted EPS $4.88, revenue $29.4 billion for the year, and active customers at 10.7 billion. There's 38 buy targets, 14 holds, and 0 sells. Average price target $98.84, 32% upside from the current price. Implied one-day move following earnings 8.2%. Adjusted EPS has beaten 10 of the last 12 quarters. Shares are down 12.8 in the past year, while the SPX is up 0.3. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. So there's your earnings previews. Airbnb, we went Airbnb early, but Airbnb, Palantir, and PayPal after the bell today. I think you have Roblox in the morning, or I think they're Wednesday morning. But we could go over that one tomorrow, and I think that's it for now. And then Grab had a big, apparently Grab had a big block trade on shares and for options. The PayPal June 110s for it could be good. That's like still though. It's like what? It's almost like 50% higher though for 110. I think that's more than 50%, believe it or not. But it seems like they got that again. I like the upside last earnings, and people seem a little bit more bullish on them this earnings than last one. Oh, Massimo. They have earnings too? Oh, these guys used to be killer, actually. I actually like Mossy a lot. Get the healthcare. Yeah, Mossy's pretty decent. I didn't know they've moved up a lot from the beginning of the year though, but then they've also sold off a ton. I think PayPal could be good. I don't know if I would go with the options. I'd probably go with shares, but I like the upside. I'm kind of mad I bought the Square post earnings, but I think it seems pretty good. Again, I like the upside from the last earnings. That's what I was playing on the last time. So I think it's going to be decent. And then Square already did very good. So they might have more upside there. EPAM. I feel like we saw that the other day. And then bonds are coming down. SPY's still working its way up. So you're just right back to the earlier. It's like the second high of the day because their first highs were set in the morning. It's 10:45. So we got about 15 minutes here and then. So 2 hours, 15 minutes left. Oh, wait a minute, though. 15 minutes. So there you go. We'll get a move here. Don't worry. 15 minutes, you'll get a move. The data comes out. Again, the Senior Loan Officer Survey on bank lending practices arrives at 2 p.m. Eastern Time in about 15 minutes exactly. Oxy, I have the shares from last time. I think it'll be good because all the oil companies, even though oil has gone lower, these guys have been making hand over fist. It's crazy. The data release was moved to 4. Really? They already moved it. Bro, it was supposed to come out on Friday, and then they delayed it to... Oh, they did say 4 p.m., though. Oh, no. Yeah, they moved it from Friday to today, and now it was supposed to be 2 p.m. Wait, let's see, though. Let's see what happens at 2 p.m. If it comes out after the bell, that's whack. That means today matters 0. Because then if it comes out after the bell, that's going to be the news everybody reacts to. And then Nikolai has the biggest change in short interest, according to S3 Partners. So people close their shorts on Nikolai. And there's your pop. The bonds were at the same spot, so now you are higher than the last 2 little rallies that we had before they sold off. 41.38. Again, this is the top end of the baby level. So now the next range is 41.47 on SPX, which is about 41.67 or 41.70 on the ES. Our bank's coming up. Yeah, JPM, nice candle up. Even XLF, or that's CLF. But XLF off the bottom. Regionals are moving. Wall's catching the bid. So is PACW. Yeah, all the banks are moving with this one. And then Boeing came right back down. MTB. I think MCB, and then where's NYCB? This is the best bank. This is the only bank nobody made money on shorting. It's actually crazy. And then NVIDIA at the high again. So NVIDIA is 290 once again. Yeah, watch out if it... I mean, where is the 52-week high? Was it like 290? No, this is it, right? This has to be. And then PayPal's going up. Google, I think NVIDIA is at 52-week high. It's about to be. There's no meta news for the pop. Again, people were just talking about the lawsuit thing with the FTC or whatever, and then that's it. That was from last week. Remember, it dropped a little bit more last week because of that, and then everyone kind of calming down, but no real news on that move. Again, the whole market started to move. Bonds are coming down, though, now. So this is what we want to see. You got a little bit more gains on your 10-year short if you're still in it, but roughly the same amount all day. Bro, Google is running up there, too. The data coming out is the Senior Loan Officer Survey on Bank Lending. So we're going to get an idea of just lending activity and whether it's pretty much evidence of credit contraction or not. Mitch McConnell warned that he won't come to Joe Biden's rescue on the debt limit by breaking a partisan deadlock. And then Bill Gross says buy short-term treasuries on the bet that the debt ceiling issue will be resolved. So there you go. Redfin still at 10. Young BNB. Uber. %18 on the covered call. Oh, I forgot. We have those Airbnb covered calls. We got 50% on them. Earthquake alert in Mexico City. PayPal. Yeah, bro, PayPal was a killer. They had a lot of... Bro, PayPal was a big fan favorite in 2021. Don't forget that. PayPal was part of the meme stocks in a weird way. PayPal and Square saw some aggressive runs. But then again, they were growing with everything. They were growing with Amazon. They were growing with eBay. Like, again, Shopify, all of the e-commerce stuff. I don't know, Block should run, but I think PayPal is clearly doing its own thing. Because, again, PayPal went up 5% when Square dropped the day after earnings. So PayPal already went up into the earnings, and now they're going higher. So, again, I think it'll be in its own little world. Iova. Do we have Iova? I don't know. Oh, we do have Iova. When did I get these? Oh, shit, this was one of the PDUFA plays. So that one's up $100. I thought I sold those. Or this one was a different one. Yeah, I'm still in. I have $100 on it. I have no idea what it is. I think this was the PDUFA one. Boeing close to winning an award for 150 MAX 10, set to announce as early as tomorrow. So Boeing, another update. Okay. Boeing going. I grabbed two options. They came back down. There's still like 20% higher than the first pop, but then again, the stock's a lot lower. Only spent $60. Oh, I actually got the option at a discount, but I don't know. We'll see. PayPal is one of the first companies in 2021 to get clapped. I think it was around the Snapchat stuff. Was it ended 2021 or was it early? And then that Iova play is up there too. I'm going to sell Iova. I kind of want to hold it, but so far we closed those 2 biotechs at a loss, so to walk away with that one, it's not bad. $100 net gain on that. We still have Ascend and McRib now. Reload on the SPY. Maybe watch what the bonds do, if they'll go hand in hand or not. I think that'll give us an idea. Yeah, and then we got out of Iova. Like I said, we have McRib and Ascend left. And then is McRib's earnings today? Or are they tomorrow? Yeah, and then PayPal, let's see. Yeah, PayPal, they got clapped early in 2021, then they came back, and then I think this was the Snapchat earnings, and then they really say last quarter of 2021 they got destroyed. I remember they just kept guiding down, and everybody, I remember it was here, we're like, they can't keep guiding down, and then they did. They had big guide downs. Mobilize on the high. Speaking of which, where's Kenview? MCRB tomorrow pre-market. So we're like barely down on McRib. You had some gains in the morning. I'm holding it because I'm hoping that their earnings give something on how they plan to commercialize everything. But if not, that one will get clapped. And then again, Boeing close to winning Ryanair order, 150 jets. So that was the rumor, came down. This is the confirmation, and they're saying as early as this week. McRib tomorrow. Yeah, seller gold. Even if it sells off though, I won't take the loss because then I'm assuming it'll bounce back up like the biotech. I mean, that's kind of what it already did, but hopefully if it has good news, that should be our PDUFA reaction. And then Ascend, you guys know Ascend, that one killer. That one's up $700. So again, out of all the PDUFA plays, even we took 2 losses for like $200, but now we've also realized some too. But Ascend was the best one, surprisingly. What data? It's going to be the Fed loan, the loan officer, senior loan officer survey. But apparently it might come in at 4 now. Because it was supposed to come in at 2. It was actually supposed to come out on Friday. Then they pushed it to today. And then now some people are saying it's going to come out at 4 rather than 2. I got another list of PDUFAs. I mean, like I said, let me see if I could get it. Some Chad tagged me in it, and it was fire. Yeah, right here. So it's like BioPharm IQ. Again, I've never used them. I'm just giving credit to the source. So I don't know how legit they are, but they already have this right here. So this is the list. It's showing all of the dates, May 8th, May 9th, May 11th. So, and then it has like, here, let me see if we could save this. But I need to go through all of them. So like what I did last time, I gave you guys this list with the catalyst, what stage it was, right? We talked about it a little bit, but the key with it was which drugs had, again, which one was their only drug, and then just kind of a little bit more context. So this does most of the work for us. You just don't have the context into every individual play. So I would just have to go through them all and do that. Oh, Ascend is already there? But again, here are all your ones all the way to like May 20th. And then some of them, they don't have any specific dates. They're just on there. Can we get that? Yes. I will post it on the membership tab. Let's go. I'm reloaded. Looking for unbiased opinion. Should I buy more Tyson to average out the price? How safe is their dividend? I'm in Tyson long. I think Tyson, I don't think your worry should be what's it called? I don't think your worry should be the dividend. I think it just came down a little bit. Someone stole my phone over the weekend and stole $15K from me. Welcome to Miami. Oh man, are you serious? What the fuck happened, bro? How? And then we're looking at Tyson. I think they got it through crypto. If they get your phone and could get it open and you have a fucking Coinbase, that's it. Did the bank report come out? Where bonds are reacting, stocks are going up. Hold on, it might be out. Yeah, there it is. No, it's here. Fed shows tighter credit and weaker business loan demand. That's the first headline right now. Again, that's why bonds are reacting to the credit crunch a little bit. It's weird that we got a pop. Yeah, the loan survey is out now for first quarter. What is this? There's like charts of it. Tightening standards for commercial and institutional. Increased spreads of loan rates over banks and cost of funds. That's hitting almost as high as 2020. Here, let me show you all these. Well, which one was that? Stronger demand for commercial. And oh my gosh. Whoa. All right, here, let me show you what I'm working with. Because this shit's fucked up. Okay, that just got even worse. Yes, Fed survey refers to large and mid-sized borrowers. Share of banks tightening credit at 46% versus 44%. That's not bad. But again, so it looks about 2% credit tightening. Fed survey refers to large and mid-sized borrowers. Here, let me show you. So these are the two that are tripping me out. This is the one I think is frightening. This is actually crazy. But most everything's at 2020. So it's a weird chart. It's not as easy to read. But this is part of the survey. This is their gauge on, what's it called? This is the gauge that they have here for, this is stronger demand for commercial and industrial loans. So there's large firms and then small firms. But this is collapsing. So the demand for loans for an industry is dropping below 2020. for both small and large firms. That part isn't good. And then the one I told you about earlier, we'll overlay it here. Here is the percentage one. So that one that came in at, what's it called? It says 46, but it's at 44 now. So it's like right here. Last time was 46. This is tightening standards for commercial and industrial loans. So again, 44%. The lower number is not good. But not too bad. I mean, again, bonds reacting. I feel like the stock won't like it too much, but they're doing good. U.S. bank regulators concerned TD was too slow to report suspicious activity. And then Boeing's coming out. TD's getting clapped now. So Toronto Dominion, TD Bank. Remember, they just backed out of the First Horizon. We're starting to come. I think the Fed report was kind of bearish, honestly, but we're not really getting too big of a reaction. The bonds took it immediately bearish. Treasuries remain low after Fed survey opinion. Fed, the broadest share of banks with weaker loan demand since 2009. Let me see if I could read. I was just going through the numbers on the survey, but let me see if we could read it. Where is it? Enforcement action. I want to know if there's anything we could read into. No, now we're coming down. Again, I mean, pretty much the Fed had just said loan activity is the lowest since 2009. Demand for industrials is hit lower than 2020. And now you have about 2.5% tightening credit. And then TD is just getting enforcement now from a government agency. So we'll see. Yeah, dollar little changed after loan survey. Bonds dropped most. Now stocks are reacting. Again, TD. No, they said suspicious transactions are. That's what sank TD's First Horizon deal. Play on PayPal is just go for the upside with earnings if they do good or not. That's pretty much about it. Yeah, and then Disney's Galaxy, Guardians of the Galaxy 3 makes $289 million opening weekend. That's $100 million higher than what they said like 10 minutes ago or 2 hours ago. Nvidia's coming down a little bit. Again, TD's getting some of that activity. Boeing sold off there from the news. SPY is now red alongside the NASDAQ. Both of them are 0.01 right here. Yeah, the 30 years coming back. We got a little bit, though. It's small. I only made like $70 on that. So we needed to go at the low here. We were up more. So IEF is moving more than the futures, pretty much, is what I'm seeing. The news, there's a couple of pieces of news. Senior loan survey came out, showed credit is tightening. The Fed says credit is now, the demand for credit, the credit tightening is worse than 2009. We saw demand for industrial credit at big and small firms and commercial credit drop to low levels below 2020. And then I think that is it. There was one more, and then we just got news about suspicious activity that sank the deal between TD and First Horizon, which is, again, another one of those regional banks. I'd even watch FHN, too. So we started dropping there. Again, we didn't react, but it seemed kind of bearish there on that report. I don't know. There's nothing positive about it. You could say it wasn't as bad as expected, but then again, I mean, that's real evidence of credit tightening. Again, credit has tightened about 2.5% from the beginning of the year. There it is. You're starting to get big cheek lays now. I think people are starting to digest that a little bit. Yeah, keep watch. That's huge, bro. That's huge. Chad, look at this. Bro, you're really dumping now. So I don't know. The bonds did catch a bid off of that, but again, no, that's the news. This is the senior loan Fed facility, and I would also add the TD First Horizon. I think that's adding to it. You just got news of credit contracting, and then you just had a suspicious regional bank. So those are the two things. Regional, the loan survey, credit is as worse as 2009 right now. 2% drop in credit. Demand for commercial credit is hitting lows. That's not a good sign. And then TD is suspicious activity that sank the deal for a regional bank. So add those two, you're down about 2 points in a minute and a half now, or 2.5 minutes. Yeah, that's it. You just broke into 41.20 now. So watch out if this takes us below the levels. That was the data we needed. It's not a black swan, but that's just bad data. Bad news is bad news. Again, the Fed, I was surprised it went up a little bit, but the reading on that seemed pretty bearish there. But I just think you have bad news on the senior loan facility. Here, I'll plot all of them for you. This is what I'm saying. It's going to look like a mess, but bear with me. This is the numbers. So there's a little bit of writing, but again, the blue and green line, this is demand for commercial loans. Again, this is lower than 2013 right now. I don't know if I could make the chart bigger. Again, tightening standards. Everything going up is a tightening standard. So this is the spreads for loans at large funds. Spreads are hitting all-time highs, and then your tightening credit is also going up too. So that's what it all looks like. Anything going up means the level of credit tightening. Anything going down is the demand. So AKA demand for credit plummeted, and then the tightening of credit and spreads all skyrocketed. So we'll see though, but that, and then mix it in with the TD news. But keep watch. I think the market might be able to get around it for a little bit, but just keep it on watch. I wouldn't react too much nor too little. Again, we're not supposed to really react to anything till like Wednesday. So watch for a bigger bounce here now. But then if you can't get past 41.30 on the bounce or 41.33 and it fails, that'll be reload to the downside. If it gets above 41.33, then we might squeeze by the end of the day. If this ends up getting back up here, you're going to run. But if it can't get past 41.33, we're going to flush. But then again, we shouldn't move too much given the timing of the market now, and then we have all the other events on the way. TD Ameritrade and TD Bank are different. You could get a put on them. Even watch FHN too. Again, regionals got hit a little bit off of that, but I do think it's the reaction to this loan survey. Disney brings back dining plans and updates to park reservations. You just had the senior loan Fed or the senior loan officer survey from the Fed. It pretty much a gauge of credit that all just came out right now, and it came in pretty bearish. It showed credit has tightened and demand has dropped. And then you had bad news coming out of TD. I think it was the SEC or somebody, but government or regulators said that there was suspicious activity on TD Bank, which led to the the backing out of the First Horizon deal. Okay, you're bouncing up a little bit, so watch here. Because we either get that reload or death. I'll reload it. Demand for residential upticked on the survey. So here it says, Fed says banks kept tightening loan standards in first quarter. Federal Reserve said that banks reported tighter standards and weaker demand for commercial and industrial loans in the first quarter, extending a trend that began before the recent stresses in banking. The proportion of U.S. banks tightening credit on loans for medium and small businesses rose 46%, up from 44.8 in the fourth quarter, according to the Fed survey. The collapse of 4 regional banks since March sparked turmoil, and then that's it. And then Jesus is saying residential loan came up. Oh, I guess. Damn, this thing is huge, actually. No. Yeah, there's a lot of readings we could get. Like, I didn't think about it. So you could go really, really deep with this. No one said anything on this one. There's like GSE eligible mortgages. The demand came in at negative 93. That's pretty funny. But that's a bounce. No, that's all-time low. Eligible mortgage. Dude, this data set goes huge. So reducing maximum size of credit lines. That's at 17.9. So 17% of banks are lenders reducing their maximum size of credit lines. Residential eligible measures of supply and demand for residential mortgage loans. It went from 1.8 from 1.9. Government tightening 3.9 to 3.8. Subprime tightening standards, eligible mortgages. And then home equity lines chilled out. Let me see. Okay, so you're bouncing up. TD's on the low. Watch out. That might just be the stupid pop, and then we're done. Yeah, so here it is. You could go on the website. It's on the Fed's website under data. But, like, here's all their, like, they'll have the tables with it. Then you could see who tightened considerably, banks, the percentage. And then we could go again. There's a lot of data associated. That's why I think there was such a delay. There's, like, legitimately probably, like, 400 data sets to go through. So it's like you could see there's loan covenants, premiums. You could see all the different factors of it. Again, where's table 2? So tighten considerably. Remain basic. 73% of banks remain unchanged. Yeah, see, here's that maximum size of credit lines that I was talking about. Maximum maturity is 19 years in total. So again, it's a lot. It's a lot of shit if you really want to try picking it apart. I'm not going to buy PayPal. No, I'm just going to hold Square. We dumped after the survey and then bad regional news with TD Bank and First Horizon. But I don't know. That survey, there's some areas that make you not worried. But then there's also some areas where you got to ask a couple of questions. So that's it. Again, overall, just loan demand dropped 2% of tightening. Some areas more than other, and then the demand is a little bit lower. Yeah, TD Bank, not TD Ameritrade. There's more banks going poof. We're going to see. We are going to see. Because right now, that's bullish in my book. Some areas didn't get as bad, but that was quite the reaction for today. And now everybody is going to start forming. This is the info people are going to base certain things around for the next coming weeks. And then depending on what other follow-up we get from the banks. But that's update on the quarter. So pretty much since the banking's, in a weird way, it's not as bad considering what happened. I think some people wanted it to be worse, but there's no way to get around that it is tightening. And some areas are very, very bad. If you go through that whole survey, some of those areas are awful, but then the general as a whole, it could have been a lot worse, but it was still pretty bad. Strong and resilient, kind of. Not really, but yeah, but really. Okay, you're back up here. Could have been just, that's it. If we, like I said, if we get above this level though, yeah, you're at 41.33. Oil, it's weird. Energy's up. Energy dropped a little bit. It was up 1%. Now it's up only a quarter, but that's about it. Well, I said, don't freak out yet now, because we're back at that level. If that keeps continuing, then there you go. Let me see. Okay, I'm reloaded. I like Boeing. That's the one. I didn't play PayPal. I have Square, but I think PayPal has more upside. Boeing, you're just gonna get an update on the news of it. Like, it just depends on what happens there. And then, all right, we're back up. We made it. Okay. Scammers. Yep, that's it. Reload. I said we could, if it did turn into that, I said be careful, because then that is now you're gonna squeeze off of that. We could just slow down. That was the theme prior, but that's it. You went right past the level now. They turned that to the gigantic reload. Again, we're gonna see how people take out that data. It's gonna be the fuel for the next couple of days here, probably. The news was the Fed loan, the survey came out. Again, it pretty much showed the evidence of the credit tightening. There was a couple of negative factors. Then you had bad TD news, so regionals got affected. The bonds are still lower, though. That's the thing. Again, this time around, you actually have the bonds support. That helped the bonds now confirm this. Bonds are going down, stocks are going up. So that's what we've been saying all day, but that's it. It all just came out at the data. Now you're going to squeeze. If that didn't bring it down after a big-ass move like that, it doesn't have to necessarily squeeze, but if you hold 41.33, that's it. Like I said, 41.48 is the upside. 41.16.17 is the downside level now, because we did hit a new low on that. A retest. Well, let's see. TD's still dropping, and the bonds are again, this was the reaction. Stocks followed it. I mean, last time bonds were here, though, the market was at the same price. So in a weird way, this is just helping out with the bonds, but that reaction was a literal V. That's as V as it gets. That was 5 minutes down, almost 2 points and then 5 minutes right back up, or 10 minutes up. Straight up. Beasley. And then TD Bank is now down 1%. Kenview's on the high too. Yeah, SPY just holding, man. They're holding the early February levels. Agreed, Elon. Well, just be on the lookout. See if regionals end up bouncing. And then we'll keep our eyes on for any headlines. And then TRVN paused the volatility again. Still not the bottom. Last time you said 30%, that was the bottom. What do you mean? I still don't think we hit the bottom. I mean, even from the beginning of the year, I still don't believe in that. Even though it's been 5 months, we're back at the level we've been at after a month, but some names more or less. NVIDIA, again, banks are still holding up. MPW. What's the other one? Musk says Twitter to purge inactive accounts. We already got that. If things go at your plan, the next 12 to 18 months, what's next to unfold? A recession. That's it. The yield curve uninverts. Right now, we're looking at 2 months to 8 months. So next 2 months will be 1 year. 6 months after that will be a year and a half from the first yield curve inversion. If the yield curve uninverts by then because of the Fed, then I would take that as our sign that we are entering into a recession. So I would just be playing bond plays and other things, but that would pretty much be the next step. But that would pretty much just give me my confirmation that, okay, that's it. I don't have to play the game anymore of, well, what's going to happen? Do I have to be, pretty much once the yield curve uninverts, and if it does it in the time frame and how I expect, then it gives me a pass to be bearish for 6 months without question. That's it. That's all it is. That's all it comes down to. So you'll have 6 months of straight bearishness with zero question of the bearishness, and then that's it. Then it eventually will lead to the biggest recovery. Yeah, Jonah was very bearish. Jonah, if you guys are familiar of the Bible story, Jonah and the whale, he was very bearish. He was, that's why when the market didn't crash in Jonah's days, he got so mad. He even was yelling at God. He was like, God, I thought you told me it was going to crash, and I had to warn them to sell out their stocks, and then you forgive them. So Jonah was pissed off the market didn't crash. But I feel you. Jonah was mad bearish. Mad bearish. Yeah, Samson was bullish, but he kept talking about his plays too much. That's it. He just told all the pretty girls, he was like, yeah, just don't cut my hair. Like, that's it, That's what happens. Biden terrible poll. I'm very surprised that everybody reiterated that news, because again, I'm not trying to assert that there's any bigger conspiracy going on, but 3 years into the Biden presidency, the first 2.5 years, you couldn't say anything negative, nor did I see anybody in the media circulate anything that was negative about my guy. So very weird. I did not expect, that's a big L, man. To be this far along and have a lower approval rating than Donald Trump, that's not good. And I'm surprised the media is jumping all over it too. I think he's going to run again. He's definitely running again. Oh, don't doubt it. He's running again. He's 1,000,000% running again. But just weird. He's walking, bro. He's walking. Still. Okay, we're still holding up. Again, bonds, you're back almost $600. Again, max gain was 750 on the day. What did you miss? Just the Fed's senior loan survey. It was pretty dramatic, but it came out. Again, I think it was bad. It was bad news. Then you got a bad reaction. Then we've bounced it. So now you're kind of confused. But overall, I mean, we just have evidence that credit tightened. It wasn't the worst, but right now credit is tightened pretty much to a level of 2009, and that's what the survey is showing. So it wasn't the worst credit tightening, but it's definitely been I'd call it material. At least in some segments of it. It's a big report, though. Like, that's why I think you got people responding now, but just be on the lookout. There's probably going to be a couple more updates with it. You missed the entire day. Happens, man. Yeah, make sure you unpause after the ad, because Google trying to save bandwidth. That's the theory. McReeb. What was that? This was all the senior, and there was bad news about TD. So, again, they were saying that officials were looking at the TD FHN deal, and they said that there was suspicious activity, which is why the deal played out like that. Yeah, the peach came in the morning, Father Edgar. But glad to see you, man. Good morning. Good 11:30 a.m. I don't know. This is like morning after. Happy brunch, bro. Happy brunch. Amen, amen. NVIDIA is still working up. Zero care in the world. And get ready. Again, this was the level. We're still above 4130. You're at the high end of the range right now as far as the day is concerned. So watch out here again. If you're in 4138, 4140, the next level is 4148 to the high side. You think RIB could make it pop or completely crash? Yes. It will die if they had bad earnings, but my theory is that I don't know if they're going to do it or if it will come out positive. But I'm holding McRib for earnings, because if they give an update on how they plan to commercialize their latest drug approval, that's probably what's going to, guide things up. But if they come out and they say it's going to take another 12 months and then it's not looking good, then the stock could definitely go down for a little bit. That low and bounce was made perfectly off the 20 SMA. Looks like algo trigger. It was a weird move. Again, and just what it correlates with the data. And on top of it, like, you got to realize we're holding the price level when Powell dropped us. And then this is like pretty much the highs of the statement release, which I think makes it that much more intriguing. They said the drug should be in use by June, so I don't think it would be 12 months. Well, I think that's what we're waiting for, just the commercialization plan and how they plan to hit it, how much money it's going to cost them, how much they plan to make, and then hopefully they don't need any more capital. And then if we get anything on that Nestle deal too. This is E-Trade Pro with a hint of TD Ameritrade. It's very nice, very nice. Yeah, it has been 6 months of NVIDIA going up, huh? Been a solid straight months of NVIDIA hitting a new high every month for 6 months in a row. Loving it. Well, we're not anywhere lower than where we were at in the morning. 30 minutes till power hour, an hour and a half left on the day. Yeah, Airbnb, I like the run-up. We went over the preview. And then it's crazy. Our last Airbnb purchase was legitimately a year ago on May 9th, 2022 at $125, which was, again, another post-earnings play at the moment. So let's see what, again, Airbnb earnings are going to be big. That's tomorrow after the bell. Tomorrow morning, you got a couple of others. And then even then, a lot of smaller names report this week. SoFi CEO Anthony Noto loads up on STI. Is that why I was running up like that? Because out of any of the bank financial plays, only like them and PayPal were looking good. It was at this level most of last year when it dumped. It did, yeah. It went lower to that like 80, 90 bucks. It did it very slow. And then like we had that opportunity to grab it, and then it only lasted for a little bit. But that's kind of the price I wanted at if I'm going to buy it. And then Redfin got a price target raised by Oppenheimer at 10.20. It was an hour ago. 8.50 from 7. And then raised to 11 a share by Stevens from 10.50. Who else? Somebody else. Everybody gave him an upgrade. Shit. And then let's see. Oh my gosh. 52-week high NVIDIA. Shorting Airbnb. I'm not against it. And then remember last time, you guys remember Airbnb was top 5 shorts coming in, or top 6 shorts coming into coming into last earnings. So right now 5% of Airbnb is shorted. 18 million shares. I think they're going to, again, like some people are thinking it's just like the growth rate is what people are going to be on. I think they're going to do great. Everybody expects them to have a strong quarter. They're bringing up stuff like the bank failure and all of that, but it's not, they're going to do good. It's just a matter of if it's good enough. Remember, we watched Micron rip on negative 50% margin. You've watched companies, if they guide up, and they don't give good enough, they sell off. Even if they did good. Again, Expedia did bad earnings, and they went up, and people still said it's good. So just be careful, is what I'm trying to tell you, though, with it. It's just like, my Airbnb the last quarter, I'm actually near my highs of last year. Again, especially at this time of the year, my Airbnb is doing way better in general. Like comparative, like last year we saw some slowdowns, but they're going to do good, but it doesn't mean the stock is going to go up. You have to really, you got to wait to see how, again, Wall Street hates Airbnb. Just keep that in mind. So be mindful with your speculations towards it. Because what we've learned, you're able to get it at a better price after earnings every single time. Even, again, earnings shoot up to near 150, come back down pre-earnings price by 1 month later, a month and a half. I think people hate it because we love it. 2, the valuation is still pretty high. And then 3, it's an easy stock to hate because it's not, you're not telling me how bad it is. You're just saying it can't keep doing good. That's it. Airbnb is LeBron James. That's it. Easy to hate. We're not talking about them losing games. We're talking about them not having championship rings. That's the way I look at Airbnb. Gotcha. So your question was insincere. So you know what I do to insincere questions, sir? I think you'll figure out what I do to them. Okay? otherwise. Because if you're asking me questions to just get out a response, you're a bitch. But like I said, I'll be very straightforward with all of it. Like I'm saying, the valuation is high. People like that. You're paying for what it is. But if you want to play a I got you game, again, refer to my previous comment. Guy said gotcha. I know, right? That's why I'm like, that's a low blow. But I do think, again, it's like LeBron. You're talking about, what's it called? I didn't ban him. I timed him out so he could feel it. You know what I'm saying? You don't like that activity. But even in general, though, it's like I'm saying, it's like LeBron. That's why I don't think the market likes Airbnb. Every time they do good, the question is, how are they going to do better? But you're not selling it off because it sucks. You're selling it off because we're talking about the future with it. Josh is not putting up with hate. I think I've done it very politely. I didn't ban anybody. I time them out first. I'll let them know. I hit you with a little bit of, hitting you back with it. But there you go. So it's all love. If I misinterpret it too, I may have misinterpreted it, but that's all. All I'm saying is just, keep it serious. Sincere questions will get answered. Even if it's insincere, I will answer it, but that's it. Tyson had bad guidance. They lowered chicken demand by 2.5 billion. Oh, wait. I'm putting in my tickers here. I feel you. Well, we'll see. If he did, it's okay. Nothing happened. If not, like I'm saying, just be in the game. And hopefully you got the answer, though, too. Again, Airbnb, just be careful with it. I like it, though. I like it a lot. I think they're going to do good. Easy situation. Otherwise, we wait for, what's it called? Just wait till you could get it cheaper after earnings. And then you have Roblox on Monday. The reloads of this may be by the end of the day, but we'll have to see. If not by Wednesday, I mean, we're going to trade within this one range. Uber is crazy, bro. That's it. Uber's already hit my level. So I think it could go pretty nuts. But then again, it's like it usually doesn't go up 5 days in a row. So we'll see what happens. So some people were asking if I wanted puts on it. Not yet, but it's like if it breaks above 38, it either goes straight to 40 or it comes down after going 5 days and not being able to hold up. We're going to stay in. I think even at the beginning of the year, I think a couple of analysts gave ranges all within this price point. We'll see. You're moving up, though, again. Affirm. They were up a lot today. Again, there's Roblo. Again, they have earnings Wednesday morning. Airbnb still up. Bonds, I'm doing what BlackRock said. I like it. Just play the extremes on bonds. I think until we get more data, I think bonds are going to stay in this range. If worst case, the bonds just die again, just like here, and then we're short on it and get to take advantage of it. But other than that, I think the bonds are going to stay within the fear range until we get data to either confirm them staying there or pushing them out. Worst price on Airbnb, you think you could get 60? Maybe the IPO price is 68. So maybe it could have. You were acknowledging. Oh, well, my bad. Sorry if I misinterpreted you. Again, I deal with a lot of people day to day. So like I said, though, either way, just a little timeout. You're good. Hopefully it's all sincere. If not, it's okay. Either way. Right? So, amen, baby. You better get that law terp. Yeah, but 60, I think it could go there. I think I'd be down to, but I think $68 is the thing, is the price point. Airbnb, I know IPO, we didn't buy it till afterwards, but that was one of the only names that did not go below their IPO price. But that would be the price, $68. Yeah. We didn't go. We'll go over the earnings preview for Roblox tomorrow, since they're Wednesday morning, but they could be another one. Yeah, Hugh loves TLT. He's in 2025, though. Again, he's been pushing it out, and very wise of him. I'm glad that he did. Because, again, he was wanting it earlier since we made the interview, but even in that last 3-4 weeks, a lot has already changed towards it. So it's just like, I think the more time, the better. I think it's all a game of timing. It's not about play the bonds or not. It's about when to play them, because it's clear that is going to be some of the move. Rocket Lab earnings today. A power hour sell-off, maybe. We got 15 minutes. We'll see. We will see. It's already been a wild one. Out of my long term, looking at Snap, Airbnb. I think Airbnb, wait till earnings. Again, if I'm wrong on it, then Airbnb goes to the moon. But every other Airbnb earnings, you have been able to get it at a lower price following earnings every time, just with how everybody treats the stock. So it's a blessing and a curse. But again, even from last year, big earnings, 2 months later, you could scoop it up. Big earnings, 2 months later, you could scoop it up. This one was bad earnings, or no, May was good earnings. Went up, you were able to scoop it up 3-4 weeks later, every single time. Just good earnings, scoop it up 2 months later. So if you really want to buy Airbnb, I would just wait till the earnings. Airbnb. Yeah, they haven't had, well, they've beaten 7 out of the 9. They've had 2 earnings where EPS didn't beat in their history, but I believe revenue has beaten almost every other one. One stock to wheel under 15. What would you choose? I would say MPW is the only stock below, maybe Redfin. But I wouldn't buy Redfin at $10. I don't know how I feel about that. I'm trying to communicate it to my people. I'm like, yo, listen, we are up 200% on Redfin almost. Do not buy it at $10. So, but that's the only, I don't like the price. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, trying to be like limited to price usually isn't the best option. So it's like, if you can deal with a little higher price, I would go for something in between with growth usually. Because I don't even like doing wheel on dividend plays. Camara International buys thermal spray solutions. But like cover calls on Redfin was fire. Oh, you're saying that price to sell puts? I feel you. But yeah, MPW is the only one I like where I think it has upside and can move a lot, and you could do the wheel on, but then it's not like, I don't like doing covered calls on any sort of other thing. I think Snapchat would be your best bet, but then it's like, I don't like Snapchat's going to be a bumpy road. So yeah, I don't know. We dropped off of the senior loan survey, then we popped right back up. There was also bad news out of TD Bank. Bonds, if anything, though, this unlocked the bond moves. Because last time we were up at these highs, the bonds were catching a bid. Now, after the report, we dropped, and then it allowed the bonds to go down and stocks to go up. So if anything, it ended up working in the bond-stock correlation, but it was just a wicked move in terms of responding to the data. Yeah, ZT and STIR. Same thing with the 10-year. So now we're almost back up to $700 on the future on the ZN. And then 41.41 right now. You got to wait a little bit. But 41.40, yeah, ZN just hit the low of the day. Why were we up way more in the morning? But every single bond across the curve, I think, just hit a low. Yo, am I about to get clapped? You hear that? You made 1K a week on good weeks, now 4K a week. It'd be stupid not to throw money in the stocks. Man, I'm going to slap you. It was literally like 65 days ago. You were like, why would I fucking buy stocks if they're going down? But good for you. I'm proud of you. Amen. Amen. Buy no matter what. Okay? Long-term plan, regardless of how your residual income will fluctuate with it. But that's it. You know what I'm saying? Just no matter what. Good weeks, bad weeks, have a plan, save 10% and add to it. What happened to that was the senior loan Fed facility. We were telling you that all day. I was telling you right before. I said, wait for 2 p.m. We'll get movement. But that was a crazy, crazy, crazy pump fake on that one. I'm so happy. God is good. Amen, man. Amen. But like seriously though, hopefully just take the wisdom, apply it earlier than not, but don't let it flip-flop with, because then again, it's a good road if you want to buy it, but I don't want you to stop buying if you go down. But hopefully you understand the advantage of it all. That's wild. That's a big shift though. Good for you, man. I just remember it was like you were telling me, like, why would you buy it if you think I'm never going to buy them? I have your chat history. That's why I'm like, wow, what a shift. I see you got little Dodo, and now he's like, I want the long term. Yep, we need that. We need that long term. Amen. Amen. I'm a flip-flop MFR, going to tighten up. Hey, man, just get the long term. That's it. That's all I said. Once you do that, now you're in the money. Because, again, once you start taking any flip profits from stocks, real estate, whatever, just like you're now going to just start owning something. That's kind of the point I was trying to make with the long term for a lot of people. Because, like, even if you compare when we started it in 2020, it's like we kept all of that money. And then it's like instead of throwing all your money in at once over time, it balances out when you good. Redeemed in the love of the long term. Amen. That's crazy. Love it. SPY hitting a new high. Bop. So again, bonds are at the low of the day. SPY hitting a high. That's in track. That's it. All 2 p.m. That was a fucked up move, but all that did was create the opportunity for bonds and stocks to run inverse now, which was kind of the trend since last week. That was weird. That was it. You just got spit in the face because you had bad news and you had a bad reaction, but now you're up. So I don't interpret that however you please. Big data on Wednesday. That's my answer. Just whatever just happened, take it however you please. Again, we got a little bit of data, but that just Wednesday CPI now at this point. But that shit was ugly. But again, too, also the bonds. That one we haven't been off on. And what I'm telling you is the last couple of days, we've watched a nice little inverse. Even though both of them are relatively pinned, this relationship, I think, is going to have it's definitely unlocking a couple of moves. A tin on Nestle? No tin. McRib is working with them. So there's a potential deal with McRib, MCRB, and Nestle, kind of like what we saw with, what was it? Was it Eli Lilly and Rita? Or no, who was it? Who was the other one? Proverbs, PRVB. Remember, they had a drug approval and they had a partnership with a bigger company, and then the bigger company ended up buying them out. It's kind of similar for McRib, but we don't know if they're going to get bought out. That one's still in We didn't even know Proverbs was going to get bought out, so we'll see. Coming down a little bit. No, McRib is biotech, not McDonald's. Damn, we get 13 Fs by next Monday too? Shit. And then again, buyback. So like after this week, a lot of money gets freed up for buybacks. Mm-hmm. Quad. Oh, is that? I thought June is the quad witching. I don't know. May 19th might have a lot. Because hold on. The ZNs will be there. No, it's not the quad. The June is going to be the one where the futures expire with it. It'll probably be a triple witching on May 19th. I don't think it's next Friday because the ES plays don't expire for another 39 days. So that's like June 19th. I think May 17th will be a triple witching. Quad witching will be the other one. So whenever the ES expires, that's where the quad witchings happen. Because then you'll have futures, equities, the indexes, and the other one. UVIX down 90% from last year. And the VIX at 1690. That one's a big deal. Airbnb, some red candles here. CLX on the low. CLX flushing. MSTR is flushing. And then that's weird. Coinbase did good. Bonds are trying to go lower here, so watch out. This is where it gets interesting because now if we don't go higher here and then bonds start flushing, we'll see. The closest thing to the inverse of the bonds is the NASDAQ, but right now bonds have moved bigger than anything. Novavax, I don't know any of those like vaccine plays except Pfizer. That's like the only one I'd buy out of that list. And just because Pfizer has so many other exposures. But like Novavax, Myrna, I think they're done. Again, if you want anything related to that, I'd buy CRISPR. That's about it. But other than that, I'd go with Pfizer. I'm done. I don't think there's any vaccine plays right now in the market. Top 5 stocks, just the big dogs. Microsoft, easily. Adobe, NVIDIA, who else is the blue chip ones that could benefit from it? But those three are my favorites. Again, even like Amazon and Meta. I think Meta, I don't know. I think maybe I'm kind of, I'm hoping for it because that's the only way I could justify Meta's awful decisions. But in a weird way, I'm hoping Meta becomes the leader in AI in a weird way. I just feel like, AI, like Meta was so ahead of AI and they haven't talked about it. And they're chilling there, and it's just like, it doesn't make any sense to me. But then they also are kind of talking about AI helping their advertising and all of that. So I'm But I do think Microsoft will be the number one for now. And then, again, Adobe is a very good AI stock. I think that one doesn't get enough attention in terms of AI land. Like, Adobe is going to be fire for anything digital, the cloud. They already have a good user base. They have so many things that they could be doing. So I think Adobe and AI is a huge potential. And I don't think people have really digested that too much. It's just because there's so many things going on with Adobe. That's why I think it kind of gets slept, like, because they're just, again, it's not pure AI, but it's there. And then bonds going, all right, so bonds going lower. That little reload, it might work if the bonds go down there. Baidu will be good too. I like the China names as well. Square, I was just going for earnings. It sold off like 1% after earnings after being up like 6%. So I thought the earnings were good, so I thought it was going to have a continuation. So now I'm holding it though. It dropped $2 a share, and then hopefully PayPal brings it up. Otherwise, we'll get clapped. Yeah, AI Adobe would open their user base to non-pros because their software is so powerful but complicated to learn. Yeah. And they have so many, like all of the AI image stuff. Like they have just so many realms to venture into. I think I got banned. Do you know what? Yeah, I think you got banned last Friday after hours. Not this last Friday, the one before that. And I gave you an explanation for it. So don't snitch yourself out. Either make a new name or don't bring it up. And that's good. And then you could go back to 2 weeks ago for your explanation if you'd like. CRM too, yeah. There's one more I'm missing. But again, there's like other ones. There's like I'm saying, there's just so many big name AI companies that don't get enough attention, where it's like a lot of people are getting hyped on these small ones without realizing like all of the money is just loaded up on all those other names. Like the big guys could get so much and they're already just so much ahead of it. My memory is sick. It's a blessing and a curse, man. It's a blessing and a curse. You know that? It's a straight up blessing and a curse to be able to remember a lot of things. Snap, I mean, we just had that talk. Someone wanted to do covered calls or the wheel. I said, if you're ready for a bumpy ride and you want cheap, go ahead. But it's not that's not my first choice. Mm-hmm. Snap, again, there's a lot of places that can incorporate AI. I love it. I love how we're doing the same conversation of yesterday, just remixed on Friday. We had huge real estate talk. We talked about AI. So I guess we're back to that now, but we'll see. I mean, it's still early. I think in the next couple quarters we'll find out, but I think the big name companies are going to make the most off of AI. There'll be like 1 out of every 30 or 50 small name AI companies, 1 out of every 25 will last, but the real money is just going to be in any of the big names that are already implementing AI, and then we got to see who gets ahead. Raul is starting to surface, and that was right on power hour. So legitimately, you opened up this last hour with a red. How come you wanted the time frames Jay Powell talked for? 40 seconds. Oh, yeah, remember that for me. I'm going to ask for that a little bit before the meeting because I like how long it takes him to get to the podium, because I usually watch the press conference afterwards, and then I go minute by minute to see how the market reacted. So however long it takes him to get to the podium, it skews the timing, because when you go to the recap on the video, they don't tell you when he started. So you have to be there, and then when you go back again, you have to go back to that and then add it up. So 39, that way it helps me to know that on my analysis, I'll be like, I should go 1 minute earlier, since whenever I see that or 1 minute later, because then we'll know what's up with, how the market reacted. But last Fed meeting was weird because we didn't even really respond to questions as much. Yeah, we talked about Carvana today. It was like Carvana, Fubo, and Redfin. Redfin underperformed, but still green. But all the names that had fire earnings on Friday, they continued along today. All right, you had, again, little reds to start off power hour. Yeah, Carvana's 27%. That's 2 days of that. Redfin's good after their 50 or 40% day. And then again, Fubo had 30% on Friday and then another 26% today. Redfin. That's it. There's only been 2 other times in the last 3 months Redfin has been this high. Even on the month, or even on the 1 year. So 2 times in 2023, and then 1 time, or what? You had like a month here. I like Pfizer, but I took Walgreens before Pfizer. I think Pfizer a little lower because the dividend isn't higher than Bill. So you still got some downside. You also got upside too. It's a great stable name. But then the only other problem is that just right now there's still downside on the stock. Not as much. You've already dropped a lot. But then the yield doesn't pay out that much. So it's kind of just puts me in a weird spot. I'd rather just grab something else. 4 week and 3 month are back to the same yield. That's probably because of Bill Gross. So Bill Gross was saying buy the short end because the debt ceiling's not going to be an issue. But that's weird. Just see, though, if that starts getting messed up, and then again, any maturities around June to July, that's usually where the curve starts to get messed up now. Again, we're just so close to it all. Now, Airbnb is tomorrow after hours. Today after hours, we get PayPal, Palantir, Skyworks, WDC, and a couple of others, but Airbnb will be tomorrow after the bell. And then tomorrow morning, McRib and I think somebody else. That dip and rip was the senior loan survey that came out. So yeah, tomorrow you got Nikolai, what's that? Fisker, Novax, Cody, DigitalOcean, Bluebird, EVgo, Duke Energy. Today you have Shockwave, Western Digital, HIM, Suncor, McKesson, Skyworks, Lucid, Devon, Palantir, and PayPal. I like JEPI. The dividend ETFs, I think they're good. You've run equity risk, so watch up for that. But it's not bad. I think it's like you just get it at the right price. Don't overpay into. Again, remember, when you go for the dividend, you have to buy something to get the dividend. So if you pay too much for that, just watch out for your risk, your equity risk when you buy. ACAM dumps on earnings. I may dabble for potential buyout news. I'm with you on that. June pause odds at 78%. That's great. Again, yesterday, or check July. July is the most volatile part right now. So if you want to monitor the Fed rate monitor and you really want to get the biggest effects here, I would be looking at July. So this is the number everyone's tweaking on. It's the pause and the pivot, or the cut, excuse me. So right here, the July meeting, June is the next one, and we're all factoring in the pause. It's funny because it's still there where it is, but July 475 to 5. If this thing catches a bid, that's the thing that's going to mess with people. That's the thing that's going to get people like, wait a minute. That's the bond market pulling heavily away from the Fed. So whatever the data is, this June one, this is, and again, you can see how volatile, or this July one, this is going to be the one we got to be looking at least for the next 30 to 45 days. Is that why people buying July? It could be. I mean, for now, it's probably affecting people's bond decisions more. But, people are keeping that in mind. Again, we went over it. Right now, either somebody, but collectively, the bond market is saying we are about to get the biggest Fed flip-flop in 40 years. So, again, we went over that article. Pretty much what's happening is that the economic data, the broader economic data points towards a recession, and the bond market is believing that more than anything. That's why the bond market is getting so aggressive towards a cut, is because of the hard economic data that we have witnessed collapse. That's where everyone's like, no, recession is coming. Again, like stuff like the Philly Fed, right? We brought that one up about a month and a half ago. So that's what's getting people to be like, okay, we're gonna cut. It would be the biggest shift in 40 years. Because again, last time in 2006 when they paused for 2 years. This time, the bond market is saying, no, you're going to pause and cut by July. And that's because of what the economic data is showing. So we're going to see. But that's why as the data comes out and we move closer to the event, you're going to watch that flip-flop. But if that keeps going, we'll see. But right now, it's a huge spread between what the market is pricing on bonds and what the Fed is saying, especially after we get June and then we get an updated SEP. Oh, who knows how that'll look. How and why prices are inflated and unemployment as lowest, the Fed has more room. I don't disagree with you. That's why I'm short on a bond. Again, I don't think it's going to happen that fast, but right now there's a bid on the bonds. That's it. Just go. There's a reason why when we look at IEF, TLT, SHI, every single one of them, they have this pop and they're right up here near the highs of the year. So these people are buying the bonds in anticipation that it's going to come down. So even though there's a lot of evidence saying that the Fed isn't going to pivot that fast, for some reason the bond market is refusing to acknowledge that. And the logic that people are saying is that the bond market is listening to the hard economic data. Granted, employment's not there and all of that, but if you look at, again, manufacturing data, Philly Fed, you start going region by region, there has been a lot of economic data sets that have completely collapsed, worse than 2020 even. Again, well, I think all of our PMIs are in contraction now for several months. Again, we've had some drop for 12 to 14 months in a row. So, but that's the bond market is saying, no, screw employment, screw the run, the Fed can't do it. That's what the bond market's saying. But a lot of people will say, well, wait a minute, the Fed said something opposite. Unemployment hasn't moved up. But then, again, that goes back to our other argument of good news, bad news, bad news, good news. Because what happens? By the time the recession is right in your face, the going logic is that's when the jobs start to drop. That's why people say the minute the jobs drop, that will be the last shoot of fall of the economic data that will pretty much confirm our recession. So we'll see. But again, I'm not even giving you, I have a bond play, but I'm just telling you the story right now. I hope all of you can understand that right now the Fed is saying one thing about interest rates and how they plan to move forward. And then the bond market is saying something very drastically different. The Fed is saying we are not going to cut rates until 2024. The bond market, based on the current pricing right here, right now, is saying that the Fed is going to maybe cut in July, but at least by the end of the year, the Fed is going to cut 3 times. Which is huge. So again, do you understand what I'm saying? There's 2 communications being sent, and they're very far off from each other. The bond market is usually right. You are correct on that. However, let me take you back 4 months ago. The bond market said the exact same thing, and then eventually the bond market gave up and they conceded to the Fed, only for bank failures to come in and bring everybody right back. So you're right, the bond market is usually right, but they got aggressive at the beginning of the year and were wrong only till the bank failure came back. So this move was insane. Remember, everybody on the no landing, everybody thought the bond market at the beginning of this year was saying the Fed was going to cut again. They said they're pausing, they're cutting, no way in chance Powell does anything. By February, The bond market said, okay, fuck that. We'll listen to the Fed. This was right after the Fed meeting. They were like, okay, maybe Powell isn't going to stop. And then the bonds started selling off, getting in alignment with Powell and the Fed all the way up until the banking crisis hit. So that's the paradox. Your recent volatility of the bond market is going to make you really question, is the bond market always right? Because, yeah, it may be right eventually, but you got to be able to play it out for that long. We dumped and bounced. We've done it actually several times. I mean, honestly, I feel like that was a recent. That's why we could get lucky on our bond short, but don't get fooled, man. Do you not remember what the story was last year? That's why I hate this, Chad. Y'all don't feel me. I really don't think they feel me. This was the story last year. Again, this is when Powell started saying it. The first little run up, yeah, you got a little chicle right here. Back to the earlier level we dropped. But, take a look. Remember, people got excited after the first rate hike. Nope, right when it slipped, everybody got in accordance. And, again, it was around May where everybody was getting excited on a pivot. Then what happened, everyone was like, nah, fuck no, that's not happening. And every single time, even the most hated rally, the bond market started to catch the bid just like this time. And everyone's like, yeah. Okay, it's July. The Fed is done. The market rallied. And then what happened by the end of August, Jackson Hole and everything else, it started another slide in bonds. That's what's been happening for the last 12 months. Bond market says one thing, data comes out, and then the bond markets change their mind. So the bond market will be right eventually, and I think is usually right in the long term, but don't get confused by the short-term moves because it could say something completely different, and then it's not guaranteed. That's it. Just because the bond market's saying one thing does not mean the bond market will change its mind very, very quickly and under the right circumstance. And again, I think a part of it right now, both the beginning of this year and even right now, you have too many front runners. You gotta realize it. I hate to break it to you. What the fuck is the problem with bonds right now? Everybody and their mom wants to be a bond vigilante. Everybody is too greedy. Why? You hear Fed rate cut, Fed pause, mother effers are buying that shit right away. Again, your boy, I love him, Hugh Hendry, baby. God bless you. But guess what? That's an army of people buying the tilts right now. Do you see what I'm saying? So the bond market is going to get, it's going to be volatile. And people are going to try to get in front of this every time. And again, that's what the beginning of this year showed us. It was wrong. It wasn't wrong. It's just you see what I'm saying? I think the bond market will eventually be correct. But in this case with bonds, since it's an asset based off of duration, too soon is wrong. You see what I'm saying? You could go too early, but it could still be wrong considering, again, you see these flushes. Yo, look at this SPY right here. Hold on. We're back. Raul. Damn. So, man, maybe they're just playing with us off of that Fed survey now. You're getting and today's small, so these moves feel big. But now bonds up, SPY down. That's different than dropping here because now they matched up. New high, new low. And now bonds pop, SPY dumping. They're still moving in inverse for here. Yeah, everybody is competing for the same pot in every market, bonds to meme token. And everybody wants it early. That's exactly it, 100%. And that's kind of the dynamic you got to be prepared for. That's why again, that's hence why I shorted the bonds over the last month or so, because I believe in the bond play. I just don't think it's going to materialize as quick as ever. I think you're going to get 3 more pump fakes, and then on the third pump fake, there it is. We've already done one. But essentially, I think the yield curve is going to have a couple of pump fakes, get people in, get people out, get people front running, scar them, punch them in the face, play this game for a little bit, and then on one of those reloads, it's just going to take off. But that's why you got to, same pot, different angles, all on the same time frame. And that's why the timing of it will be the key. October, we dumped last year because the inflation numbers. Everything started to go up, and then that's when economic data started to plummet, and then inflation was still high. But then it was after October, November, December, January, that's when inflation started to calm down. And then that's where we had 3 months in a row of inflation calming down. People anticipated the change, and that's where everybody got excited. But remember, coming in September, October, inflation was hitting highs. It wasn't slowing down. Economic data was falling off a cliff, and the Fed, just after people thought they were going to pivot September, October, the Fed started going 50, 75 in a row, right? That we started even raising the amount of rate hikes we were doing. Dude, look at that pop there, too. So, again, quick flush to VWAP and then even quicker bounce. My bond shorts are just on here, 30 days. I'm going to close them in probably a couple more days. Again, we already got a small profit. I like what the BlackRock guy said. Just play the extremes on the bonds. That's it. If the bonds pop, short them. If the bonds drop, so the next extreme drop on the bond, just buy it. And then play it for a week period and flip out until we get the next one. But if you're worried about the long term, I would have a long bias on the bonds. That's what I'm saying. So, I'm going to play back and forth, but my bias is to long term or the upside for it eventually. But in the meantime, you're going to be able to play back and forth. But then if the bond market gets knocked out of this idea of the Fed cut, the bonds are going to drop a lot. Biden, House Republicans need to address debt limit. You think 2025 leaps might be solid for TLT? I think only if you buy them right before the pump fake or right before the last pump fake. If you buy those, I think they'll be solid. Everything else, I think they're going to scam premiums. Why wouldn't they? That's why I think futures, shares, or options right before the event, if you could confirm it. That's how you're going to make money on the options. Otherwise, I would buy TLT shares. That's it. If you're worried about the timing, because again, you got to realize all it takes is 1 or 2 months to change the next 6 months. Do you feel me? That's what happened a month ago. You got to realize it. 1 month of something happening could change the next 6-month outlook for a bond. So you got to think about that. So that's why it's if you're confined to time on the play and the break even and how you're going to make, if you're out of the money and you're out of time, that's not, you see what I'm saying? It's going to be easier said than done. It's not going to be as easy to execute. But I think at that point, shares, futures, and then you buy options on it right before we could confirm it. So assuming I have my future, I'm going to probably be in a future or a TYD play prior. I'm going to probably be in something dollar for dollar. But then if I can really confirm what's going on there and we see the pump fake and we see things and then it's kind of clear cut, then you pile into the options right before. Yeah, just be prepared to buy it 3 times. I agree. I think just get whatever you want to spend. If you really think the TLT again, and hopefully I've educated you guys enough to now you could understand how to make the TLT play. You know what I'm saying? You should understand what the logic really is behind this. So you could go about it however you please, but if you believe in it and you believe in the long term, you want to go after the buy the bond play because of what we're having in policy, just make sure you space it out so that pump fakes aren't going to kill you. And that's where I think you're going to need to be ready to buy it 3 different times. You're going 100 Cody at the bid, $12 for earnings tomorrow morning. Yeah, Oxy, don't they have earnings tomorrow morning? TMF put sales is D6. The bond. Again, you could buy Bill too. That's a bond play in a very weird way. TLT going up means you are dropping and fears being bought up. Yes. TLT going up means that yields are coming down, and usually that would mean people are buying for that safety. And then that's kind of the fear reaction. When we see TLT go up, that's usually kind of a sign of fear going up, but the literal thing it explains, TLT goes up, the bond yield is going down. TLT is going up, that means the 10-year or the 30-year is going down. TLT goes down, that means bond yields are going higher. Does it make sense to drip Bill or not really? It just depends. I don't drip it because I don't know when I'm going to buy something, and the thing is, I'm in it because I want flexibility. That's the beauty of Bill. So, quite frankly, since I may be here today, gone tomorrow, I don't know. I didn't want to drip Bill because of that reason. So, like, it's literally, you got to ask yourself, why did I buy Bill instead of just buying a bond? We already bought a bond. We know how to do it. You see how I could take all the money in Bill and just go buy a 4-week or a 16-week bond if I wanted to. Why don't I do that? What's the difference between buying Bill and buying the actual bond? The difference is that the bond I can't get out whenever I want. The bond I have to wait till maturity to get my money back. I can't just buy Bill, and then if it goes up for half the month and I want to buy something, I can't just sell out the bond. Exactly. The liquidity, and then I still get my yield every single day. So that's it. That's why, but I don't drip it because I don't know how long I'm going to be in it. And that's kind of the whole idea. And that's the same reason why we bought Bill versus buying a traditional bond. If the debt ceiling, no, Bill's price action would tweak. We're going to be out of it before then. That's it. Just get ready. If that debt ceiling come May 30th, May 31st, if that debt ceiling, if they're still playing that game of chicken, Bill won't get affected because all of the yields are already locked in this month. But then that means we're out. That's it. That's all I'm saying. If Bill approaching the deadline, I would clear out all of your Bill just out of an abundance of caution. China did not invade Taiwan at 2 p.m. That was the senior loan survey from the Fed, which confirmed about 2% credit tightening with banks, and commercial loan demand at banks is plummeted to lower than 2013. And even bank stress levels now, or level of credit tightening, is just as low as 2009. Yeah, worst case, they do it last second. We could buy back in. Yeah. And even then, the whole logic is, like, no matter what. So, like, we hold Bill till the end of the month. We wait for the debt ceiling. But what's going to happen? We're going to get the dividend through the shares. So even if we sell out on Bill before the debt ceiling, we still get our monthly yield. And then we don't have any risk coming into the next day. That's it. But this month, you're probably going to be making your money on the equity rather than the dividend. And then we just confirm it. And then we're good to go. That's it. Is it possible for money markets to pass the buck if we default? What do you mean? Like, do you think like money markets will survive? The money markets they'll have an extra month for now. Again, because you got to realize it. Any money market, even Bill, it started at the beginning of this month. So if you are a money market and you piled everybody's money into a 1-month bond and that's what they all do. Most money markets are at the shortest end of the curve. All of their money is guaranteed till the end of the month. So even money markets are safe. It all just depends on what happens in June. So if you're still in a money market, you're still in bill after June 1st, and then we find out the government is defaulting, then you are at risk of a delayed payment. And then that's where the money markets will get kind of weird. But as of now, the money markets are safe, just because you have the ability to get your money in yield all the way up until the X date, and then it's the next date. That's where it all gets determined. Can you buy something before X dividends, sell it, then buy something else before, and just keep doing that? Yes, it's pretty much arbitrage, but you have to be really good at math. And then stocks move a lot, right? So they usually move after X dividend. But yeah, that some people trade like that. It's just an arbitrage strategy on X dividend. People just buy it out and they try to run it. You just got to be really good at math. I mean, the cash sweep, the one I use, the 88 exposure to reverse repo facility government bills. But what do you mean pass the buck? Like, do you think like they will avoid the situation or not avoid it? Like, that's kind of been the question people have been asking, but I'm not like, what do you mean pass the buck if we default? Like, will they suffer if we do default? They shouldn't suffer beyond the 1 month. But then again, at that point, once it does become that problem, you will get a little bit of pressure on it. So I think initially it won't, but it will if it does turn into a real default. I think for a couple of weeks it could probably show some pressure. I don't even know though. It could it could go lower, but because it depends. Because then if we get a default, the question is going to be when's the next payment. So like I'm saying, a lot of the money markets, they buy 1 month maturities. Oh, Tesla questioned by Elizabeth Warren and Sanders over forced arbitration use. So money markets and bonds will be good all the way up until the X date. And then we find out what happens. But let's just go back to what I said earlier. Here's the thing. If we do get a real government default, everybody gets affected. So nobody stands away from it. Does that make so? I think even money markets all the way down to corporate. Again, if the holy grail of investments, United States Treasuries, if they suffer, I mean, just use the law of nature of how that'll spread, right? If the angel gets affected, if that'll be the fallen angel, everybody gets clapped. So money markets, you could go down the list of quality, but if number one quality gets downgraded and defaults, it just starts, it's a domino all the way down the list, from money markets to treasuries, bonds, everything. You know that won't happen. I'm hoping for it. I do think it's not going to happen at all. But unfortunately, I have to give it a serious thought now, just because we're here. Again, I said it in the beginning of the year. It was January 2023. That was the first time Janet Yellen said, we have till June. You guys know that, right? That's the funniest part. Up until, you guys know, in January 23rd, I believe, 2023, Janet Yellen came on and gave us the X date of June. You know that, right? Let me find you the news article. Watch. See, look, they say like this is like 6 days ago. Bullshit. Watch, let me show you the good one. Yeah, 1 month ago. Oh, where is it? Come on, Janet. Oh, they updated them again. That's February 22nd. Where's the other one? Oh, I guess it was. Oh yeah, right here. January 22nd. Yeah, January 20th, 2023. This is how crazy this is. I'm telling you, we've been following along with it. It's just wild to me this much time has gone on. So it was January 20th, 2023. The Treasury was saying we have $500 billion. We're going to run out of money by June, and we're going to start doing extraordinary measures. That was at the beginning of this year. And then again, people were asking me about it, and I was saying it. I was like, listen, you don't have to worry about it. You're 6 months away. It usually gets solved. Like, don't even trip. We'll get there when we get there. So now, unfortunately, like I'm telling you, it's not supposed to happen. Nothing should happen from this. Unless you are completely, like, you want all the smoke and you don't like to think, that's the only way that it's going to be able to, like, come back, right? You know what I'm saying? And, like, unless there is just something, it would just, you know, there has to be something very, very bad for this to actually become an issue. Something just a complete black swan. But what ended up happening, now we're a month away and nothing has gotten better. So this is where I'm saying, unfortunately, we have to give it a serious thought now, because it's different than when we were talking about it in January. Because we brought it up in January. We talked about it, nothing to worry about, don't worry. The problem is now 5 months have been burned. The Treasury is now running out of money. They're already doing extraordinary measures, and then political environment is just as heightened as 2011, unfortunately. And last time with 2011, a lot of the same actors were playing. It's the same cast: Joe Biden, Janet Yellen, even Jerome Powell. All of those people were present in the 2011 debt crisis problem. That's the part that's even Mitch McConnell. I could go down it's the same exact cast, and that's what I don't like. And it's also 3 years off of a recovery, just like we are today. So it shouldn't happen. I will stand by that. It should not happen. However, every week that goes forward from here, we have to give it a serious thought. So I wouldn't take it as your base case. Base case is not a default. Base case is that nothing should happen, right? Base case is not that the government is going to fail. The base case is that the government plays chicken and they're going to solve it at the last minute. That's base case scenario. Nothing happens. But if not, then we have a problem. So every week we go forward from here, I think it would behoove thee to not ignore it as every week we get close to it. That's it. Simple as that. It's just like, it would be smarter than not to take into account the risks, but then don't play it as if it's guaranteed going to happen, because that's just how you're going to get washed. So, yeah. It's a major black swan. If it actually, because like I'm telling you, even though we know how disastrous and dangerous it could be, no matter what, everybody's base case is that it should not happen. Because again, why would you, like, who in their right mind wants this to, like I'm telling you, everyone's like 6%, 15%, that'd be fun, but it would change everything. It would make it harder for you all to get a house. It would make it harder for the government to guarantee home loans. I'm telling you, it would mess up everything. So realistically, if the government defaulted, you would have a more difficult time buying a house. So maybe Powell wants that. But the point is like, it would knock the domino effect down the credit line of quality. Oh my God, it would be disastrous. So that's why the base case is nothing should happen. But we'll see what happens. Guy at the top shaking, you're talking an invisible hand? The invisible hand would dictate that nothing happens, because everybody in their own best interest should not allow this to happen. It would reset the entire market, but could you reset the market without leaving a scar? That's it. That's the difference of this event, is that the minute that, if that happened to credit, it would be a scar that cannot be removed. Because again, your credit would be downgraded. You still have the scar from 2011. We never came back to 2011 credit. Again, it's been about 12 years since then, and the credit rating never went back up. So it could reset a lot. It could bring down real estate. It could do it, but you could do it like you don't need to bring down your credit rating, and it would be permanent. There would be the minute you default, that is your permanent record, and that would be on your bonds. Yeah, you can never go back to never defaulted status. So if you wanted to reset the system, I hope you had another way to do it without leaving the biggest economic scar on the credit of the United States of America. Which that in and of it's, that phrase alone just sounds ridiculous. Don't money markets like Vanguard hold your cash in money markets? What would you do then? Hopefully your managers are prudent enough to take you out the day before if the risk still remains. That's it. That's all that you can do. And then some people are buying it, believing it's not going to happen. So again, Bill Gross came out today and said that today too. He said, buy the short end of the curve. Nothing's going to happen. So there's still, again, there's people putting money on that. That's the irony of all of this, is that there's big bets on both sides. You're not even betting against it. You're just betting by being cautious, or you're just buying and saying, fuck that, nothing's going to happen. I am not shorting PayPal. No, I'm long on Square. That's it. But we went over the PayPal earnings preview. Hopefully you didn't miss it. I don't trust Biden and the progressives. So this is what I said yesterday, man, or today. I said I would love we should talk about all of this stuff, but do not let your political ideology get in the way of it. This is the same exact thing as last time with everybody. Again, when I say the same cast, it's Republicans and Democrats. Again, Jerome Powell is included in that cast. So unfortunately, you just need them to decide. But this has nothing to, it's as political as it is, it has nothing to do with who is what, Democrat or not, because they all did this before. Again, 2011, more names than not that are part of this are exactly the same. So that's why it's like, just don't, every side could fuck this up just as equally. And then what I'm saying is that last time it did go wrong, it was there. Again, pretty much, let me ask you this. In 2011, you'll notice something when we talk about 2011. Who gets the blame? Think about it. In 2011, when we got the downgrade, what happened? Who got did we blame Republicans or Democrats? People tried. And like I told you, the Republicans really tried to push it. They didn't like Obama. But then again, they still had to respond. No. Think about it. Nobody got the finger pointed. Everybody said, fucking fix this. Everybody was just mad. Do you get what I'm saying? Everybody loses. Republican and Democrat loses. There is no way you are going to explain this to your constituents given the scope of the consequences. So it would be so big, mess up the credit. Once it's too late, it's not going to be about, oh, that was Republicans' fault. No, everybody, even your most Republican or Democratic people and supporters, the script gets flipped immediately to, okay, fix this now. How did you both allow this to happen? That's where you just get a deterioration at a different level. So that's why I'm saying just don't get too caught up into the ideology out of it, because nobody wants this to happen and everybody shares the blame, and it's going to be a dark spot on everybody's record if it did turn out negative. So yeah, that's my take. I know it's but then again, we're talking about something that shouldn't happen until it happens or until every week. So I'm sure we'll have this discussion once a week until then. Damn, we got 17 minutes. I need to go pee, bro. What is the volume? Oof. 42 million. Damn. Bro, this is the lowest volume of the year. Maybe, unless we get 10 million. We'll probably get 10 million after hours. Yeah, bro, that's hideous. Does it put reserve currency at risk? It could, but then again, we kind of have an arrogance towards that. That's a whole nother discussion. Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I love you all. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I will be right back. And get ready. Is that Kevin O'Leary? Oh, they got you some Kevin O'Scammy. All right, I'll be right back.
For U.S. meat giant Tyson Foods plunging the most since the global financial crisis, the company cutting its full-year sales forecast on what it described as challenging market conditions. So joining us now with the latest is Bloomberg reporter Michael Herzer. And Michael, Tyson's saying challenging market conditions exist in all three of its big protein categories. Which of these categories are the issues most concerning? Pork, beef, or chicken?
I think beef is the one that stood out this quarter. Sales were down in comparison to chicken and pork, which were both up. So profits in beef are really coming down hard. And of course, Tyson started out as a chicken company, so they will be looking to kind of shift gears and start earning more money from chicken very soon.
But that's what I'm curious about, Michael. We talk about the diversification that this company made, chicken, pork, beef, et cetera. The idea that when one was weak, the others were supposed to hold up. And to hear some of the commentary by the executives that they had never really seen an environment where all three of these main protein categories were pushing against them at the same time, it has to be concerning.
Yeah, like for cattle, there's record high cattle prices, bad drought in Texas. Pork, there's too much pork right now. Prices are really low, and consumers don't seem to be really taking advantage of that. And chicken, prices are up and volume is up, but there's still a lot of chicken on the market as well after Tyson and others kind of
Are they these gigantic chickens that Scarlett keeps talking about?
The big birds, more than 9-10 pounds.
Yeah, the so-called big birds, 9 pounds or more, generally those are being made into, frozen meals or soup or things like that in a food plant. And if you start to see those at retail, that's sort of a sign that, supplies are getting too big.
Oh, I've seen them. My wife was complaining about them. She took one out of the bag. It didn't even fit in the pan. I was like, what kind of drugs are they giving this thing? Anyway, Michael, that's a rhetorical question. Michael, always great to talk to you. Bloomberg's Michael Herzer, who covers food and agriculture for us. Tyson Foods having its worst one-day drop going back to 2008. A focus on the broader markets here as we get ready to count you down to these closing bells. About 15 minutes ago, Sarah Ketterer are going to be joining us in just a second, CEO and fundamental portfolio manager over at Causeway Capital. What are the markets doing, Scarlett?
Not a whole lot. The Nasdaq is up by 0.25%, but we're basically where we were before the SLOOS numbers
You
came
should have
out.
seen the size of this chicken breast. I mean, it was comical. I almost didn't want to eat it because I was like, this isn't natural, right? How are they not making money on that?
Oh, they're making it into chicken nuggets. Don't worry.
We'll be back in a moment. From New York, this is Bloomberg.
Countdown to the closing bell is brought.
No. Yo, man, Bird. Chat, I hope you've been picking up game. I told you the Bird. I told you look around. We talked about the sun today. You know what I'm saying? That's it, man. That's it. That wasn't me. That's all. Just pay attention. Listen to the bird. Bird. Bird is the word. I said the bird, bird, bird. Yeah, the bird is the word. I'm not even talking anything financial. I'm just saying, like, maybe learn about the world and finances by looking around a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Just relax a little bit, breathe in, look around the natural world. You'll learn some things, you know? Learn from the bird, baby. Learn from the bird. You know they circle the carcass. The bird doesn't worry. The bird doesn't invest. His operation. Oh, man, nature's a beautiful thing, dog. It's a beautiful thing. It's funny for how much we rely on nature to explain a lot of things. We need to look into nature more. I mean, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. They don't feel me. 10-minute rigged on the way. 2 minutes, a minute and 20 seconds. I got a bird nest. Honestly, if you're interested, there's a TikTok video of a bird flying into a nest, an empty birdhouse, and it's a time lapse of a bird making a nest. That shit was hype. I watched all of it. I'm just as an update if you're interested. Mara and Riot, sadly, I've never liked those companies from day one. So I think Bitcoin mining companies, I'm not a fan of. I'd rather take MSTR. If you own Bitcoin or you're in the services of it, I like it. But buying these public miners that started off pretty much as penny stocks, not a fan of them. I don't think they're gonna last in the long run. I think just you're better off buying Bitcoin. That's the way I looked at it. I would never buy a company that mines Bitcoin, especially if I didn't own any Bitcoin. I would just buy the damn Bitcoin and call it a day. My neighbor got his Lucid delivery recently. Did you write him like a sorry note and telling him everything's going to be okay? No, that's great. I hate those cars. But we'll see their earnings after the bell today. Nah, Google is ripping all day. No news on that. Maybe residual AI news from the last couple of days. I told him not to buy the stock. He's in heavy like 40. Hey, man, there's just something just about it. You know, I think there's like justice in the fact that he still has to drive around a $200,000 car that looks like a town car. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like, every action has equal or opposite responses. So you know what I'm saying? That's him. That's his life, man. That's cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, shit. That new Prius look way better. It's all 10% of the price. So back to 41.38, 10-minute rig, a little Chicle down, bonds popping too. Let's see. Nah, man, Camrys cost $500 a month. We don't talk about Camrys anymore. That's so offensive. I think the Lucid's like $150,000. I think you could option them out to $200,000, but then that's it. How's Josh gonna bash the Lucid when he hypes up the Subaru Baja? Because I'm a simple man. I appreciate value. That's it. No matter what I say, there's value embedded deep down inside of it. You know why I like a Subaru Baja? It was unique. It comes in a cool yellow. It was in a lot of video games growing up, and the shit costs sub $40,000, maybe $25,000. That's it. If your shit is expensive and it sucks, nah, you got me messed up. You give me cheap and does the job, if not more. Oh, I love it. That's it, man. I'm not... Bro, Lucid money, I'm buying any sort of car except a Lucid. I can name you 10 different vehicles at a 6-figure price point that will give you a better return and driving experience than a Lucid. That's it. At that price. You give me a Lucid at $47,000, I'm a fan. You see what I'm saying? That's different. You give me that town car looking ass, give me that at $37,950 with a rebate for my taxes, I'm a fucking fan. I'm a fan. $150K for that old piece of shit, I'm grabbing a Porsche. I'm grabbing a Benz. I'm grabbing a BMW before that. I'm just saying, like, you could get an M5 for the same price. No way. An M5. You could get an X7. You could get a G-Wagon. You could get an AMG G-Wagon for give or take the same price. You could get one used. You could go get a Porsche 911. Maybe a Turbo S. Okay, no, that's like that. Maybe 200. That I can't get behind. Give me that car at $37,000. I'm a buyer, Bob. I'm a buyer. Like, I'm just saying, if I was on Price is Right and that car came up, $1, Bob. $1. This guy, he said, you could get a lot of weed, Josh. Man, no, bro. Well, do you have a car right now? If you don't have a car and you just said weed, I'm going to slap you, bro. That's it. He's like, you get $37,000 of weed, Josh. That's a lot of weed. Like, man, that's not where I thought this conversation was going. 7 minutes remaining. Get ready. About 1 minute till final 5. 10-minute rig brought you down 5 points. So decent move. Bonds came up a little bit too. SPY and NASDAQ are in the green. Dow and the Russell are in the red here. Hold PayPal till tomorrow. If you don't want the risk, I think you're risking about 8% on earnings. I think that's what's priced in. So it's going to probably move 8%, give or take. Got the wife the brand new Lexus RX last year. Hate the outside, but as nice as you get on the inside. Did they update it? I think if it's the updated one, those are fly. All the new Toyota Lexus updates are clean. Yeah, they made the interiors really, really nice. The Lexus RC. Those things are dope. I remember those, though. I remember all the commercials when those came out. They're dope as hell. Again, they even got like new luxury Toyotas. But I'm just still sad the Camry's $500 now. I don't know how to describe that. It's really a sad day in American history. Yeah, where the MOC boys at? Market on close. There's final 5. 30 seconds so far into it. Another point and a half. Damn, we didn't open up Bookmap once today. Not till the final 5. Yeah, I'll probably close at 41.50. 41.37 is 41.50 on the futures. Market on close, 427 million to the downside. There you go. We'll stay around for PayPal earnings. I'm down. I do kind of need a poop. Why do you use ESM rather than ES? That's the front month contract. So even if you put /ES, it's the ESM 23. So every 30 to 90 days, a new contract comes around. So it just moves into that. So in the next 39 days, when the MES or when ES goes bust or expires, it's going to move to ESM. What comes after it? JKLM, I think ESN. And then it just goes letter by letter down every single month or whatever, or quarter. So even if you go to TD, you could find, oh, wait, sorry. We got to bring this down, sir. We got to bring this down. Yep. So, softies, better mute your speakers now until the bell, because it's going to get wild. So, amen, amen. Yeah, right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach approach as we make our final approach. We're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 68 degrees and sunny, looking like a beautiful day, unless you thought bad news would actually be bad, or you thought the market would move more than 0.02%. But fortunately, we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required. But we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Cold Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. You better still have those speakers muted, because we ain't even going crazy now, man. We ain't even go crazy yet, but you got to wrap it up. Today was very uneventful. Oh, gosh. This was about as uneventful as it gets, considering what we had to deal with on Friday and Thursday and everything. CPI in a couple of days, a couple of earnings after the bell, and a lot of movement in the bond world. So better wrap it up, bring it home. You got a little bit of data tomorrow morning, and then a couple more earnings as well. 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. You don't have much time left. We've already rent through everything. Got a little bit more on the way. Again, not the big earnings, but a lot of other ones. Tomorrow's data, only small business optimism, whatever we get after the bell in pre-market. Maybe we hear from Asia, but then all eyes on the regionals. Got a little bit more data, but where do we go? CPI, that's the main event on Wednesday. Bring it home. You got 10 seconds remaining, Chattadonia. Finalize your plays. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna, let's go, baby. Wow. Chattadonia, we did it, we made it. Hold on, I gotta see too. I need my GGs, but we might have some earnings dropping right now. Oh, they're coming in there. Let's go, baby. Good game. Let's go. Before the PayPal hits, before the Palantir. Good game. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something, baby. Everybody who held it down, everybody positive, respectful, contributing, a part of the chat, being a real one. Good game, baby. 7 hours. That's how you do it. All the members, all the non-members, all the stream alerts. Good game, baby. All the laggers, all the lurkers, all the lovers. Why you being so shy? Let me get that GG. Let's go, baby. Wrap it up. What I'm talking about. That's how you play, baby. That's how you play. Oh, I see you too, Twitch. Let's go, baby. God bless you, Twitch. God bless you, YouTube. All the donos, all the members again, all the non-members, all the bits, all everybody holding it down. Good game, baby. Let's go. GG. Let's go. GG. They said I want a long term today. GG, baby. That's what I'm talking about. All the laggers. All of them. Everybody, bro. I need me to rap. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Oh, yeah. Call music. Let's go, baby. Oh, man. Chattadonia, that's the day, bro. So we're waiting for these earnings. I still don't have PayPal. There's Lucid. Speaking of the town car, hold on. Lucid revenue 149 million, estimate was 197. Skyworks just guided lower, so Skyworks is on the low right now. I think Skyworks just guided down big. Yeah, Skyworks is down right now. Lucid missed on revenue. They ended the quarter with $4 billion in liquidity for Lucid. They delivered 1,400 vehicles. Estimate was 1,800. Revenue missed by 50 million, and they have $4 billion in liquidity, they said. You said Palantir popping again. Skyworks is already out. Skyworks adjusted EPS $1.67 for next quarter. Estimate was $2.10. Third quarter revenue was $1 billion to 1.09. Estimate was 1.6. Second quarter came in line. EPS missed by a penny, and operating income came in directly in line. So that's about it. What else is there? Palantir. Palantir is not out yet. I do not have Palantir. CRISPR beats estimates, CRSPR. So again, Skyworks came in line, but then they guided lower on everything. Lucid said they have a bunch of cash, but they missed on everything. Deliveries were off by like 300 vehicles, 400, and then they made $50 million less. Fed ongoing bank stress could lead to marked economic slowdown. Yo, Fed, what are you doing? Fed's coming. Is this their? This could be their response to the senior loan Fed survey. Palantir trash. Is it? I don't have Palantir out yet. Again, we only have Lucid, Skyworks. Skyworks was a big miss. That's not good. And then CRISPR beat Lucid. Loss of share 43 cents. Estimate was 40. And then now we're waiting on PayPal. Envata phase 2 COVID trial meets primary endpoint. Envata. Progeny is out. Progeny. Who's Jenny? Who is a Jenny? Hold on. And then Palantir, hold on. We're waiting on a Palantir. Palantir. Young Palantir. He said 1 minute. 45 seconds. Oh, Palantir's starting to move. I don't see it. Palantir ain't out yet. Wait for it. Palantir. Abivai. Palantir. I feel like Ted Lasso when you say a word too many times, like Palantir. Oh, wait, why is Google running? Alphabet to unveil generative AI on Wednesday. Palantir EPS beat 5 cents, estimate 3.8. Palantir guides, they changed their guidance, but it's a little bit lower on the top end. Revenue beat by 20 million, adjusted EBITDA 131, estimate 99 million. So they did good, but guidance was a little weaker, but I don't know if that was a guide up from their last guidance. So that's it. Guidance was 528 million to 532. The estimate was 538, but they beat on this quarter. Now Google is responding to AI news right now. So another Google event. Damn, they're already up 3.5% though. So Google's running. Wednesday. And then Palantir, yeah. So they're up 11. They're killing it. Again, guidance was a little softer, but market's not vomiting off of that one. And they beat on top and bottom line with a decent beat. They beat by like 30%. Oh, Suave is coming out. I forgot about them. Suave. Remember, we traded that one last earnings, and that was fire. They see full year revenue 700 to 720 million. First quarter revenue 161. Estimate was 146. Oh, yeah, Suave just guided up. They see 700 to 720. They previously saw 660. Dude, Suave is doing it again? Damn. That's what they did last quarter, bro. Suave gap. Remember, that's why I bought them on the last earnings. Suave guided up, and now they just raised their full year guidance again. And then their EPS beat $1. Estimate was 79. Bro, they had a high comp, and they ripped off of it. But then they backed out of the deal with Boston Scientific. See, and they're already up a lot. That could be good. WDC's out. honestly, there was a delayed reaction last time we traded Suave, but that one's doing very good for now. That one was a solid beat. DaVita sees $750 million to $1 billion in full year FCF. DaVita previously saw $650 to $900. You said WDC, Western Digital, gross margin 10.6, estimate 10. Operating expenses $758 million, estimate was $739.5. Third quarter adjusted loss $1.37, estimate was a loss of $1.55. Net revenue 2.8, estimate was 2.7. They see fourth quarter revenue 2.4 to 2.6, estimate was 2.8, and they see fourth quarter margin 3 to 5%, estimate was 11.7. WDC seems bad to me, but are they coming back up? That guidance was awful. Palantir's being able to do good. Yeah, WDC's coming back up, or that's awful. They just guided to a 3 to 5% margin. I mean, their software or their hardware like storage, but if this was a chip maker, that wouldn't have been as good. But markets, doing their dance. Again, Google is up. AI conference or new generative AI on Wednesday. So that's why they're up. Palantir guided a little bit lower, but everything else beat by about 20 to 30%. No, Suave, Shockwave Medical, Suave beat. They killed it. I love Suave. I'm mad at that it's high. I'd want to play it, but, I mean, we bought it last time at like 196. So they're up $100 from there. And then they had the bad news of Boston Scientific backing out. Yellen speaks on CNBC. Well, I think we have like 10 minutes till PayPal. I'm kind of down for Yellen. I would love to be put to sleep here after the market.
And this would be really the first time since 1789 that such a thing would have occurred. And it's really essential that Congress raise the debt ceiling so that we're not in a position of defaulting on our bills. That's something that could produce financial chaos, would drastically reduce the amount of spending, would mean that Social Security recipients and veterans and people counting on money from the government that they're owed, contractors, we just wouldn't have enough money to pay the bills. And I think it's widely agreed that this would be a huge hit to the economy and really an economic catastrophe.
And just to game that out further, so where do bondholders fit in terms of the prioritization of who gets paid in a technical default? Do they get prioritized, or is it just about paying the bills
out, MCK.
as soon as the money comes in?
Well,
McKesson,
I would say that if Congress
by
doesn't
$900 million,
the
EPS
debt ceiling,
719, estimate
the president
714,
will have to make some decisions.
And then they guided up
about
to 2690, estimate was 2615, 2610 to the low end.
And there are a variety of different
MCK
options.
beat and guide up.
But there are no good options. Every option is a bad option. And I really don't want to get into discussing them and
Palantir
ranking them
9.
Because as every Treasury Secretary has known, the only option that really leaves our economy in good shape is, and our financial system, is raising the debt ceiling and making clear the principle that America pays the country. Yeah. And if that's compromised, even in the run-up to it, if it looks like we're going to go up against the ceiling and may not get it done, that will have tremendously adverse effects on financial markets and the economy. So there just is no good option other than raising
Italy
the
and
debt
Greece,
ceiling.
or they just
I know you've been having nonstop conversations about this behind the scenes. Secretary Yellen, report that you've been talking to business leaders, CEOs about this. I'm sure you're talking to members on both sides on the Hill. What's your feeling? We're going into this big meeting between McCarthy and the president tomorrow. 3.5 weeks to go. Do you think there will be a deal done, or are you pessimistic? It sounds like you're worried.
Well, clearly there's a very big gap between where the president is and where the Republicans are. The president set out a detailed budget. In that budget, he invests in America, he cuts wasteful and inefficient spending, and lowers deficits over 10 years by $3 trillion. But so he and I regard it as a fiscally responsible proposal. The Republicans have very different ideas. They want to focus on cutting spending, and the proposals that they've set out would entail draconian cuts and really end the policies we've put in place to invest in our economy in clean energy. So they're far apart.
Yeah.
But look, we need to have discussions and compromise
the fact we're still
over
talking
fiscal
like
policy,
this is all negative.
spending totals,
That's
and
it. Even Yellen's trying to move
what
the needle,
spending
but
goes for.
it's no
That's a normal budget process, and the president hopes to establish a process for discussing and compromising on those issues. But he's not willing to do it with a gun to not only his head, more importantly, it's a gun to the head of the American people and the American
I'll pay my
economy.
mortgrage. Just take off the
Because
foreclosure.
a failure to raise the debt ceiling
You go foreclose
is
on me,
really
I'm not going to
saying
decide.
If the president and
Take
the
away my
Democrats
foreclosure
don't
and I'll pay
agree
it.
to these
Not gonna
draconian
pay this
cuts,
mortgage with
we're
a gun to
gonna
my
do
head.
something
Fuck this shit.
to bring enormous harm to American households that rely on the government and need to have jobs. So
Well, Palantir's
Congress
killing
needs
it,
to raise
25%.
the debt ceiling, and we also need to have a negotiation over spending.
Right. They want to do that together, and you do not. So clearly there's a rift. We'll
I can't
wait
believe
any
WBC's
news
up right now.
tomorrow. As you know, you mentioned the world is watching, Secretary Yellen. There's been a lot of, I would say, politicization right now of the dollar and the fact that countries are making moves, countries like China and Russia, to use the dollar less. And use, for instance, China's currency more in world trade. I know you have said that the dollar's reserve status is not at risk, but I do wonder if we make a mistake here on the debt ceiling, how that impacts
I'm glad I didn't
the
short
dollar's
WBC.
reserve status and the trajectory for that.
Well, if we were to compromise the credit rating of the United States and even worse, to default on the debt, I think that would have an adverse impact on the dollar's use as a reserve currency. The dollar is regarded and
Another set of earnings is coming out.
as the
I don't think
bedrock
you care
safe
about 'em.
asset in the
Primerica,
entire
Hims.
global
Hims has
financial
earnings.
system.
Certera,
It's trusted,
Primerica,
and it is
Cabot,
the ultimate safe asset.
International
and
Flavors.
A failure to raise the debt ceiling,
Univar.
impairing the U.S. credit rating, would put that at risk. So that is a real
Hims
concern.
is on the high.
I want to also
Hims
ask
beat
you
by
about
20
regional
million,
banks because
and they
the
lost
drama
5
has not
cents a share
completely
versus
died
8.
down, as you
They
know.
raised full-year
and I'm
outlook.
wondering how you assess
Hims
the
guide
level
up.
of stress right now in the banking system.
They're already killing it. PayPal,
Well,
PayPal.
we continue
PayPal's
to
out.
see
Shut up, Yellen.
some downward pressure.
PayPal
on
is out.
This
PayPal is out. Revenue adjusted EPS $1.17 versus 110 expectations. Total payment volume 354. Estimate was 349. That was a big beat. Revenue 7.04 billion. Estimate was 6.98. Total payment volume 354. And here it is, the first time in a long time, PayPal has raised full year guidance for EPS, not for anything else. Okay, so full year guidance now at 495. They previously saw 487 to estimate was 488. They say EPS at 115 versus 117 for next quarter. Estimate was 117. Square popping with them. Yeah, that's why I put it up here. But PayPal, that was their first. Again, wait for the CEO update. Wait till the headline on CEO. Devon Energy's coming out. Palantir is killing it. So let's see here. Yellen says regulators ready to use tool if banking pressure arises. Again, they guided up on full year adjusted EPS. We need revenue and CEO announcement. That's what's going to dictate it. But they killed it. They did good. It was kind of like Square. Top end and bottom end numbers were just good. Again, the payment processing, the e-commerce, all of that. It's not like it wasn't as bad as people feared. And you saw all of those come in above guidance right now. PayPal sees full year repurchases to be about $4 billion. They see second quarter revenue at 6.5% to 7% spot rates. Estimate was 7%, so that's slightly worse guidance there. in terms of the revenue at the current rates. So they're not giving revenue guidance, just the rate. So their revenue a little softer, $4 billion buyback. Again, top beat, bottom line beat, as well as total payment volume. Palantir is extending gain by 24%. Yeah, PayPal's flipped now. It's a small move so far. Square's even coming down too. Yeah, that's, again, they raised EPS guidance, but not revenue. So revenue for the next quarter, softer, but then they raised guidance for full year EPS, not revenue. So AKA, we're going to cut costs, but we might not make as much money. So again, down 2 now. It's starting to pick up a little bit. Palantir is fucking insane. 38% on Palantir, 30%, excuse me. But that's crazy, actually. Again, Palantir had a little bit slightly weaker guide, but everything beat by 20 or 30%, and they are reflecting that. PayPal equals MySpace? I've never heard that, but maybe. I don't know. WDC cut their margin in half on guidance and then lowered it. Dude, WDC sounded miserable. When I just read it out loud to you, I just ran through all the numbers, and WDC sounded like a train wreck, and that stock is up 3% right now. Here, I'll just say it to you right now. Here is WDC, third quarter margin, 10.6, estimate was 10. Operating expenses, 750, estimate was 739, so they spent more money. EPS was a loss per share of 137, estimate was 155, so that was better than expected. Net revenue 2.8, estimate was 2.7. They see full year revenue 2.4 to 2.6, estimate was 2.87. Adjusted margin 3 to 5%, estimate was 11.7, and then full year adjusted loss per share $1.90 to $2.20. The estimate was $1.20. So they beat on revenue, and that was it. And then everything else they guided lower. And then they spent more money. And then they're up 3.1 right now. And then PayPal wasn't too bad, but again, PayPal has its own story to deal with. And then Palantir beat on everything with a slight guide down, but the guidance was still kind of in range of the analysts. And they're now up 33% and not stopping. And then do we have the CEO update? I think we're going to have to wait for the conference call on PayPal. The day, you guys ever hear that song? No? Okay. That's cool. All right. Palantir to 10. Habibi, Palantir to 1,000 for the people. You know? Give it to the people. Give to the people, a lot of people. You know? You never heard. It's called World's Watching. Fivio Foreign. Some people say Favio. It has like Lil TJ and then somebody else. It's like a remix of that old song. It's like you'll hear it. Once you hear the beat, you'll hear it. It's a good song. Yeah, Matt Ashiba he led to a technical on Jokic yesterday. Fed is aware tighter credit conditions to slow economy. All right, word. Hims beat. They raised guidance to 810 to 830. Estimate was 755. So it's called World's Watching. It's good. Lakers 3-1 today. Dude, the Lakers. My goodness, did you see that? Here, I hope I liked the video. Hold on, I need to find it. I'll just show you this one. It made me giggle. I smiled. You know what I love? I love basketball cartoons. They've been making me smile. I hope I saved this video, bro. Damn, I'm a dickhead. I didn't save it. Why do I do that, bro? Here's my latest video that I liked. It was a guy making a video reacting to sports cards, but with politicians, and he was freaking out about Premier evaluating options, including a sale. PINC. Premier. They go down on this one. They said a sale of all or part of the company. Damn it, I don't have it, bro. There's like these like LeBron cartoons of like, there's like a cartoon of him like picking up like Steph Curry and Clay. It's pretty funny, man. It's pretty funny. Bro, Yellen is still talking. Yellen says path to bring inflation without recession. Can't rule out recession, but it's not the most likely path. Have you guys noticed that's the narrative shift? So just to give you an update, a couple months ago, it was like, no, you're not going to have a recession at all. We think it's good. Soft landing is possible. So now, if you haven't noticed, they're like, well, we still think it's good and you can't have it, but it's just like recession is obviously possible, but like that shouldn't be your number one option. So that's how they're talking about recession now. At first, it wasn't going to happen. Then they're saying, okay, maybe it does. But like, listen, all right, it's not the number one thing that's going to happen. So it's kind of like transitory, but it's different. They're just like, well, it's not the worst. It's not, it shouldn't be, it could happen, but it's not going to be the first thing that's going to happen. Okay. So like, we still think you could get away from it. And like, obviously recessions can happen, but it's not like it shouldn't be the only thing that could happen. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's cool. Like, oh. So, yeah, there you go. Yeah, PayPal down 2% despite beat and raise. Earnings top expectations. We need the conference call, but little softer Q2 guidance. And that's it. That's it. Shockwave did really good. They came down. Again, they got their own news. Already had PayPal. Now that's it. We'll get the earnings tomorrow. And I think that's it, man. Another day, another dollar, another fight. Ooh, ooh. You have to listen to that song. Otherwise, you're just going to think I'm weird. But Chattadonia. It's beautiful. That's the day. We're calling it. What's LGMK? I sound like a rapper. Yo, you hear the new LGMK? Yeah, bro. LGMK, bro. I love his song. It's called Logic Mark Income. I don't see any news. LGMK running up. But, Chad, that's the day. We're going to call it. So, I love you all. God bless you. I hope you did good on the earnings. Again, wait for some of the conference calls. Again, tomorrow we don't have much data. Couple more earnings, but by Wednesday, we going to get a lot of action. But Chattadonia, oh, LGMK, baby. Father Edgar, God bless you, my friend. But that's the day, Chad. So, I love you. God bless you. Thank you for all the likes. Wow, you guys did amazing. 2.1. I barely sold the 10. Horn, hit him with it. I barely sold the 10. God bless you. So, honestly, I don't know if we got into it or not because things are popping off, but I would love to tell you one more time. I don't care how many times I tell you because, from the bottom of my heart, man, very grateful to be here, very appreciative. So for real, if you gave me your time today, you clicked on the video, especially if you went above and beyond and shared the video and really put on for this stream, I hope you know how grateful I am for you and thank you for being here. And I hope I made the most of your time. I hope you got information. I hope you got a laugh. I hope you got educated with a lot of what's going on right now, whether it's economic data, credit situation, but also this whole debt ceiling stuff too. But for real, God bless you and thank you for the opportunity. Definitely wouldn't be here without y'all. Just one for absolute presence, but like straight up, man, all of our discussions day in and day out. So if you contributed to it, you did it in a positive manner, in a sincere fashion too. I appreciate it. And if I misinterpreted anything you say and I clapped out on you, I apologize as well too. Hopefully you understand the difficulty with all of it, but I hope I see you here tomorrow. Apologies if it was bad. God bless you if it was good. And God bless you either way, baby. Let's get it. But for real, thank you, Chad. I love you all. Go check out the links. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp Real Estate course. We added to the long term today. I posted it on the member section too on the channel. Most of you are members at this point, so I'm assuming it's more accessible than not. You know what I'm saying? So God bless you. But first link for all of that. You could get some free stuff, paid stuff if you just attend. It's all free. Second link for the watch list and main channel every day. All right, ladies. We're going to talk. Oh, I forgot. We did a mobile watch. Damn. Yeah, I forgot. I made my girlfriend drive me around. So you can watch that video, hear a little bit about what we talked about. I'll have some updates for you here today. Third link for that membership badge, baby. Shout out to the members. Colt Merch. Tell them it's breathable, baby. We got some merch. Okay, if they say recession isn't base case, go get you some merchandise then. You still got a couple months till the yield curve uninverts, so go buy you a shirt if you would like to. Thank you if you have, and no worries if you did or didn't. It's okay. If you need to save for the recession, I'm all about that life. They don't feel me. Check out all the other channels, Colt Real Estate, Colt Cars, Colt Music. Wednesday, you're going to get Colt Real Estate. Colt Real Estate or bust, baby. Oh, if you know, you know. If you know, you know. She was driving you around. So we were on the go yesterday. So I wasn't I was actually running late. So I was running late, and I told her, I said, listen, the only way we're going to be able to pull this off, I said, do it for the Chad, baby girl. She did it for the Chad, bro. That's why when I started talking smack, she started giving me mad side eye, because the only way I was not near my house, any other house, near an office. I was on a mission. So I was like, okay, you got to drive, I got to record. That's the only way we're getting this out in a proper time frame. Otherwise, they're going to start DMing me and be like, Josh, did you die? Josh, are you dead? Is everything okay? So I didn't want to deal with that. So, she came in clutch, baby. She came in clutch. Oh, yeah, but check that out. That's the watch list. Again, we'll give you that update. Check out all the channels. You got Colt Real Estate. They love you, man. Colt Real Estate does love you, man. And shout out to some of those new transactions and some of them new agents, baby. You know what I'm saying? Let's go. Would you avoid Portland, Oregon real estate? Yes or no? No, baby. I don't avoid anywhere, baby. What's the price? Like I said, a Lucid at 150, garbage. At 30,000, I'm a buyer, baby. I'll love it. I'll get a Lucid hat at that point. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. So anywhere. I know some people get worried about other things, but it's good. It's good, man. Trust me. It's a good one. It's a good one. But Chad, I love you all. Check out the new channels. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Okay, it's the private account. Don't fall for any of the fake ones. Y'all haven't even been hit up by imposters no more, huh? We solved the problem by going private, right? That worked, right? It's good? It's good, man. So how option pricing works, that's another great tutorial. I forgot to tell you about tutorials, but you should check them out, okay? Amen, amen. And finally, the prayer request wall, baby. So I'll start it off with this. If you ever feel grateful, if you ever feel thankful, or you ever want to do anything for me, shoot me a prayer, dog, okay? I think it was around this time last year, and I actually was a little bit later. I asked you guys for some special prayers, and it worked. Oh, you know that it worked. It works so well. So, Chad, if you ever want to do anything for me, you pray for your boy, but that's what we believe in, man. And listen, I don't care what you believe in. That's why we have the prayer request wall. For real, man, we are rooting for all of you. I pray for every single one of you every day, every morning, even before the bell, bro. And it's crazy to think about what every Chad goes through on a day in, day out basis. For real, man, honestly, some people even reached out to me. I'm going to get back to you. You had a situation there. But it's like, dude, Chads go through a lot, man. And it's very wild. So pray for all your brothers and sisters out there. I mean, you spend a lot of time with people in the Chad. I'm sure names, if you could remember somebody who is a Uber bull or a Uber bear, then you could probably remember to pray for him. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying, bro. Don't get me started. But I love you all, and God bless you. And this is what we believe in, man, because if it can't flow through you, it won't flow to you. And that's it, man. So that's it, man. Shoot some prayers for me. Great way to pay it forward. Pray for everybody in here. And just good vibes. That's it. Again, I don't care what you believe in, for real. I'm not going to smite you or tell you you're going to hell if you don't want to pray, man. I don't call it whatever you want, bro. It's all honestly about vibes, bro. That's it. That's what I've learned in this life, man. I've been here for quite some time, and I've got to encounter a lot of people, both on YouTube and in real life, both in finance and not, man. And it's just all about the vibe, bro. It don't matter where you're from, what you look like, what you sound like. It don't matter your religious belief, your political belief. It's just you vibe or you don't. Is what I've came to learn. You know what I'm saying? You either are you either nice or not to people, whether you either vibe or not. So keep that up there, and that's what it's about, man. So for real, that's why I'm saying my vibe is just blessings for all of y'all. I would love to have more blessings than not to everybody, regardless of what it is. So just good vibes, and good on you if you vibe with all of it. And we love and appreciate you, because that's good vibes, you know? And so I appreciate the good vibes. The Lil Wayne song is called Burn This City. It's fire, bro. He gon' burn this. Stop playing with me, cannon in my hand. I don't know why I'm rapping him so aggressive. I'll be damned if ever any man disrespect me on my land. It's good. It's a good song, bro. It's a good one. DJ Whiteout. Yo! Is it Whiteout or White Owl? I thought it was White Owl. DJ Whiteout. Yo, you know exactly what I'm talking about. DJ Whiteout. Yo, that's funny. No, that's the song. That's exactly the song, bro. That song. You gotta get it. Is Whiteout? I thought he said White Owl. I don't know. That's why I hate these tags. Yo, I gotta know here. I'll show you another video. You ready for my second favorite? You're gonna like this one. I like this one. This is if church music had producer tags.
God's will made. This is a certified church classic. Gracious Grizzy! Damn son of God, where'd you find this? Oh no, Jesus made another one. Judas on the beat, so it's not nice. Take it, lift that spirit up.
Dog, how funny is that? Judas made the beat, so it's not nice. Damn, son of God, where'd you find this one? I love it. I love it. I love it. I gotta show you all these just random funny shits that I find. That shit was, I love that one. And then our God, it was a banger, bro. That's a banger. It's White Owl. It's White Owl. DJ White Owl. You guys said it's White Owl. I don't know. You know the song though. That was called if church songs had producer tags. Damn, son of God, where'd you find this one? This is a certified church classic. No, you know what another old school Lil Wayne song? This one, I don't know, though, because sometimes you Chads get mad in your feelings. Like, because I know, like, it's like every, like, other quarter, you have, like, a portion of Chads going through a breakup. I think that's just the circle of life on some Lion King shit. But there's a Lil Wayne song. It's a classic. Just if you're listening to, like, the 15-year-old Wayne songs. Something You Forgot, that's another one. He's like, damn, I thought you forgot about the keys to the Benz. And that's an old school banger. You have that one, Something You Forgot. Oh, the Lil Wayne, that's like another one with all the producer tags and everything. My leather's so soft, but that don't mean I ain't hot. She said, Weezy, make it rain. I said, bitch, I ain't God, but I am God's son. But you know I ain't Nas, because he got a positive aim, and I aim nines. Ooh, see, man, that's a good one, too. I don't know. I don't work out to Leather So Soft's dope, but I don't know. I haven't hit that during the workout. Something You Forgot. It's a banger. It's a banger. You need the old Wayne, bro. You need, like, the stupid old, like, bro, like, I Can't Feel My Face Wayne. That's the one you need. You need that one. That's a good one. Here, I'm going to just pull up my playlist for y'all. I'm going to just make life easy for you. Here, I'm going to read all this. Dude, it's all on my YouTube because I listen to them on YouTube while I work out. Come on, give me my, oh, you want to hear? You want me to know another one? I'll give you another one. This one's not that old. But, like, it's old, but, like, it's not. But it's a good one to take a listen to. Are you ready? Are you ready, Chad? I'm going to give you a good one. Great for the gym. Second, you have to always make it to, like, the second or third verse. And that I'm telling you, you make it through there on your workout, you're going to be good. J. Cole, ATM. Cut it up, cut it up, cut it up, count it. Just wait till the second verse. Or it's like the second or third. He said, what'd he say? Said, pardon the I heard if you chase it, only results in a hole in your heart. And I take it and I flip my misfortune. Just wait till that part. That's it. You make it there on your workout, you're good. That's going to get you hyped. That one. Okay, Burn This City. This one's not as old, but it's pretty old. Run This Town by Lil Wayne. Let's see. Oh, Lil Wayne. This one's new. Lil Wayne For Nothing. That one's just a good beat. That beat just goes crazy. I don't know. You got this beat? Yeah, that's what you need. That's the one you need right there. That beat goes hard. Okay. Wait, where is it? Yeah, I'm me. You guys brought that one up the other day. Oh, Nuck If You Buck freestyle. No, you need that one. It's young man for president. I'd probably paint the White House black if it was my resident. Bush back in office. Old school, bro. Old school. Yeah, you need that one. Hold on, it's remixing it. Oh, La 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 by Lil Wayne. La, 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 la. Oh, Georgia Bush is a good one, too. Let's see. Beat Without Bass. Yep, you need that one. That's great to always walk into. That's like a walk through the tunnel song. You need that one. Wait, this is giving me a remix play. I need the better playlist, sir. Nah, give me another playlist, YouTube. I know you hear me. I know you hear me, my Lil Wayne playlist. They messing it up. Oh, Ain't I? Lil Wayne and Jay Mills. Ain't I? That one is is niche. I like it a lot. You need that one for the Lil Wayne's. BMJR. We already went over that. Money on My Mind, Lil Wayne. If you don't have that one, you don't even care. Oh, here's another one. This was not Lil Wayne, but you need Victory. Notorious B.I.G., Busta Rhymes, and P. Diddy. If you've never heard that song, honestly, just don't tell me that and just go listen to it, and you're now considerably more cultured than you previously were, and it's honestly an A1 gym song, okay? Just don't freak out when Biggie Smalls says he's the son of Satan. That part always freaks me out, but it's okay. You'll get through it. Where is it, man? They're messing there's one more. No, I think it's I Can't Feel My Face. That's the Lil Wayne one, and then the bass goes crazy, or what's it called? This sounds like an ESPN music. All right, that's all I got for now. That's all I got for now. That's it, Chad. That's it. So, Chad, I'm glad. That was a great way to end it. Prayer request and some gym playlist for you. So I love you all. Thank you again, Chadadonia. Go read the books. Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, don't forget why we're here, God willing, why we'll be here tomorrow, why we are running the race so well and no one wants us to stop. That's why we got to show love, and why that dedication, persistence, and discipline ain't never going out of style. Neither is hope, love, or faith, baby. Why? And why do we keep going, baby? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Woo! Chad, I love you. God bless you. The song Burn This City by Lil Wayne, and then ATM by J. Cole. You better work out today. If you listen to this shit and you don't move your body working out to it, please share the bond with me. That's it. I need you moving when you listen to them, okay? How dare you? Do not listen to any of these songs without working out. Do you understand, Chadadonia? I love you. I already fingered to the sky. I got to get going here, but don't you dare without worrying. Let me tell him. I'll tell him. Listen, you little prick. Hey, come here. You want to listen to some old school Wheezy? Oh, Wheezy F baby. F is for phenomenal. The F is for fuck you. Come on, fuck you, pay me. What are you saying? If you listen to that without working out, I'm going to show up. You're going to be sleeping. I'm going to wake you up in the middle of the night. Oh, I'm going to wake you up and say, I heard you were listening to that Lil Wayne, the Lil Wayne, you were listening to him, huh? Without the workout, I'll kill you. With love. Because I'm never going to hurt you, because I'm here for you. Okay, but seriously, if you don't do that, I'll find you. I'll find you, you little prick. I'll find you. You know that? I'll find you. All right. You have a good day, okay? I love you. I'll see you guys I'll see you next month. Or next day, tomorrow. The month after tomorrow. That's when I'll see you. Whatever. I'll leave you. All right. You have a wonderful day. I'm leaving. Hello.